rain, but whatever comes in next to it, the Charizard solo health, and is that Incineroar going to be able to take a make it rain at +1 and a scale shot on top of it?
But I think like the key thing here is bring in the Charizard, for example, maybe the Incineroar, and reset all those debuffs, but also then put the Ursaluna out later in the game, in this end game, without them, and be able to just attack into Giuseppe's team. I think Giuseppe's got to be really thinking quite hard about like whether or not another Make It Rain goes down. This scale shot is absolutely not playing ball this game. Incineroar comes in, lives on 1. If the scale shot connected, that would have been a double KO, but Incineroar gets the opportunity now to go for a fake out. That's going to be big for Giovanni.
That is huge, and now the fake out going to be active going into this next turn, which is massive. Now you can fake out that Goldingo because it is a water type, not a ghost type anymore, and you can really support that Ursaluna. Like you said, switching out gets rid of all of those debuffs that it had. Now it's coming back onto the field fully powered up, and now you've got that perfect support option with the 1-turn fake out from the Incineroar. Does it force a double protect though on that Dragonite and Goldingo, and could Giovanni maybe see through that? Could you then switch your Charizard in for the Incineroar this next turn? That's when the tailwind's going to end. Scouting out the double protect, it could be an opportunity to do that. It is risky though, because if you do that and you don't fake something out, you could get punished in return for it.
Okay, Incineroar is going out, so there is the opportunity here, but if Giuseppe does play it safe, as you said, then they will not be taking any damage this turn. Here's the first protect coming out from Dragonite, and going to be protecting itself from any damage this turn. There's the double. So now Charizard is getting into play. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm counting correctly, that is the last turn of Tailwind.
Yes, I believe the Tailwind will end now. We're going to take a ticket of that solar powered damage there and the Flame Orb damage.
No,
one more turn. One more turn.
Okay.
So pretty key. But the big thing is switching that Incineroar out means you can switch it back in this next turn, drop another Intimidate, weaken that Dragonite even further, deal with that Goldingo that's on the field, and then the Dragonite isn't really so much of a threat to that Ursaluna anymore.
But I wonder if Giuseppe has to think about doubling up with a Shadow Ball and a scale shot into the Ursaluna to have a chance to pick up the knockout. But if they do that,
opens the door for Charizard
to be going for its sun-boosted attack. So here's the scale shot into the Charizard. The Dragonite not wanting to play around Giuseppe, just targeting down that Charizard and making sure that it's going down this turn. But I wouldn't be surprised to see this Ursaluna hanging on.
Yeah, and it all comes down to whether or not this Shadow Ball will be enough to take down this Ursaluna. Has it got enough in the tank to take at least one hit to get a return knockout onto one of these key pieces on Giuseppe's side? Shadow Ball is the moment we're waiting for, but it's enough to take down the Ursaluna.
Big KO there on a big bear. That Life Orb coming in absolutely clutch. It doesn't have any special attack buffs because it went for Make It Rain twice after the nasty plot. So it is trained to perfection there. Giuseppe putting themselves in a perfect situation to double target this Incineroar and wrap things up here in Swiss round 10 of the Lille Regional Championships. Here is the forfeit being locked in as well by Giovanni. So both players playing this so well, but it's Giuseppe Musico that is going to be moving on with a 9-1 record.
Wow, what a victory here from Giuseppe. How well was that match played?
Just keep on intensifying. Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the spooky season here at the Lille Regional Championships 2026. I am joined by the ever-gallant gentleman, Miss Magius Marcus, Burnett Ben, and Lee, I'm struggling to think of a ghost type that starts with L. Have you got one? Litwick. There we go. Litwick Lee. I myself, Chandelier Charlie. Thank you so much for joining us today. We cannot wait to get into day two because day one was full of all kinds of excitement. Lee and Ben, we heard you there just on the desk for the final round of yesterday. And yeah, we could have kept on going. All of the matches were such high caliber, Ben.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just seeing all of the creativity that came out of our trainers yesterday, but also those tried and tested teams, the experience, meeting the newcomers, and we had a little bit of a mix of everything going on all day long.
Yeah, Charizard, that was cool to see. We saw a Venusaur on stream as well. Where's Blastoise? Where is it?
Where is it indeed?
Yeah.
I don't know, but Charizard and Venusaur, definitely good picks coming into this format. I think with the Weather Ball as well, on the Venusaur, it kind of opens the door up to not only utilize the sun, but maybe some of those other weathers that we're seeing in the format as well to exploit those opposing team weaknesses.
Weather Ball is such a cool move.
I want to see
rocking the Blastoise.
I want to see Tyranitar played with Charizard and Torkoal, so you've got that rock Weather Ball into Volcarona that Marcus has been championing so much this weekend.
Trainers in the venue, if you're listening, get that on your team right now. But Marcus, Lille is just one of our stops, isn't it? We've got so many more along our journey to the World Championships in San Francisco.
Yeah, we're just at the beginning of the season, and that's just so beautiful to see this calendar and so many great adventures ahead of us. We've been in Frankfurt a couple of weeks ago. Now we're in Lille, and there's so much more action coming up this season, of course, with Gdansk just next weekend, and then LAIC coming up in Sao Paulo. But then after that, the action does not stop. Stuttgart to end of the year, and then, yeah, more action coming up next year as well. We got EUIC coming up. We got NAIC New Orleans, of course, and then everything is leading towards that Pokemon World Championships as a part of Pokemon XP in San Francisco for the first time.
Pokemon XP is such an exciting new event, and we can't wait to see what more details will emerge from that. Yeah, if there's one way to make a year go quickly, it's measuring it out in Pokemon events. My goodness gracious me, just flying by. But Ben, how do people qualify for the World Championships? I've always wondered.
Well, it's championship points, Charlie.
Aha.
That's what trainers earn this weekend with their placings from first down to 64th, getting up to 350 points. And the winner, of course, gets a direct invitation to the World Championships in San Francisco. Now, if you don't get a direct invitation along the season, that's okay. Finish up with the top 80 points, at least in EU and NA, across the whole of the season, and then you'll get your invitation to the World Championships.
You could just win, though.
Could just win. That would be easier.
Yeah. Just channel that spirit, trainers. Thanks very much indeed. But it's not just going to be those championship points, of course. What else do we have in our candy basket of trick-or-treating to hand out to our players?
Well, points mean prizes, don't they, Charlie? Yeah. And we have a lot of prizing up for grabs for our players. First place, obviously, receiving in Masters Division, $6,000, as well as 108 booster packs on top of that, which is a nice little bonus, but just incredible pricing. You can see it goes right down to top 16 in Masters. Juniors and seniors that are in attendance this weekend are also going to be eligible for that pricing. First place taking away $1,000, which is incredible. Imagine being a junior, Charlie, and winning $1,000. That's a lot of candy you can buy with that.
You're so right. Yeah, I don't think I'd know what to do with myself. I certainly wouldn't know what to do with that. So exciting to have so much on the line for our trainers here. But I think, the thing that you can't put a price on is what everyone really is competing for. It's that title, that glory, that honor of being the Lille Regional Champion. But it's not just that, of course. There'll be trainers here who are just testing the water for the first time. Some will have made phase 2. Some maybe aiming for, top 32. Or maybe just come to have a good time. It's all up for grabs, and you can define it however you would like to. Now, of course, we have reached phase 2 here at the Lille Regional Championships. We had some thrilling battles yesterday. Now we can take a look at some of these incredible names.
Yeah, a lot of familiar names, of course. They're on top of the list. Marco Silva, who was doing so well yesterday, also with a unique pick, finishing the day with a 9-1 record. And with a good start today in phase 2, we might see him later on in the top cut. Then also Federico Camporesi, a fellow international champion, also doing really well. Then we saw Giuseppe, for example, who we just saw in the rerun of yesterday's last round. And yeah, just so many talented players. We still got last year's winners, Nils Dunlop, as well in the mix out there, doing very, very well as well. We got Dill. They showed really, really powerful play with their Komo'o, if you remember that from yesterday. And then a lot of exciting strategies as well that we didn't get to feature yesterday, where I'm hoping that maybe we'll see some of it today.
All of these trainers have lost just 2 games, so they're still in contention for top cut. And Alessandro Marchioni with the Dax bun there, Lee. Ben.
Yeah, it's like a little bit of a shout out there as well to Angel, who was able to make it all the way to the top of the standings, at least at this point in phase 2, and their first ever day 2. And especially as well, and we talked about it in the interview with them yesterday, they didn't have a great Frankfurt. It wasn't their tournament by any stretch of the imagination, and they've come back and they've taken this tournament by storm.
Yeah, taking it by storm is absolutely what I'd say, especially with all this Kilowattrel out there as well. But Kilowattrel, just one of the fascinating Pokemon we saw coming out. Let's take a look at what we were expecting to see this weekend. I think, expectations maybe with a bit more of a pinch of salt, but we did see a Kingdra on stream, and we saw a Golduck on stream yesterday. Thank you very much. And surprise, surprise, there's awesome Blood Moon Ursaluna too, Marcus.
Yeah, of course. I mean, one of those Pokemon that is just a staple of this format. But yeah, looking at your predictions, Charlie, just are we going to finish the bingo there with a Lucario and Sunflora today? What do you think?
We got the Golduck.
Sure.
We got the Golduck yesterday.
Sorry?
We got the Golduck yesterday.
I know, yeah, we got the Golduck and indeed the Kingdra, my friend. Lucario and Sunflora, I'm not sure if any have been brought, to be honest, but they did both make day 2 in Milwaukee. Lee, we saw an Amoonguss. There's a Suin Typhlosion out there as well.
Yes, we haven't had much opportunity to see King Gambit yet, but I still believe today is the day for the king to reign supreme.
The Supreme Overlord, indeed. But these days are probably running Defiant. It's a cool ability, though, Supreme Overlord. Ben, I'm kind of grateful that we haven't seen any Dondozo Tatsugiri.
Yeah, but it's been kicking about.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I had a look at some of the standings, and I think there is a couple of Dondozo teams out there doing pretty well. So, yeah, maybe, I don't know which Tatsugiri form they're using, though.
Well, I thought we'd give the stretchy form a little bit of love in the caster predictions, but I'd take any of the 3.
I think it's quite fun, though. The idea of a Dondozo going super speedily, that big fish.
But it did see play right at the start of Regulation Set A, right? Where it got scenes play. The curly form, definitely the more common one nowadays. But I think regardless, the combination of Dondozo Tatsugiri is the thing that I'm really focusing in on. If somebody's been able to figure that combination out in the current format, I think they could be having a good time.
It's got legs, ironically, because neither of those Pokemon have legs, quite clearly. By the way, everybody, I was communing with the spirits last night, and they pushed the clocks back an hour. So you're welcome. You're welcome for that. You're welcome for the extra hour in bed, and hope you all slept very well. Let's take a bit of a deeper dive into some of those matches that we had yesterday, because yeah, there was Kingdra and I wasn't casting and I was gutted, but there were also so many thrilling... Lee, we were casting over... We had 2 rounds yesterday, didn't we?
Yes, we did, Charlie.
And I'm trying to remember which players we were casting over, but I remember they were absolutely fascinating games.
They were, and now you've put me on the spot. They were great games, though.
Absolutely did. Well, I wasn't...
Giving you nothing here.
Who was casting over the Dusclops game?
Oh, yeah, that was us, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was Calvin
Foster.
I remember that game.
Calvin Foster, yeah.
Was the Dusclops, yeah.
But Calvin didn't end up on top, did he?
It didn't make it to phase 2. I checked. There were 2 Dusclops, actually. Also, Oliver Askelin using that, but both of them finishing at 5 and 3.
Yeah. But that Dusclops endgame was really cool that we had yesterday. The whole thing where we were hyping up the pain split in the early game, before the match started, and then we got that pain split endgame. At the end of game 1. So cool.
Oh my goodness gracious me. Yes, we saw Victor Medina and Tier Team Masso.
We did indeed.
Absolutely incredible match. In fact,
Tier Team just played so well.
Oh, always does.
Absolutely amazing, and has made it through to phase 2 of the tournament, still in contention for that top cut spot. So hopefully we see a little bit more of them this afternoon.
Yeah, time after time we saw somewhat the underdog trainer come out on top, which was fascinating, and maybe there'll be more upsets as Lille Day 2 continues. Ben, if you were to pick one Pokemon that really stood out to you yesterday, what would it be?
Toadscruel.
Toadscruel, nice. Yeah. Yeah. Do you think it put in a good showing? I know we saw it on stream.
Yeah, Jacob was running it around round 6 or so yesterday, and paired with the Glaring and Wheezing, we've seen that strategy before. But not only that, it was able to get some spores going. It 2-hit KO'd a Golden Go with Earth Power, but it also got a Bullet Seed KO into a Mousehold as well, all pretty much within the same game. So it really put a shift in that match.
It's great when those supportive Pokemon can also do meaningful damage as well, like with that Bullet Seed.
Yeah, and then also with that massive special defense that we just saw highlighted down there, it took that Blood Moon from Ursaluna.
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Yeah.
Right? Not something that I was expecting.
Just a sliver of hate.
And then the Vacuum Wealth after that, yeah.
Yeah.
The reduced special attack, and after a little bit of recovery from Grassy Terrain, but still, that's quite amazing.
Yeah, it did everything.
Yeah.
In that match.
The fact that you didn't pick the Kingdra from that match is somewhat upsetting, but I think Toadscruel definitely has a lot to recommend it as well, for sure. But you and I, Ben, we were casting over, or was it me and you, Lee? I can't remember, but anyway, we saw Marcus Dion as well. Marcus Dion has hopped across the pond to join us here in Lille, along with Offa Messier, for example. Having a good time. Marcus Dion, of course, running that hard trick from team, which seems to be a strategy that has a place right now in the metagame.
Definitely does. I feel like it matches up well into that kind of the standard 6 that we saw win in Frankfurt in particular. I'm curious whether or not it is going to come out on top today, because I think we've seen other archetypes maybe have a little bit of an advantage over that harder Trick Room, especially when players have been able to kind of get through those initial 5 turns.
Yeah.
If you can't get that second Trick Room set up, if that's denied, if there's an option there, then I think that team struggles, and once one of those dominoes falls in the team, then the rest of it kind of quickly fall around it. So maybe players are kind of wising up to how to approach that matchup, making it more difficult. As we get into day 2, I think things will unfold and we'll have a clearer picture on where that team in particular sits in the format going forward. Because unfortunately, I don't think Marcus or the other Canadian that came over made it into phase 2 of the tournament. I feel like one of the only players is a fellow caster playing that team is Costa Didamos that made it into phase 2. So he is representing going into the second part of the tournament.
Shout out to you, Costa. All the very best to you for phase 2 today. But of course, we have to mention this incredible Golduck Oricorio strategy that you and I were casting over, Marcus. I mean, I was going to say, when you're putting all your eggs in the Trick Room basket, it becomes harder and harder to execute as pieces fall out. And it's exactly the same with that. Golduck in particular, with that Simple Beam move, meaning that any boosts that the target of the move Simple Beam gets a double, and any drops a double as well. That means Volcarona gets double boost with Quiver Dance, Oricorio with Dancer, then copies those boosts. Also, Fiery Dancer can do damage as well. And we did see that team win in game 1. It was such a fun set, wasn't it, Marcus?
Yeah, that was definitely something that set quite the revelation, one could say. I know we saw Golduck be the star of that first game with the Muddy Water, getting the accuracy drops, and then also taking some key knockouts there. Then making it through that final turn there and getting the Ice Beam off on the Amoonguss.
Terra Ice Beam.
Terra Ice Beam, exactly. That's what it's about. And yeah, that Golduck beating Emanuele, our reigning regional champion from Frankfurt. And yeah, that was quite something. Of course, then Emanuele was able to turn things back in games 2 and 3. But just the fact that, Luke, with that innovative strategy, was able to take a game off of them, that was quite amazing.
It was definitely a highlight. I think even when we wrap up Regulation Set H at the end of this year, it will remain one of the standout matches from the entire regulation. And to highlight a little bit more Oricorio, this Dancer ability means that not only does it copy those boosts from Volcarona thanks to that ability, but then it gets to move twice in a turn, so to speak, because you get the Quiver Dance and then you get to attack with something like Revelation Dance.
So I learned 2 things about Oricorio yesterday that are scaring me. The first one, of course, the game that we saw with the Dancer ability, but then also the Pokédex entry.
Yeah. This was the only one we had 5. We were 5 for 5 on Pokedex entries, Marcus and I. We were doing great. We had ones we were working as a team. You took some, I took one. We were having a great time. Then we got the Pokedex entry for Oricorio, who
was talking about its malice
it's
and
like
summoning.
Summoning things from the dead and taking other Pokemon's malice to use it for its own power. And we figured it out. We figured it out. And then we're
there's no way. It's Oricorio, right? But
like, what?
The more you know.
The more you know. It was heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking and absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, all at the same time. I need my blanket back. I need my blanket back.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, but I hope you got enough sleep last night, not too many nightmares. Or yeah,
Just.
Thanks for that extra hour that we had.
Thank you, Charlie.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Well, everybody, it's nearly time to get things kicked off here in Lille. You know what you need to do to follow along? You got to head to that Pokemon.com/broadcast. That's where everything is going to be going on. And I've got a question for you all. What do Pidgey like to do on Halloween? They go trick or tweeting. And speaking of tweeting, use that hashtag on 3, 1, 2, 3. Play Pokemon. Scary, wasn't it? So let us know your thoughts and share your character customization from Pokemon Legends ZA. Follow us along on all of that social media and on YouTube and Twitch as well. Wonderful. Well, let me just use my crystal ball here to work out who's going to the desk. It's going to be sensing a strong Lee presence here. And Marcus. I think it's you guys. Hey, and you're a psychic there. You worked it out with your future sight. All right, you guys, you Phantom Force over to the desk. Ben, we're going to carve some pumpkins. Oh, yes, we are. And you're going to carve a Sableye. I know it. And you know I'm going to be carving a Kingdra. Well, everybody, it's a pleasure to see you. Buckle up, because it's time for Lille Day 2.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team-list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Well, we've whisked our way over to the desk. My name is Lee Provost. If you're just joining, and I'm joined once again by the lovely, amazing Marcus Mann. How are we doing, Marcus? Ready for this Phase 2 of the Lille Regional Championships?
I am absolutely ready. Thank you, Lee. Good morning. Yeah, we had such an action-packed day yesterday. 10 rounds that our players went through, and there's a couple more, of course, to be played today. In fact, the first round already going on, and we will jump right into the action with a decisive round, because the next round will already decide who will make it onto the third and final stage of the tournament, the top cut.
Yeah, it's really exciting, isn't it? And this is all the crunch time of the tournament. Like you say, everything on the line. There's no room for error now, because this last round will determine if you're on the cusp, if you're at that 9-2 record. You need to win this next game to really guarantee yourself a place in that top cut. If you lose, unfortunately, you will only go away with just, well, you get some prizing and you get some points, but that's, I think, if you're at this stage of the tournament with that record, that's not what you're looking at. You want to come away with a little bit more and probably progress a bit further on in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. If you made it that far, if you powered through the competition so far and were able to make it with only 2 losses, because, of course, only trainers that have, a maximum of 2 losses and then, well, up to 10, 11 wins, then they will get to move on. And so, of course, if you're still within that small group of players that have only lost 2 times, then, of course, you want to keep on winning. You don't want to go out now in the final stretch. But, there are some players that are still in the tournament, that are still doing so well, that are used to being in this situation. And of course, this could be an advantage, but we've seen it time and times again in the Pokemon VGC that there are always those Cinderella stories. Some players like Angel, for example, who's doing maybe not so well at some of the previous tournaments, but now is really doing so well here yesterday with a 9-1 record at the end of the day. And let's see if some of those journeys will continue into Top Cut.
Hopefully they do, and I'm sure there will be more journeys that will be able to follow through the rest of the Top Cut and the remaining Swiss rounds that we've got to play out here at this event. But it's incredible, and the Cinderella stories in particular are just so exciting to kind of see unfold, and we get to see new players introduced to the format, and then we can follow them as their journey progresses throughout whatever events we've got to kind of feature for the rest of the season and beyond.
Yeah, and something that I'm, of course, always interested is the stats. So how did the metagame change, and what are we expecting to be seeing today? So let's have a look at the Phase 1 statistics. So this is from the first 8 Swiss rounds yesterday. We saw a lot of familiar faces with our players. We see some familiar faces here, of course, with the Pokemon that our trainers are bringing. Incineroar, Goldengo, Rillaboom, all of these are stars of the format. But then there are also some Pokemon that are currently, maybe it feels like they're rising up, and we get to check that in a second, comparing them to Phase 2. But Volcarona is one of those Pokemon that I have my eyes out on for in this tournament, just because of how well it matches up, or it can match up into some of the top threats of this format.
Yeah, it was a really good scoop, I think, coming into this event with the Volcarona being that really good pick for just kind of tackling a lot of the big issues in the format. And when you look at those top row of Pokemon, there's a lot of those that really don't want to be going up against Volcarona, especially if it's well supported and it gets that Quiver Dance off, or multiple Quiver Dances. Then it's going to have the ability to just run through a lot of these Pokemon, where the Goldengo is not really going to be able to hit it for super effective damage. It's going to be threatened. Same with the Rillaboom. And once those Quiver Dances stack up, the Ursaluna becomes way less effective, because the Blood Moon actually relies on that special attacking stat rather than its brethren that does rely on that more physical side of things. Sneasler as well, one of those Pokemon that really loves to enjoy the speed of that Unburden boost. Well, Quiver Dance helps you with the speed boosts, and a few of those going to help you outspeed that and then deal with it. And it is a bit of one of those not very defensive Pokemon that we kind of know it for. Even with the Grassy Seed boost that it normally does get to those defenses, Volcarona going to completely hit it on the other end of the spectrum and just be able to mitigate it pretty easily. So a very good pick. And if we can take a look at the Phase 2 statistics, I'm sure you'll be happy with the scene of that Volcarona as well, and how it progressed into this in day 2.
I think my guess, just before we help into them, I think Ursaluna maybe is one Pokemon, not the Blood Moon variant, but
the original.
Hisune Ursaluna, I think, is one of those Pokemon that has been doing quite well yesterday, and I wouldn't be surprised if it made the jump onto our Phase 2 statistics. But let's have a look and compare some of the numbers to see how the metagame has been shaping out, and there it is, sitting in the 8th, 9th slot.
Yeah, impressive. And the other thing is that top row have not changed completely between day 1 and day 2. So they pretty much feel like that they found their place in this format, at least coming into this event. But there are some changes there with the Volcarona rising in usage, like you said, Marcus, as well. Hisuian Ursaluna rising right up the ranks, Pelipper falling off, and Annihilate falling down, as well as that Archaludon. But Ninetales Lola is rising up, as well as that Basculegion, which is interesting because the Pelipper falling off, indicating, I said this yesterday, was that more players are kind of jumping on the trend of the adaptability, Choice Scarf, Basculegion, and running the Ninetales with that Auroraville disruption support there as an option rather than the Pelipper, and opting for that mode and having probably a lot more success indicated by these Day 2 statistics.
Absolutely, good point. Yeah, being a little bit more weather agnostic, so to say, being able to use your Pokemon regardless of which weather is in the sky, because yeah, that Alolan Ninetales, such a popular countermeasure against weather-based teams. But I gotta say, I'm a bit proud because yeah, Ursaluna is the only change here in the stats, and yeah, that is also kind of what I witnessed yesterday. We saw someone like Victor Medina, for example, bring it. We saw Federico Camporese bring the Ursaluna. So a lot of top players opting to go with that Pokemon, of course, with Flame Orb and Guts, just so powerful. And players have figured out ways to operate both in Tailwind and under Trick Room, and that makes it really, really scary to go up against.
Yeah, and you can't make any mistakes against it. I think a lot of these Pokemon, you have a bit of room against how you kind of set up your board against these big threats. But I think with Ursaluna, and it puts you almost, I'm speaking from experience, puts you on edge when you see that Ursaluna and that those speed controls alongside it, and you think, if I get one of these turns wrong, it's going to be in the perfect position. And then because it is so devastating on the battlefield with those big attacks with that Flame Orb activated, it is going to start picking up knockouts, and I'm not going to be able to recover from this position that my opponent's been able to get to. So got to play so carefully against it, and for that reason, it's such a big threat. Even in Team Preview, I think you are mentally having to prepare alone for that Pokemon and how your opponent's going to try and weave it into a board position where it can kind of overwhelm you. So a scary threat, and no wonder like a lot of players are having success with it and opting to use it coming into this event.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. I think also we saw kind of the downsides that can have sometimes in the game yesterday between Filippo and Dill, where Ursaluna was on the board and was exerting so much pressure, and we were like, okay, when is he gonna like go for the big swing, or is he gonna attack, right? But Dill was just unfazed by it and just like saw right through the tricks that like Ursaluna was trying to put down, and then instead of playing defensively, they actually played offensively, and that was the right thing to do in that moment. But that's in the past. But yeah, I'm curious seeing is whether Dill, Ribombi, and Komodo are still fighting strong in this tournament. But it seems like our round is ready. So should we have a look at some of the matches that will be coming up in this round?
We have, and I believe this is a community choice, so it's down to you, viewers at home, to pick which game you would like to see, and here are the choices. You've got Ryan versus Luis, you've got Nils versus Sebastian, Var versus Weled, Jay and Alessandro, so some brilliant matches there, and some really interesting Pokemon choices as well, and those matchups between them.
Yeah, so hop over to twitch.tv/Pokemon and you will find the poll in the chat where you can decide which one of these amazing games you want to see. And there are, in fact, quite a few interesting choices. We see the Daxpan, there's a Serena on there. We got
Buenos dias, gente, como vocês estão? Desejar um ótimo domingo aí para vocês. Estamos começando aqui o regional. Dia 2. Escolha da comunidade, vamos ver qual vai ser o jogo, beleza?
Yeah, and all of these, just to know, these are all 9 and 2 records.
Tá meio
so
mutado
this
aqui,
will determine whether
mas
these players, they win, make it through to the top cut, or
vamos ver qual a
unfortunately
partida que vai ser
not, and that will be the
escolhida,
end
né?
of the tournament. So there's everything on the line for these players.
But that also means that either a Weavile or the Daxpan will make it
yes, that's
to the
very
top cut,
true,
and
yeah.
either Serena or the Kilovatral Galarian Weezing team. That's exciting.
Very exciting, yeah. That's I never really expected to see a Weavile there, but it is one of those Pokemon that has a lot of tools in its arsenal, and it is a very speedy Pokemon, which lends itself in this format to being able to kind of supersede a lot of those other threats and do some big damage and disruption, which is very good. But obviously it is down to your choice at home. Get voting, as Marcus mentioned, over on twitch.tv, and you can pick which match you would like to see most.
Yeah, and I'm curious to seeing how the viewers will decide, because I feel like there's kind of like two different types of matches. We got Ryan against Lewis, both with kind of trusted
game,
compositions. Yeah, two very strong local French players.
Yeah.
But two teams that we have seen before. Then also Sebastian and Nils, two absolutely like amazing players, bringing teams to the table that we have seen before, and a little bit more of like a standard matchup. And then we got Ivor against Valid and Jay against Alessandro, and all four of them have some like really unique twists on their teams. So I wonder if we're gonna go with one of the, let's say, more standard, probably more strategic matches, or if it's gonna be some matches that maybe promise a little bit more chaos.
Maybe. I think you can't really lose with whichever match you pick. You've either got these really big hitter players that you can feature with these solid teams that they've built, or you've got these other players that have went for, and they're not big hitters. I don't mean that in any disrespect. I just mean that they have picked more obscure choices and can create a bit more of an exciting thing. And maybe you're sitting there wondering, I kind of want to see what this team's all about. I wonder what the Weavile does. I wonder what the Dash Bun does, you know? So maybe you want to pick that one and vote for that. But get your votes in quick, because we will be deciding very soon.
Yeah, and I really wonder which one's going to be. But then, of course, all of these players, no matter whether they will be featured here or not, they will go up against each other for this spot in our top cut. But it seems like you have made a decision, and I tend to agree with what I'm seeing here, because that looks like a really exciting match that you have chosen.
Let's have a look at the results if we can bring the graphic up to see where the votes have lied. And it is Jay Ballester versus Alejandro Mascione, and it is going to be an incredible match. We've got the Hisuian Typhlosion, the Dash Bun, the Torkoal, the King Gambit against Jay with that Weavile, the Pelipper, the Raincore, and that Tatsugiri and Dondozo. So very fun matchup. Great choices for all of you. Big props to everyone that has put a vote in, and I'm very excited to feature this one. Marcus, how are you feeling about it?
Yeah, absolutely incredible matchup. I actually had a quick look at some of these teams just in the morning to kind of have a look at what's going on out there in the metagame. And like maybe, of course, Alessandro and Jay, their teams, they have what it takes to maybe influence the metagame a little bit going forward. But I can already say that the Daxman is not the only surprise on Alessandro's team. And similarly, Jay also definitely has some tricks up their sleeves. So yeah, that's going to be an exciting match-up. Our players will be getting ready in a second. So it's hard to say what I'm expecting from this. One
thing, right back. It's rain. Yeah. Rain versus sun,
It's rain versus sun, right? It could be as easy as that, but I'm really wondering, like, what are the ways for Alessandro to deal with Dondozo? And do those ways include the Daxbun? Or maybe do they need to rely on some of their other pieces, like the Jumpluff, the Rillaboom, the Typhlosion? And because, I mean, Daxbun, of course, with its well-baked body, has great ways of boosting its defenses, but against a unover Dondozo, that might not be the smartest thing to do.
Yeah, I look at Alessandro's team, and the first thing that comes to mind is the Jumpluff that can come in onto the field, and it does have normally a lot of options to disrupt. Sleep Powder, On-Call, it can come in against that Dondozo and really disrupt that Pokemon, shut it down, and then it allows the partner next to the Jumpluff to maybe start chipping away at it and work a little bit of magic to try and get rid of that big powerhouse. Because like you say, there aren't too many options there. You're not really going to want to lean into the Hisuian Typhlosion, the Torkoal too much. The Torkoal helps because it reduces the damage of Wave Crash, of course, but I think you need options to really help mitigate that Pokemon a little bit more than just putting the stun up and trying to throw attacks out continuously, because the Dondozo is going to return with some big attacks of its own.
For sure, you need to have a good answer to Dondozo, or you will just be run over by that combination. But I think one thing that is pretty interesting to see with this is the fact that we had a look at the statistics just now, but you don't actually have to go for some of the most popular Pokemon if you want to do well at one of our events. But instead, you can come up with your own innovation, with your own tricks. And that is, I think, what we are most excited about for that upcoming match.
Yeah, exactly. And I think there's some really, those niche picks, in particular the Weavile that is on Jay's side of the field, is such an interesting choice, because we never really get to see that. We see the Sneasler more often than we've ever seen Weavile. And, I think this is a Pokemon that has a lot of potential in the format with that high speed that it does have. It has good attack as well, and the amount of different options that Pokemon has, it gets a lot of different moves that it can access, utilize, and to disrupt an opponent. Fake Tears, it gets access to that. Screech gets access. Taunt, it's really good. Fake Out, and the list goes on. Weavile is a really good Pokemon, but you know, hasn't really been fully utilized yet. Maybe Jay has been able to unlock that potential.
And then, of course, we have a couple of multi-hit moves as well that Weavile can use to really boost its allies. We've seen this countless of times, of course, in this format with Mousehold using Beat Up on Annihilate, or, for example, a Dragonite using Scale Shot on Archelodon. Weavile has a couple of options like that. They could use Beat Up on Annihilate or on Archelodon on that team. It could also go for a triple axle if you want to get really lucky, but that's maybe more for hitting the opposition and then also hitting and bypassing a focus sash, for example.
And it's really good against those multi-scale Dragonites, right? The multi-hits. Ice type attack, which has got that same type attack bonus on top of it, breaks the multi-scale with that first hit, and then that second one, it is increasing in power again.
Yes.
I would have thought you probably don't need the third one in most situations, but if you do, it's going to be enough to take down a Dragonite and single-handedly remove that Pokemon. But like you say, more importantly, deal with those Sash Pokemon so effectively. The only thing is the accuracy issues with that move. But when
it hits.
Yeah, it's a very good option, and Weavile a very good user of that. So we'll get into the match details in a minute, but we can take a look at the standings of the tournament before we get into this match to see where our players currently are, who's top in the leaderboard, and what the tournament is shaping up to look like.
So 4 players have managed the incredible feat of coming out with, after 11 rounds, with 10 wins, only 1 loss. No undefeated player left, but that's fine at this stage. I mean, hard to imagine anyone being undefeated in such a stacked field, but we got Eduardo, Marco Silva, Javier, and Giuseppe, and all of them already booked their ticket for Top Cut, but then there's a lot of players that are trying to join them.
Definitely a lot chasing that top pack for sure, and congratulations to our players that have managed to get into that top cut, secure their place, but everyone below that 4th spot will be, you know, chasing, doing everything they can to secure their place in this top cut of the Lille Regional Championships, and they're all doing so well so far. Like you say, such a stacked event with so many top names, and you can go down the list and there are just recognizable names throughout that we've been able to feature on broadcasts this weekend or past seasons. And yeah, it's so tough to make it this far in the tournament at this record. It's just incredible, and all our players need to just give themselves a big pat on the back, which I'm sure they will have, but there's still a little bit of work to do. Don't rest just yet.
You know, reigning champion also still in there, Nils Dunlop, a former champion of Europe, EOIC champion, and then also, of course, regional champion from last year. We all remember the frozen Corviknight, so he's still in it as well, but he will not be the star of the next match because our players are ready to be on stage and battle it out with their unique choices.
Yeah, and I'm really excited. I really am excited about this one. The interaction between both teams is so interesting. I think we said, strip it back, it is just a rain versus sun match, but there's so much more to this matchup than just that. But it will dictate a huge part of how both of these players do play the game, and the weather control is going to be a real key in knowing who's going to come out on top. If you can keep control of your weather, it really nullifies a lot of the things that your opponent can do. So, you know, I think you said it yesterday when we were on the desk. If you've got access to Torkoal, it does give you an advantage because of the speed of Torkoal. It's so slow, you're quite happily to lead out.
Bom, vai começar a primeira partida entre o Jess Palaster e o Alessandro Accioni. Os times estão bem legais. Eu achei uma novidade no Enviro.
Weather battles
is
the fact that once
you
put Dondozo on the field, of course you cannot switch out any longer. So you would be locked into whatever weather is there at the time, and this could be something that could come up in this match for sure. As both our players, I can assure you, this is not the matchup that they were thinking about when they were thinking about, okay, what is it going to be like playing the win and in on stream in Lille. Maybe they were thinking about, oh, I'll face like some Incineroar, Golden Go, something like that, right? But no,
These Pokemon are not part of this upcoming battle between Jay and Alessandro.
No, definitely not. I don't think we would have seen, but we'll kick off with the accomplishments of our players. Looking for those accomplishments, getting them here at the Lille Regional Championships. If they can progress through this round, they will be able to add a top finalist event to that list. But over on the other side, Alessandro has got a good arm with that top in the seniors in 2019 the World Championships. He was the seniors finalist in 2022, Bologna Special Championship top 128, and more recently last season Dortmund Regional top 8 finish, which is incredible. So very versed at this sort of level of tournament.
Yeah, Jay Ballester coming in without any achievements on our list so far, but there's definitely going to be one after this tournament. And now this match will decide whether it will say, oh yeah, he made it to phase 2, or if he will have made it into our top 16, and maybe even further than that. So this match
Tá, o time do nosso mano Jay Ballester aí, PL perdido, Choice Scarf, Annihilate de Citrus Berry, Weavile de Focus Sash, Archaludon de Assault Vest, Tatsugiri de Swift Goggles e Bondoso de Leftovers. Eu espero que tenha saído na minha voz, eu acho que saiu, né? Deixa eu só dar uma olhada se tá saindo minha voz aqui. Tá saindo minha voz, porque eu tô com retorno aqui, tá saindo minha voz.
With a Citrus Berry, no bulk up, but a taunt. Maybe this could come in handy against some of the supporting Pokemon over on Alessandro's team. And then Archaludon, a traditional attacker under a rain team. And it makes sense to me that, yeah, you would pair up Weavile with both Annihilate and Archaludon, because you can kind of use Speed Up to activate both of their respective strengths. Boost Rage Fist for Annihilate, and then boost Stamina, and therefore boost Body Press for Archaludon.
Yeah, and I really like that inclusion of the Choice Scarf item on the Pelipper. That is going to put it so much further ahead of Pokemon that are maybe normally easily outspeeded. But we are going to take a look at Alessandro's team here, and we've got the Rillaboom, that Dash Bun.
O time do mano Alessandro é Rillaboom de Life Orb, Dash Bound de Leftovers, Dash Bun, né, no caso Dash Bun de Leftovers, Turkle de Citrus Berry, Typhlosion de Hisui de Choice Specs, Jumpluff de Covid Cloak e King Gambit de Assault Vest.
And it's got the Lava Plume, the Overheat there, some big attacks, disruptive attacks as well. But then you look at that Hisuian Typhlosion with the Choice Specs item, then you combine that with the Rillaboom. Both of those Pokemon are going to be hitting extremely hard. And you've got the Dash Bun, which has got that body press. Any incoming attacks are going to activate that well-baked ability, boost that defense stat, power up that body press. But it's also a support option as well to slow opposing threats down with that Snarl, which is really nice to see. And then at the end of it, you've got Helping Hand to support partnering Pokemon like that Hisuian Typhlosion. They can really benefit from that Helping Hand, especially with that Eruption in the Sun.
Yeah, we got the dual Lava Plume, both on Torkoal and Typhlosion, to boost up Daxbun with its well-baked body ability, but also Lava Plume, a move that hits both opponents as well and has a high chance to cause burns. And of course, don't also let us burn. That is not something you would want to see.
No, it is not indeed. But we're going to start off the battle with Alessandro leading out with the Hisuian Typhlosion and that Jumpluff. And on Jay's side, we see the Weavile leading out with that Tatsugiri.
Yeah, I like Tatsugiri. It's a really unusual choice, but it's one of the Pokemon that can take on those really strong Fire-type attacks. And yeah, Jay, with a 4-time resistance to Fire-type attacks, could go ahead and just fire off, let's say, Muddy Water to hurt Typhlosion. Also, Weavile with Focus Sash can definitely take a hit, so I kind of like the start here from Jay, but it's so scary to go up against a Typhlosion in the sun, and you need to be ready to take on those powerful eruptions for sure.
Yeah, well, we are seeing a bit of a switch up here. It is the Rillaboom coming onto the field for Alejandro, and they are going to enter the fray, set up that grassy terrain, which is going to be really beneficial for getting some of that health back throughout this battle, and starting off in fashion here with a Terastallization, and it will be onto the Jumpluff because of the threat from the Triple Axle on the opposite side on the Weavile. It is going to revert to a water type going forward in this match, which will help out immensely. But no ice type attack and knockoff coming out into that slot and going to remove that precious cover cloak item as a sleep powder in return onto the Weavile and shut that really fast defensive option down. But it does leave the Tatsugiri open to go for a big attack, and it is a Draco Meteor and a massive miss into the jump love. The double up into that slot, not paying off. Really unfortunate for Jake, but Alejandro gets away with it.
Yeah, that's very impactful because that attack would have definitely knocked out Jump Love, and then well, Weavile is asleep, but then you could maybe pivot into Dondozo as we see. Yeah, with the Tatsugiri on the field, of course, it's coming with its partner in crime, Dondozo, waiting there in the back.
Eu vou fazer o seguinte, eu vou precisar dar uma saída aqui pra comprar pão. Eu já volto rapidinho, tá? Fiquem com a live enquanto isso.
That Pokemon to sleep, but we were talking about Life Orb Rillaboom. That's going to do so much damage now.
It is. We are seeing the Tatsugiri threatened by that Rillaboom go for a protect here, but the Grassy Glide into the Weavile want to target down that slot, and you can see how much damage it is doing with that Life Orb boosting the attack there, and no, Weavile is going to stay asleep after the guaranteed turn, and the Tailwind now set by that Jump Bluff, giving an advantage to Alejandro on the speed side, so that Rillaboom the next turn is going to be outspeeding the Weavile and that Tatsugiri that has just protected.
Yeah, great turn by Alessandro, getting speed control ready while also doing a ton of damage to Weavile, ignoring Tatsugiri that could have gone for a Draco Meteor to knock out Jump Bluff, but was a little bit too scared because, of course, if you lose Tatsugiri, then your whole strategy around Dondozo, Tatsugiri, and Commander would not work anymore.
Well, with the threat that's on the field and a potential wake-up from Weavile, we're seeing a Rage Powder from that Jump Bluff now to protect the Rillaboom as a Woodhammer chosen into that Tatsugiri slot. That's now a Pelipper coming onto the field and will be taken down with one fell swoop. A huge knockout, taking full advantage of these Tailwind turns. And the question is the Weavile going to wake up? It is not. It is going to stay napping for another turn.
Yeah, this is a huge, huge pickup by Alessandro because it means that now with Pelipper down, Jump Bluff could just go ahead and set up Sunny Day to counteract, or Torkoal could switch in from the back. So Jay forced into Dondozo. Maybe now is the time to combine. Maybe now is the time to go ahead and go for order up to maybe knock out Jump Bluff. But with that terrestrialization into water, not only did it help against a potential triple axle, but it also meant that Jump Bluff is grounded, so it was enjoying a little bit of grassy terrain recovery in these turns, and now it seems to be healthy enough to maybe take an order up from this range. Yeah, Jay really has to hope that going for this attack now knocks out Jump Bluff.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that we would say here is that the terrestrialization in this situation on the Dondozo to get it away from that grass weakness is a real double-edged sword, right? Because you go for it, yeah, you get around the Rillaboom threat, but the other big threat that we're going to see is that Sun mode. Typhlosion and that Torkoal. The Torkoal coming onto the field now and setting the Sun, and that will be here for the remainder of the battle. No Pelipper to overwrite that. So for the next 5 turns, it will be shining bright. Now Jay mixing things up, taking that Weavile out of the fray as the Tatsugiri enters the field and activates that Commander ability, giving the Omni boost to the Dondozo. All of those boosts across each and every stat and will be coming very powerful, but it will be on its own for the next few turns. Can it make any sort of headway here as we are seeing that terrestrialization locked in? Jay deciding it's time to go into a grass type to get away from that Rillaboom. So an even stronger switch from Alejandro to bring the Torkoal onto the field that is now going to be able to threaten with those boosted attacks, those fire type attacks from the Sun.
Yeah, with the grass typing, you get to ignore Sleep Powder and Rage Powder, but because Torkoal switched in and the Sun is up, this Wave Crash just not quite doing the damage that Dondozo needed here. And because we also have grassy terrain still on the field, it means that Earthquake also won't be that effective. So a lot of the damage from Dondozo just cut in half right there. And with Torkoal having Citrus Berry available, with this Dondozo now being terrestrialized into a grass type and with Sun being up, it just feels like Alessandro has found a really, really great spot. And it all came down to Jumpluff making it through the first couple of turns here.
Yeah, and we are seeing a switch up already from Alejandro. Done the job with Jumpluff as the Rillaboom is going to make its way back onto the field. You're thinking for Alejandro, they may want to get that Typhlosion out into a safe position. The order up coming out. It is going to give it a hack boost to that Dondozo, but here it is. There's the disruption starting, the support from that Torkoal as a Yawn comes into it, and it will only be a matter of time before that Dondozo takes a little nap, and that might be enough for Alejandro to get the board position that they require to start getting rid of this big threat on Jay's side of the field.
Yeah, and now you have Rillaboom on the field. You can go for Fake Out, you can flinch Dondozo, then Dondozo has to take a nap, and yeah, you can use that time to reposition into your Typhlosion, and then you have the perfect opportunity against a sleeping Dondozo in the sun that is terrestrialized to grass, that cannot switch out. And yeah, do you think that's just going to be like a clean one-hit KO from Typhlosion?
I don't know. It will be very close. I mean, when you look at the choice specs item, the sun there boosting everything, single target attack. It's not single target attack because it counts the Tatsugiri, of course, as well. But the way that Alejandro is kind of dictating play here, forcing the protect there. So now the Yawn is going to kind of set in, and Dondozo is asleep, of course. The Typhlosion in such a strong position where you can just fire off an attack, maybe get the Jumpluff out, like we're seeing the Rillaboom retreat now, and then be able to set that Tailwind up to keep that Typhlosion if the Dondozo wakes up in a really good spot. Dondozo gonna have that guaranteed sleep turn here, and it leaves the Typhlosion. Eruption coming out. How much damage will it do to this grass type Dondozo? Oh, a huge knockout, more than enough. Yes, and Alejandro maybe knowing that calculation already. There's the double-edged sword, though. That grass terrestrialization not beneficial in any way for that the Dondozo in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Dondozo tried to get away from Sleep Powder from Jumpluff by terrestrializing into grass, but then, yeah, eventually Alessandro was like, okay, well, that is only one of my ways to put Dondozo to sleep, then brings in Torkoal, uses Yawn, and sets up this perfect checkmate, taking game one convincingly.
Very convincingly, yes. Just really dictating the play and pinning in Jay in a lot of situations. And really, I think, utilizing not only first in that match, the Rillaboom to put the pressure onto the Dondozo when it entered the field, but really well utilization of that Jumpluff to really shut down a lot of those faster threats on Jay's side. And the Weavile, as soon as that goes to sleep, makes life so much easier for the Jumpluff. And you can see what Jay was trying to do, get rid of that Covert Cloak on the Jumpluff, so later on in the game, if you preserve the Weavile, you can come in, you can fake it out, you can slow it down, especially if you haven't got control of the weather. But then getting no utility out of that Pelipper comes in just to be knocked out. It was very difficult, and I think Jay's hand was almost forced there, because if you lose the Tatsugiri in that situation, then, well, your Dondozo's half as effective, and it wasn't that effective anyway. So I think Jay needs to reevaluate. If you're Jay going into this next game, what are you doing, Marcus?
So the first question that I would ask myself is it even worth to go for Dondozo against this team? Because, yeah, you were just talking about it. The fact that with Dondozo and Tatsugiri, you're kind of limiting your options in terms of switching around, because, yeah, you cannot really afford to lose either of those pieces, meaning that your Pelipper all of a sudden would become a little bit more of a, like, switch in that you have to take sometimes, but losing Pelipper means that you also lose the ability to change the weather. So I feel like instead of going for a Dondozo, now we've seen, okay, Alessandro has a plan into this. He's probably played against Dondozo teams a couple of times at least. And between the Life Orb Rillaboom exerting pressure with the Jumpluff in the sun, Terra Water, like that all just looks really, really strong into Dondozo. So I wouldn't be surprised if Jay decided to leave Dondozo behind, maybe focus more on Annihilate, for example, since Unaware, since with Beat Up, you would be able to boost Rage Fists to a power level where then maybe it can deal even with some of the Pokemon over on Alessandro's side, like that Torkoal or Rillaboom. And I think the Pokemon that I might be most scared about actually when leaving Dondozo behind is that Darkspan, because if Darkspan can be set up with a couple of boosts to its defense...
You want that Unaware ability, really, don't you?
Exactly. But I just feel like with how game one went, if I were Jay, I would try to go with a game plan that does not involve the Dondozo.
Got to remember as well, there was that Draco Meteor miss, so if that had hit the jump bluff, things might have turned out a little bit differently. But we are seeing the same lead here from Jay with that Weavile and the Tatsugiri. Bit of a change up on Alejandro's side with the Hisuian Typhlosion, same lead, Typhlosion and the jump bluff here. So the same exact situation. Are we going to see things play out exactly the same as before? Is that jump bluff going to terrestrialize here, or can you maybe get an advantage with a triple axle into that slot instead of the knockoff? It was really good to double up into it, but if you do connect with both those attacks, or if you can kind of get this move right, it can pay off dividends. The problem is, though, if you do concentrate too heavily on that jump bluff, then the Hisuian Typhlosion's left unchecked, and it can get a free eruption off, which the Weavile in particular is not going to enjoy taking.
Yeah, though with the Focus Sash and with Tatsugiri's resistance, it might actually be fine for Jay to take that attack. So I wouldn't be surprised if Jay just went after jump bluff. We know jump bluff cannot protect. We know Tatsugiri will make it through the turn pretty much no matter what. And if you can knock out jump bluff, that would be a big, big win for Jay.
Well, there's the knockoff. It is going to remove the Covert Cloak item as Sleep Powder in return, but this time it is not going to connect. The Weavile avoiding that attack as the Draco Meat. It does connect, and it plays out in Game 2 exactly like Jay wanted in Game 1, and able to remove that big threat and jump bluff early on in Turn 1.
Yeah, so now this time, Alessandro, not fortunate with the accuracy here. Sleep Powder missing Weavile and jump bluff being knocked out, but not before setting Tailwind. So Alessandro does have speed control. We have Rillaboom on the field once again, and this is the Life Orb variant. With Terra Stella, that would just do so much damage to anything. And we also have the potential of a fake out into Weavile as well. Weavile does not have Protect, so that is something to be aware of as well. While Typhlosion maybe just goes for an Eruption in this spot potentially. But then, can you maybe... I guess the question is, where do you want to target? You cannot guarantee 2 knockouts this turn if you're Alessandro. So you need to kind of predict, okay, what's the move going to be for Jay?
And you do have to be careful about that Ghost Terrestrialization on the Weavile there, because if you fake out into it and expect to shut down or stop that Weavile this turn, it can go against you with that Dark Threat on Jay's side of the field. And it's exactly what we're seeing. Ghost Terrestrialization to avoid any fake out threat from that Rillaboom that's entered the field on Alessandro's side, and it is going to be a huge threat into that Hisuian Typhlosion. But in response to maybe that threat, we are seeing another Terrestrialization, and this time it is into the Rillaboom, and it will be going for that Stellar Terrestrialization, boosting all of those attacks on its side of the field, on top of the Life Orb held item that it has got access to. Helping Hand coming out from the Tatsugiri, going to further boost the attacks on that Weavile. But are we going to see a fake out? No fake out. It is a Grassy Glide. Is it going to be enough to get the Tatsugiri in? It is. Wow, what a big knockout here. Some big return from that Rillaboom, but it does leave this Weavile open to going for an attack. Maybe Alessandro thinking because of the pressure, is going to switch out, knock off into that Typhlosion, and more than enough super effective damage to take that big threat down. So trade for trade, Marcus.
Yeah, so with Terra Ghost here, Weavile guarantees that it will get to move, as even that Grassy Glide from the Terra Stella Rillaboom might have brought down Weavile to Focus Sash. But with that, and with Weavile being the fastest Pokemon on the field, it just could take the knockout there on Typhlosion, and because Jump Bluff went down without setting up Tailwind, Weavile is the fastest Pokemon, and so the Dondozo strategy was disrupted. Tatsugiri went out, but how do you stop this Weavile from just taking another knockout this turn with Triple Axle on Rillaboom?
Well, the Rillaboom going after the Weavile here. Not enough to take it down to the Sash, but doing a respectable amount of damage. In return, though, the Triple Axle, how many hits? 1, 2, and is it going to get the third? Does. It is going to be a knockout, and that Rillaboom is disposed of pretty quickly from the Weavile. But again, the Dondozo protecting. It hasn't got its partner in Tatsugiri any longer available, and this Torkoal left open to go for a big attack. Is it going to be the Lava Plume, or is it going to be the Eruption? Either the Overheat, it is into the Weavile, and with the initial damage that it had taken from the Grassy Glide, 11 HP was not enough for it to survive that sun-boosted Overheat from the Torkoal. So the Weavile has got some good value, though. It has been able to take down 2 big threats on Alejandro's side of the field.
And now, this time, Pelipper was saved until the very end, and it starts to rain. And poor little Torkoal staring down to water type Pokemon. There is nothing Alessandro can do at this point, and Jay ties up the series.
Yeah, really well played from Jay. Great adjustment coming in, and we can see the difference to that Draco Meteor connecting made in this game. It missed in that first game. The Sleep Powder as well missing. It's really something that makes it a lot more difficult for Alejandro if you cannot dispatch of that Weavile quicker, because it is going to be able to get those big attacks off like we saw, and because of its sheer speed and that security of the Choice Scarf item, it can take at least one attack, leaving it open to potentially removing a lot of those big threats on Alejandro's side of the field in that Rillaboom, in the Hisuian Typhlosion. And once those pieces fall, things become very, very difficult.
Yeah, so I really wonder what these players are now thinking for the third and final game of the series that will decide who of them moves on into Top Cut, because now we've had 2 turn ones where, yeah, something went wrong for one of our players. In the first game, we saw Draco Meteor miss Jumpluff, and that just gave Alessandro enough room to breathe. And then in the second game, we saw, of course, Sleep Powder miss Weavile, and then all of a sudden Weavile was left unchecked. So it seems like Jay is saying, okay, you know what? I am fine with the same kind of outcome, or just going for the same play again, because with Weavile being just naturally so fast, it puts on so much pressure on Jumpluff, also on Typhlosion with knockoff. And Alessandro is opting out of that mind game now, bringing Torkoal and Typhlosion right away, but that just seems very scary if Jay just switches in Pelipper.
Yeah, and it looks exactly what is going to happen here as that Weavile leaves the field now. Pelipper coming onto the field. Going to get that Drizzle ability activated, override the Sun, and set that Rain, which is going to benefit the Tatsugiri as well. The Torkoal not in the best spot, so in response to that, we are seeing the Typhlosion switch out, the dash button hit the field, Muddy Water fired out from this Tatsugiri, boosted by the Rain, enough to take down the Torkoal, and Jay already solidifying the weather is going to be in their control for the rest of this game with that drought ability gone. The dash button coming in, taking lots of damage as well from that Muddy Water. Not something that Alejandro would have liked to have been played out.
Yeah, now Jumpluff would have been the last chance for Alessandro to set up the Sun with Sunny Day, but the last Pokemon they brought is Rillaboom, and this is such a great start for Jay. Using Tatsugiri offensively, such a nice identification there that if you switch in Pelipper, override the weather, Muddy Water just deals with anything that Alessandro can kind of have on the field at this point, and knocking out Torkoal in one hit is such a huge swing of this battle.
Yeah, and I think the Rillaboom as well on Alejandro's side maybe is going to be forced to terrestrialize, go for a Grassy Glide, and hope that you get that Pelipper, because of the Choice Scarf item there will be speedier than the Rillaboom, able to get a guaranteed Hurricane into that slot, and being a more offensive Rillaboom, has it got the defensive capabilities that we're used to seeing on it, or will that Hurricane just be enough to take it down? If you lose that piece of your team now at this stage, it's going to be really, really difficult for Alejandro to come back. So this next turn, really pivotal, and in response to that knockout from that turn 1, Rillaboom is going for that Stellar Terrestrialization. Is that what we're going to see, Marcus? Is it going to be that Grassy Glide, and will it be enough into the Pelipper? Well, the Tatsugiri feels very threatened here, doesn't want to take any attacks. Protect coming out, going to keep itself safe for at least one turn, and in response to that, the Dash Bun as well does not want to take another one of those Muddy Waters. Grassy Glide, though, boosted by that Stellar Terra type, and it will be into the Pelipper, and it won't be enough. The Pelipper managing to hang on, and that Rillaboom is now a sitting duck indeed for that Hurricane that comes out, and it will be enough to pick up the knockout. That is a huge, huge pickup by Jay, taking a massive advantage in this game 3.
Absolutely crucial for Pelipper to make it through that turn and get the knockout with Hurricane as well. This could not have gone any better for Jay, as now there's still a full Dondozo waiting in the back as well. I feel like Darkspawn was a cute idea here for a game 3, but it seems like now, under the rain, Typhlosion, that is not what you want to bring on the battlefield. Of course, Pelipper with Choice Scarf could just decide to swap out and come back in later for some powerful Muddy Waters. But now it's really just Jay's choice. How do you want to end this battle? But it's just over.
And our winner will be Jay Balistan, and we'll be moving into the top cut of the regional championships here in Lille after a dominating show in that game 3. What a match. So fast-paced, back and forward, trading blows between each other until the very end, and Jay coming out on top, winning the weather war with the Pelipper coming in and making the difference.
Yeah, Alessandro throwing in the towel there, knowing that there was no way to come back from this disastrous position there. Down 2v4 and then also playing under your opponent's favorite weather in the rain. That was not going to work. So Alessandro is like, okay, well, it was a good run, and finishing the tournament here with 9-3. That is an amazing result for Daxbun.
Oh, amazing result, yeah. And I mean, if you are Alejandro, that was a really tough matchup. And I think we saw in game 1, they got pretty much most of the turns right. They got a bit fortunate in the respect that there was that Draco Meteor miss early on. And I think if that had connected, maybe the game would have turned out a little bit differently. We got to see that play out in game 2, and you know, that was a bit different. The Rillaboom so effective, though, with that stellar terrestrialization, and then the double-edged sword of that terrestrialization chosen from Jay with the Dondozo. Yes, you get around the threat from the Rillaboom, but at the same time, that terrestrialization puts you in harm's way of all those fire-type attacks that were your downfall in game 1. Turn game 2, we get that Draco Meteor hit. The Jump Bluff way less effective and didn't hit that Sleep Powder as well. Then the Rillaboom comes in, does kind of claw things back, but just falls to that Weavile that was able to dispose of the Hisuian Typhlosion in one fell swoop, and then that Rillaboom after that. And then game 3, the positioning of the Pelipper, that Choice Scarf coming into play. Amazing adjustments from Jay after that game 1 loss, where it must have felt like things were slipping away, but not giving up, determined, and turning it around and becoming our winner of that last round. Incredible.
Yeah, we were talking about Weavile as this kind of maybe support Pokemon going for beat up to boost up its allies, but it was really an offensive threat there, and yeah, really proved as to why maybe it still has some merit to be used over Sneasler.
It was really good, yeah. It put on a lot of pressure, you know. I think the Jump Bluff didn't have the Suns, that Chlorophyll ability wasn't active, and in that scenario, then it is so susceptible to whatever the Weavile wants to do. Yeah, you can get around the fake out with the cover cloak, but if you don't terrestrialize, you're really susceptible to that triple axle, and even if you do, you're taking over 50% damage from a knockoff, and like we saw with double up, you can only get so much value out of it if you are getting doubled up into. And yeah, Jay really identifying that and taking full advantage of it. He just needed to hit those attacks, which was just a bit unfortunate in game 1 where that Draco Meteor missed, but when it does connect, we saw how it was just a little bit too much, a little bit overwhelming for Alejandro. And I think as well, the terrestrialization on the Dondozo game 1 was probably because of the scenario and how things had played out. A normal situation, you'd probably go with something else. But yeah, I really enjoyed seeing the Weavile, and it is an offensive threat. I mean, that's what I kind of know as from, you know, Generation 4. When it first came onto the scene, it was a big offensive threat, but it does have a lot of utility as well and ways to disrupt opposing teams. Not only that, but you can't ignore it as a threat on its own.
Yeah, and that's a great point that you mentioned there about this first game, because yeah, it was a quite unusual situation there with that Draco Meteor miss, meaning that Jump Bluff made it through that turn. And yeah, if we can jump into that point of the game again and talk a little bit about how Alessandro was then able to use this kind of room to breathe that they got because Jump Bluff made it through the turn and the offensive pressure that they were exerting.
Yeah, and I think an analysis of this is quite key. We got to kind of see things play out in game 2 slightly differently, but then it would have been great to see the Sleep Powder connect and the Draco Meteor connect, because then we would have been able to get a real true gauge of these moves. But I mean, that's the thing as well. A lot of the times with these moves, there is that high risk, high reward, where if they do land, it is maybe game changing, and if they don't, then it also is game changing, but in a more negative kind of aspect. But I think, yeah, those two situations really hinged a lot on how the rest of the match played out. But I think it still comes back down to the fact that Jay was able to kind of not let that affect their game plan. They were quite, you know, convinced that lead of the Weavile, the Tatsugiri, was the best way to approach it. But like you say, Marcus, let's take a look at the match itself, and we can have a look at some scenarios and how things did play out and the different effects that different options missing might have had in game.
Yeah, so we pulled up a situation here in the very, very first game. This is just going to the right spot. This is when turn 2, right? We just had Weavile take a little bit of a nap there, right? So Weavile is asleep after sleep powder. And now the pressure is all over in Alessandro's court. And with this Rillaboom, presumably being so fast, then Jumpluff setting up Tailwind, and we have a huge threat here on Tatsugiri, which just protected our the previous turn. And so I think what Jay kind of had to do there was switch out the Tatsugiri, because if Tatsugiri goes down, then your whole plan around Dondozo just falls apart. But we know that the Pokemon in the back for Jay, they were Pelipper and Dondozo, and so you really had to make a choice that, yeah, there's no good option here, because the powerful Wood Hammer from Life Orb Rillaboom, that's gonna hit the slot no matter what. And we see it as we then continue to play the clip. In the end, Jay decided to swap back and go into Pelipper, but yeah, as we could expect here in this spot, Alessandro smart enough to identify that this is a perfect opportunity to launch this powerful Wood Hammer. And yeah, that just then is knocking out Pelipper in one hit. This then spiraled into yeah, Alessandro getting that weather advantage with the rain, and eventually they were able to take that game. So really instructive to kind of see how Alessandro was using the opportunity that they had, and how Jay's team did not actually have the defensive synergy to kind of come out of a bad spot. Instead, it feels like Jay's team is more constructed to be in the driving seat and to really kind of play the game with the offensive momentum being in your side of the field, having the fast Weavile, for example, to put on offensive pressure. But then when Jay was in a spot where the pressure was on them, yeah, their team is not built to have these defensive switches. There was no like Incineroar waiting in the back to switch into this Wood Hammer, so Jay had to let one Pokemon go down, and with that, kind of the whole kind of strategy just fell apart in game one.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at the opposite side of the field. Alejandro's still having that Torkoal in the back to bring in at any point, right? And once the Pelipper is disposed of, it's really difficult to kind of make any sort of momentum swing to get back into the game. And like you say, and I think you said it between games 1 and games 2, the Tatsugiri Dondozo is great at combination, but it adds to what you're saying here. It limits the ability of what you can do. And when you look at really outside the Tatsugiri Dondozo, well, your other 2 Pokemon are Weavile and then the Scarf Pelipper, and both of those are not Pokemon renowned for being able to take many attacks. So yeah, it really makes it difficult, and you've got, like Jay has to do, is stay on that front foot. And why they probably led so offensively in all 3 games, because they knew if they could get rid of the one thing that could disrupt that flaw in the Jumpluff, then they would have an easier way around it. So yeah, really well analyzed, Marcus. Loved it.
Yeah, but then of course,
nice drawings as well.
Thank you. But then in games 2 and 3, Jay was able to come back, of course, and put Dondozo in better positions, use Tatsugiri and Weavile especially, and now, of course, they must be over the moon, having made it into Top Cut. So let's hear what Jay has to say about this.
Welcome back, trainers. We're here with a winner and the player guaranteeing their spot in our asymmetrical Top Cut. Jay, how are you feeling right now?
Wow, I'm feeling amazing. I'm ecstatic. I didn't expect anything at all.
It's the first time day 2 as well.
Yeah, it's my first day 2 and my first Top Cut, yes.
Yeah, so this has been such a great tournament already for you.
Yes.
And what a great match for your last round of Swiss. Tell us about it. Like, after game 1, when it didn't go your way, the Draco Meteor didn't connect, your Weavile stayed asleep,
yes,
the Dondozo got KO'd. Coming back to game 2 and game 3, what was going through your mind?
Well, my rivals team was a bit weird. I had played against similar teams, but not this exact version. So I had a few ideas. I know Lead Tatsu is my best bet, and if I KO the Jumpluff, then I can play the game.
Yeah.
But when I missed, it was a bit over already. But yeah, it was interesting.
So your plan for game 2 was like, just try to KO the Jumpluff at all costs. You managed to do that. You dodged the sleep powder as well.
Yeah, that was good, yeah.
Which was really helpful.
Yes.
Were you worried when the Rillaboom went for his Terracella, like, started going well on the offensive?
Yes, because I expected it to actually KO my Pelipper at some point, and it hung on, which was helpful. I think at the point, if I get with Dondozo in after Jumpluff is out, it's fine. But yeah, that relay bomb is scary with the life orb.
Yeah, I had to look again when I was watching the match.
Yeah.
Oh, it is life
Yeah.
orb. That's kind of scary. Okay, and then in game 3, everything just went your way.
Yeah.
You had the Pelipper in the back, you brought the rain in, and you just absolutely dominated.
Yeah, when I saw the lead, I saw if I connect the Moody, I think it's okay.
Yeah.
And then it hit, and yeah.
And then the muddy water button, you click it and you think, oh no.
Yeah, it's always a bit scary clicking that move, but when it works, it works.
And it worked so well for you. Okay, so let's zoom out to your team. Because this is pretty unique.
Yes, okay.
And the Dondozo Tatsugiri thing is something that I've been predicting for this tournament. Tell me about Dondozo Tatsugiri across the tournament for you.
Yeah, look, Dondozo might be my favorite new mon. I mean, I've been playing it a lot since I started playing back again in regionals and BGC in general. And in this regulation, it's quite hard to play Dondozo with this much haste with Dragonite and all that. So I stopped playing it for a while, but then I found Weavile, and then the pieces kind of click together. So it's the matches where I can bring Dondozo, I can bring the other mode, and it works better than I would expect. And Dondozo, if the opponent doesn't have a way to clear it, it just runs with the game.
I really like that because, and I think this is important for trainers at home, Dondozo maybe has turned into a mode of a team rather than a Dondozo team. And you've got the other 4 Pokemon are a great team on its own as well. Really like the way that's gone. So looking forward to the rest of the season, what are your plans going forward?
Well, this tournament already went way better than I expected. I have already Stuttgart booked, so I'm planning to play that. And then UIC and maybe Seville and a few more regionals, yes.
Okay, well, we're excited to see what you're bringing to those. Who's been helping you back at home?
Well, I have a lot of friends that are watching me now. I have David, Mark, and John here, and everyone in Mallorca and Madrid. It's a lot of people that I had a lot of help with this, yes.
You know who you are at home. Well, Jay, congratulations for making our asymmetrical top cut.
Thank you.
We're going to let you rest up for when that gets going. And in the meantime, trainers, stay tuned because we'll be right back with our top cut here at the Lille Regional Championships. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We have the pleasure of being joined by Simon van der Borret. And Simon, you are a fantastic member of the community, not only a player in multiple titles, but also a judge. And that's really what we want to get a little bit of insight from you today. Tell us, player or judge, how did you get started?
Well, I first got started as a player, as most people do, but afterwards getting interested in more judging, in trying to be able to help people really and be able to guide people as well. Being a judge has a lot of properties to it, where there's organizing, but there's active judging. You are a cornerstone of the community and you're quite important in that regard. So I try to help as many people as I can with that judge status then.
Yes, are there any specifics about judging, sort of some elements in the role that you most prefer?
What I do prefer is being able to say hello to everyone again, coming back to these events as well, and being able to provide as much help as possible, because there are situations, of course, where you have to resolve a problem that occurred. For example, in TCG, you can have a lot of player faults, or even for VGC, where players get a disconnect, and try to just go through it, explain it carefully, and then you do feel like you're being helpful at least.
Very much so. I mean, I know as a player myself, having those judges on hand to support everybody is a really important part of keeping the tournament moving. And speaking of tournaments, it's not just small events that you've been a judge in, but also large tournaments, regionals, internationals. Tell us what the difference is between judging in those sort of smaller events and also making internationals carry on working as efficiently as they do.
So judging at a regional is a bit different than at a local because you still have your fellow judge there, but at the regional you have multiple judges with the same mindset where they just want to make the event run as smooth as possible and as fun as possible as well, because you have side events, you have the main tournament as well, you have even MSSs or cups on the side as well where the judges also have to be part of as well. And it's a big integrated system where it's quite nice to see how you're just a cog in that machine to make a regional work as well as it does.
So I think you touched on it quite well there. You're sort of part of this big support system for all the players, and you're able to sort of answer any sort of queries or uncertainties that any players do have. But I'm going to touch on something that you mentioned, side events. So how have you actually judged a side event yourself?
Yep.
Have you been able to actually host any particular different type of one? Because I'm sort of more interested in actually finding out what kind of side events we actually host at these tournaments.
Well, there's quite a few. A fan favorite of mine is Pick a Pack, where everyone gets one pack and have to play with a certain Pokemon, and you have a small deck to play with each other. You can play that in small groups. Another one is the Chaos Cup, which is of
chaotic.
Course, it's always interesting because you have these grand players every time making teams to have a different view of VGC sometimes, where sometimes you can find something interesting in that regard, where you're not playing with every Urshifu or Fluttermane, but suddenly you have a Florges and you have to deal with that.
I mean, Florges is like your favorite Pokemon, right?
It is my favorite Pokemon, and you know, I do want to talk more about Florges, but traders, that is all we've got time for today. So whether you're involved in playing a tournament, judging a tournament, playing and coming along to compete in the side events as well, there is so much more than just playing in the competitive circuit. But that's all we've got time for. We're going to be getting back to the action very soon.
Soy Zainus y soy de Perú. Mi primer compañero sería Pikachu, porque vi una parte del anime y vi que es un buen amigo. Fue de hecho por una amiga, compañera, que me enseñó el juego, lo jugué y me gustó mucho. Mi primera competencia fue en el 2022, en la Copa Mensual de enero. Solía admirar a Mashio, un jugador de Japón que juega el rol de atacante. Mi rol es ofensivo, atacante. Aprendí a hacer nuevos amigos y a confiar mucho en mis compañeros. Algo que podría mejorar sería mi posicionamiento en las peleas y seguir siendo mejor. Fue más que todo los picks, ver los picks que llevaron el día de ayer. Vimos que jugaban mucho Sarina y a la vez Config con el Zoroark, entonces decidimos poner esos picks. Creo que en este match fue la mayor parte Anemo, porque aparte de que menciona mucho sobre los picks en el momento del draft, y porque también en este momento no estuvimos del todo muy bien. Sí, hay un Pokémon que me molestaba mucho y era la Leafeon, solo eso, porque sentí que podía borrarme en cualquier momento y tenía que cuidarme de eso. Mi plan para counterar la Leafeon era bien piquearlo en la fase de picks o jugando a la Blissey.
Blissey and Leafeon are snatched up by Peru immediately.
Estuve de hecho en dos finales, una el año pasado que fue contra el mismo equipo de ahora Z Division, que antes se hacían llamar Cavicians, y llegamos a ganar la EOF Cup, y la segunda fue en EWIC, fue una final contra Luminosity, el cual ellos ganaron. No, mi momento decisivo fue la última partida, porque sentí mucha confianza cuando le quitamos el Mewtwo al jugador a su atacante de ellos.
We are Peru. They eyed their way in. Rayquaza's low. It's a turn. It's a turn. The time ticks down. 5 more seconds. 2, 1. Peru unite. Are your world champions.
representar Perú y fue demasiada emoción y muy inspirador. Es algo inexplicable lo que se siente, pero a la vez me siento muy alegre. Que nunca se rindan, que sigan sobresaliendo a pesar de los errores, y todo esfuerzo tiene un buen final.
Well, trainers, you're probably wondering how I got my hands on all of these fantastic goodies. Welcome to the prize wall here at the Lille Regional Championships. Got my Articuno hat, arguably my favorite ever legendary, getting into the spooky season with this fluffy Gengar backpack, and of course, our big Giratina here. And I've got my buddy here, Leander, to talk to us about what exactly the prize wall is. Now, I'm going to put this down, because otherwise I won't be able to interview you. So, Leander, thank you for talking to us today. Tell us a little bit more about the prize wall.
Yeah, so for the prize wall, it's mainly for, especially for players to play when they play side events. We have the on-demand and scheduled events. You get prize tickets here there, and when you get your tickets, you cost one something for that. And the prize was the place to be. You can fulfill your heart with plushies, with pins, with ETBs, booster packs, stuff for video game. Everything, every Pokemon heart that wants something gets something here. So yeah, it's just fantastic to get the joy out of the event, especially.
Absolutely, it's not just the main event on offer. If you want to come and have a bit more of a chill weekend, then you can participate in these side events, maybe win some fantastic prizes. But speaking of the side events, Leander, how do they work? What do you have on offer?
So how do they work? So we have, if you want just some small, quick games, we have on-demand events. These are just 4-player pods. You can group up with a group of 4. You can also meet up with new players you never met before. Play a quick, fun, free game side event, gets you points. But if you also want to go bigger, we have our scheduled events. Like for the video game, we have our Chaos Cup, that's always fantastic. We have a Malamar Cup. We have our fantastic Sisterhood event in the afternoon. We also have a challenge if you still want your championship points, so what's your qualification. So everything you need, everything you'd like, you can do. Of course, also for the trading card game and Pokemon Go, it's all of that is there. You can sign up online for these events. You can sign up at our side events, Hive, around the corner of the prize wall. And yeah, if you play, you compete, you win tickets, you get prizes. That's basically how it all works.
So exciting, and I have participated in a Chaos Cup before, and yeah, they are chaotic, but a lot of fun. We have sort of themed teams there, you know, like only Ice-type Pokemon, for example, on team, only Bug-type Pokemon, and you're matched up against other trainers rocking that same thing. I love Malamar Cup too, especially with Mega Malamar recently joining the fray. Leander, can I ask you one more question? If you could choose any one of these prizes, what would you choose?
I mean, probably often, Squishmallow, Piplup over there. I mean, it's just squishy. It's so cool. It's the most fun. Yeah, I'd love someone to get it. Honestly, it's so cool.
But how on earth are they going to pack it to take it home with them? That's the question.
I mean, if you want it, you can get it, and if you really want it, you find a way to get it home. Let's be real.
Exactly. Yeah. The heart will find a way. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's going to give some good hugs. Well, Leander, thank you so much for talking to us today. Hope you enjoy the rest of day 2 here at the Lille Regional Championships. But now we'll get back to the main action.
Kevin Hahn, this is his first year in the seniors division. 1 game away from being a world champion for the second time. Double KO!
Absolutely incredible!
My name is Kevin Hahn, and I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'd like to say that my first game was Sword and Shield, because my brother didn't play for me. And my first tournament, it was more of a family vacation. I got top 8, but it was a 7-player regional, and my only win was the bye. I put that experience on the side. Until 2022, tournaments were starting to pop up again, and my brother really wanted to go to Secaucus, and we made it a family trip. I actually made top 8, and it wasn't a 7-player regional this time. When my brother won NESC, that's when it really kicked in. I was like, wow, that's so cool. I want to be just like that. That World Championship, my parents convinced me to go. I ended up making it to top cut. I think that was the beginning of my Pokemon era. My brother helped me with every move, but after that, I started to practice on my own, and I kept pushing and pushing, and here I am today. During 2023, I put high expectations on myself. It didn't end up working out the way I expected. I got second at Orlando, which is really good. I was just so focused and tunnel visioned on just winning. I even threw my medal on the floor, which is really, really bad. In the moment, I was just so sad because I was so close. At Worlds that year, I didn't do very well. It was very tough for me. Seeing my brother so happy felt a little weird because I felt like I couldn't enjoy competitive Pokemon like others did. I talked with therapists and family members about it. They all told me to keep going. There's always next year. Try to put less pressure on yourself. And I did. The 2024 season was amazing for me. Don't overwork yourself. Don't force yourself to practice. You should really enjoy it. That gave me a new sense of fun and enjoyment from the game, and then that's what pushed me through. At UIC, NEIC, and even Worlds, I won them all, which is insane to me. My number one goal this season, I thought was pretty ambitious, was to win a regional. After Atlanta, I was like, okay, I can enjoy my first year of being a senior. My team has not an amazing matchup spread into most of the field, but it gives you a lot of options, and there's never an unwinnable matchup. You have First Guard Miraidon, which can make a sort of speed sandwich. You're faster with your Miraidon outside of Trick Room, and you're faster with your Calyrex Ice inside of Trick Room.
Kevin Hahn is undefeated, and now just one match away. The energy here has just been electric.
My toughest match is probably finals. There's so much nerve up on the stage.
He was the junior world champion. So much pressure to come now into this new age group.
It's one of the matchups where playing safe doesn't get you anywhere, and it's the easiest way to lose. I had to get a lot of predictions right, and whenever I practiced it with my friends and my brother's friends, I got destroyed. The most memorable moment was when Calyrex picked up the 2 KOs at the end.
That is the Glacial Land!
Wow, flawless victory from Kevin!
So much noise, so much screaming. It felt unreal. I had done it. I had become a back-to-back world champion. It still hasn't sunk in, but I feel like I've done something amazing.
Caraca, eu fui fazer minhas coisas e não terminou ainda, né? Meu Deus do céu. Deixa eu só ver uma coisa, porque eu acabei não vendo a partida, né? O fato que já 16. Aqui.
Ben, you like Golbat? Yes.
Deixa eu ver como é que foi
You should join his
o
fan
jogo
club.
aqui primeiro.
Welcome back, trainers, to the Lille Regional Championships. The spooky spirit is in full flow, and so is the God tier comedy.
God tier. No, it is. It's right up there. Top of your class, Charlie.
Not my class. Let's not talk about how that compares to other classes. I'm Charlie Merriman. I'm joined on the best by Ben Kiriakou and goodness me. Oh, that was terrifying.
Did not see that coming.
Oh my goodness.
Did not see that coming.
O Jay levou.
Oh, were you running the Incineroar then?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I switched it in.
Right, oh well, that's a shame. It's terrifying for me, but from one spooky Pokemon to another, why don't we test our knowledge, Ben?
Let's
see which Pokemon we can guess from those Halloween spooky ghost types. Oh, now, music indeed.
Yeah, now. Yesterday, when Marcus and I did this,
I'm sort of doing a creepy...
we got 5 out of 6.
5 out of 6, okay.
5 out of 6, Charlie.
Nice.
Now, most of the credit for that goes to Marcus.
Sure, I can imagine.
So I'm not putting any pressure on you, Charlie.
No.
but also, please carry me.
I back myself. I back
yourself. Okay.
Frankly, coming into this, I knew I'd be doing most of the heavy lifting.
Yes.
Let's see what entries going up. Let's see if we can guess what Pokemon we have in store. And obviously, everyone do play along at home. Let us know what your thoughts are, because some of these Pokedex entries, they are very chilling. I can't wait to see what the Pokedex is going to thrill us with. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see this first entry. All right. Legend says that on clear, quiet nights, it listens for the voices of its kin living on the moon. I, too, often think of my homeland so far away. Very nice. It strikes me as a Legends Arceus Pokedex entry because written by Professor Lamington. So more personal experiences there.
Voices of a kin living on the moon.
I mean,
I'm thinking of like Lycanroc Dusk.
Wow. Sure. I mean,
it doesn't fit into the ghost type theme, but
it could work. Yeah, but I was also thinking
kind of entry.
Clefairy line. But that again is that spooky, I guess.
It's a little bit cute and fluffy, isn't it?
Direct opposite.
Cute and fluffy. Okay, just like that Piplup.
Yeah. The voice of his kin living on the moon.
Living on the moon.
But surely it's got to be a ghost type, right?
That's what I'm thinking as well.
What ghost types are from the moon?
Oh, could be. Is it Lunala maybe?
There's only one of them, right? That's a legendary.
I suppose so, but it is related to the moon.
It is related to the moon. What other, like Lunatone? No, that's not in Legends Arceus, and I really think it's going to be in Legends Arceus. Which Clefairy is.
Quite clear types. Voices of its kin on the moon.
Wow. I think it... The best thing I can think of right now is Clefairy, but is there another ghost type or dark type maybe that has a tie to the moon other than Lunala? Not Lunatone.
No, I'm trying to think of
Cresselia, but again, that's
it's
another legendary.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is a tough one.
Yeah, I say we just lock in Clefairy. I think we're going to be so wrong.
No, I think we are. I think we are
wrong. But hey, that's going to be a trick or treat in itself. All right, let's find out. Oh, no!
Charlie!
Mortified.
You were so on point. Okay.
Mortified. Clefable, not Clefairy. Half a point, surely.
At least.
I think
3/4 of a point.
Wow. I think that's maybe a little bit too.
I want to push the boat out of this.
Okay.
All right, let's get another one.
Wow.
It changes into the form of others to surprise them. Apparently, it often transforms into a silent child.
I recognise this one, and I'm trying to deduce. What do you reckon?
I was going towards Zoroark, and
I think you're right.
Hisuian Zoroark.
I think you're right.
Specifically, it's not. I don't think it's the Zoroark.
Yeah, I think
either form.
I think Hisuian Zoroark is right. Actually,
yeah, I think so.
I think I'm feeling pretty good about that.
We'll lock that in.
I think let's lock it in.
That's it. Let's do it. Lock in.
Let's find out. Oh no! Come on! Goodness gracious me!
So close, and yet so far. Over and over again.
Every single time. Wow. Okay. Can't quite get there, can we?
I'm still going down the go. I think we're being had on here with the ghost typing.
Or you think we're being fed wrong Pokedex entries?
Oh no, as in, I'm going towards the ghost type Pokemon, but maybe this is the non-ghost type Pokemon round.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's just regular Zoroark. Or Zoroark. Okay. We can do it this time. Here we go.
Third time's a charm.
It gazes at the stars to predict the future. It acts somewhat detached because it has seen the end of all existence. Wow. Victory Aku, look at it. This is exactly what I mean, though, right? These Pokedex entries, they can get pretty dark. Now, I think I know what this is.
Okay. Tell me.
I think it's one of the Gothitelle line. And it would fit in with the non-ghost types. Gaze at the stars to predict the future. Yeah, someone to touch because see the end. It's one of that line. It could be Gothorita. If it is, then it will be that classic Chazzy Bezzy trip up. But I think
I'm okay to go with it. Because it does feel nice. But okay, what else is?
I think it's more likely to be Gothitelle than Gothorita.
I'm
convinced it's one of that line. It's just whether it's Gothorita or Gothitelle.
Okay, I'm quite happy to go Gothitelle.
Yeah. This is going to be Gothorita, isn't it? Let's lock in Gothitelle.
Yeah,
let's
okay, let's do it. Let's try it.
Oh, phew. Yes. Oh, we did
Okay.
it. Excellent stuff. Excellent
on
stuff.
top of the moon.
I was so, nice. I was so ready for Gothorita to appear there, and I would have taken off my headset and walked right that way. Oh, okay. Well, we've got, I say 2
points overall, because we've got 2 half points and then 1 point there.
Wow.
But we're so close. All right. Should we have another one?
It spends most of its time sleeping in graveyards.
Okay.
Among all the dog Pokemon, good clue, this one is most loyal to its master.
It's gotta have to be Greavard or Houndstone, right?
Well, I think it's Houndstone because we had Greavard yesterday.
Ah, okay.
With a different Pokedex entry.
Okay.
So I think Houndstone.
Yeah, well, I think by that process of elimination, I think that sounding...
Does seem like a loyal Pokemon.
What do you all think at home, of course, chucking into the Twitch chat? Are we going to lock it in?
I think we're going to lock it in.
We should. Okay, Houndstone. There it is. There it is. Easy. We're motoring now.
Easy.
We're motoring now.
3 out 4.
I didn't do that thing when I took my fist away.
No,
but thanks for holding up the...
I'm still loyal to you regardless.
Hey, there we go.
There we go. Right.
Another one. Okay. The antenna on its head captures radio waves from the world of spirits that command it to take people there. I recognize this one as well, but what are your thoughts, Ben?
So I'm thinking about the antenna on the head and struggling with thinking which Pokemon has an antenna.
So I think I have a suggestion.
Okay.
Dusk Noir. It's got a little...
Okay.
Yeah, and I vaguely recognize this one. I think it might be
Captures radio waves from the world of spirits. It's nice to see them coming into the 21st century, actually. The world of spirits. With their radio waves.
That's true. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
That's good. Okay.
You know what, we've got AM, FM radio. You know what the FM stands for, don't you? What's that? Flutter main. So I'm thinking... yeah, I reckon we go Dusk Noir.
I'm down.
You down?
I'm down.
All right, let's reveal it.
I told you, you're going to have to do the heavy lifting. There it is.
Here we go, Ben. Don't leave me hanging, Ben. Don't do it. Don't do it. There we go. Oh, I was about to have a
Gente, eu esqueci minha água. Peraí que eu já volto, rapidinho.
With Marcus yesterday, we have essentially 1 short because we had 2 half points. So not too bad, not too bad. I feel like I'm upholding the end of the deal pretty well.
All right.
Go for it.
With a voice like a human child's, it cries out to lure adults deep into the forest, getting them lost among the trees.
I mean, I'm feeling like Ledibur and Omanite here. That's terrifying.
I'm thinking maybe Phantom or Pumpkaboo, maybe.
I vaguely recognize this one as well, but I'm not. With a voice like a human child's, it cries out to lure adults deep into the forest, getting them lost amongst.
It's the forest thing that's going on.
Yeah, I worked that out.
Luring into the.
Yeah. But the forest could just be a total misdirection. I did one of these with Jamie Boy, and it was set in the forest, and so we think about that. But it turned out to be Primplub for sharpening its wings by cutting down trees.
I think we can rule out Primplub, though.
Can we?
I think we can.
All bets are off. No, we can't.
Okay. Phantom is the thing that comes to my mind immediately.
Yeah.
I had Trevenant yesterday, but...
Oh, did you? Okay.
We could see Phantom.
Get them lost among the trees. Listen, I'm happy to go with
I'm not entirely certain. I'm not entirely go with Phantom. Let's see. Ooh, good job, Benny. Good job, Benny.
All right. I'm pulling away.
You are pulling your weight.
You're not doing all the heavy lifting here.
Absolutely, yeah. You teach me and I'll teach you, my friend. This is pretty good. It's pretty good. So we got 5 out of 6 so far. 5 out of 6. Let's see what's next.
Okay, go on.
I'm gonna, you know what, for extra spooky factor. Well, okay. The idea was direct eye contact.
You got it? You got it?
Okay. No. It can pass through other dimensions and appear anywhere.
Anywhere.
It caused a stir one time when it stuck just one leg out
that is
of the wall. That's a leg prop I prepared.
That is causing a stir right now. Now, anyone in chat can do that. Fair play.
I'm going to give a shout out to our fellow caster Marcus Holman here because I feel like he just happened to say this one to me backstage, actually. I think he had read it in advance. And I believe it's Mega Gengar. Oh, no. Yes, no, I remember who it was. No, it was Marcus. Yeah. No, I think it's Mega Gengar.
Mega Gengar?
Mega Gengar specifically.
One leg, but it...
It's got 3 of them, right?
Well, it's kind of like...
It's got 2 on front and then 1 on the back.
Yeah.
Marx was wearing his pin yesterday. We should have studied it.
Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, if you've got...
other alternate dimension Pokemon. I mean, Dialga and Palkia, but I
don't think so.
Giratina
could be.
Giratina, yeah.
Could be Giratina.
I love the idea of these big worship legendary Pokemon and their Pokedex entries. It stuck a lug out a wall. Giratina could work.
And it's got 6 legs.
It does have 6 legs.
Any of which could go for a wall.
True. I mean, that would apply to any Pokemon with it.
Yes.
Yeah. You're so right. I think it's Mega Gengar, though.
Well, look, okay. We'll go with it.
Okay.
I think Giratina.
Okay, fine.
But if it is Giratina...
If it's Giratina, well, you have to give me a forfeit. A trick or a treat.
Okay, trick or a treat. Well, we'll figure that. We'll figure that one out in a minute. Okay, but... it's Mega Gengar. Okay, all right. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, what? You can work out forfeit for me later.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We'll do it both ways round. Hold my hands up. Hold my hands up. I'll stick my legs out for you.
Yeah. You can suggest in the chat as well what trick or treat we'll have to get Ben to do. This is not bad. I'm impressed by us, Ben.
Yeah, I think we're doing pretty well.
That's nice.
I think we're doing pretty well. Okay.
Great. So we got 6 out of 7 there, I believe. So, hey, and what with Marcus, you got 5 out of 6?
5 out of 6.
Hey, well, one better, but I mean the same record, so to speak. And, you could argue that a couple of those early ones could have been 3/4, like you said.
Yeah, I think so.
Zora instead of Zora.
Yeah,
what was the first one we had?
Clefairy instead of
Clefairy instead of
Yeah. Which I think so close.
Decent. Yeah.
So close.
Decent.
And we did say Clefable.
Yeah. Okay. Now make a Sableye here. Your pin. We got Miss Trevis here as well. Did you hear what
Cara, isso tudo é enrolação pra fazer o top do top todo.
No, Charlie, I didn't hear who Miss Trevis took out on a date.
His girlfriend. While Ben gently weeps. Trainers, I hope you're enjoying the Lille Regional Championships so far.
That one was actually pretty good.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
I'll give you that.
We'll be getting into our top cut very shortly, and it's 13 players who have made our top cut here. So, why don't we take a look at one of our trainers, Ben? And I believe this is someone who you were talking about yesterday with Leon's stream, is Giuseppe Musico. Let's take a look at their run through the tournament. I can't wait to see what matchups they came up against, because some really thrilling, creative Pokemon picks that are out there in the field right now. So we'll be able to take a look at how Giuseppe got to this position in the tournament that they did very shortly.
And it was against Giovanni Piscitelli that Giuseppe was on stream against yesterday, and it was such a good match. So here they are, coming up with 1 loss overall in phase 1 of the tournament to Sam Tabner from the UK. But look at all those names there that Giuseppe was able to overcome on the way. Ibrahim, very prominent, well-known player from Germany, and look, running that Don Dozo Tatsugiri combination as well, so he was able to overcome that, much to my dismay. There's a nice little range of teams that
there is.
Giuseppe was playing up against yesterday, and having to find a strategy, find a game plan against a lot of those teams weren't really forefront of the metagame. Sure, won't have been top of the list to prepare against, but maybe you prepare against some of the components and you have to figure out the rest of it on the fly.
Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Lee there with that Tyranitar. So cool that there is at least one of those out there. That's Giuseppe went up against Swiss Round 4 against Matteo Ferrari. And yeah, this question of weather is really interesting in Regulation Set H. There's a lot of rain, there's a lot of snow. We've seen quite a bit of sun this weekend. I feel like that's on the rise. And then the Tyranitar with the sand there, that's definitely the rarest of the weathers, but only 1 loss so far through the tournament. So, and running that classic 6 Pokemon that Emanuele Brigante won the Frankfurt Regional Championships with. Smeargle, that Eduardo Cunha is running, that is Pokemon we saw much more in Regulation Set I, but it's great to see it have a place in Set H.
Yeah, it's like, and the question is what it's doing. I think Eduardo is a player of a caliber that he's like hone in what the Smeargle is actually bringing to the table very, very well. Giuseppe was able to beat Angel, who was our undefeated player for so long across phase 1 and phase 2, but still managing to come out on top there. Angel was the top seed that we were looking at this morning when we were on the couch. Of course, there was a couple more matches that were going to be played afterwards, so that ranking will have changed along the day. And as we were saying before, Giovanni Piscitelli using that classic sun room team with the option to go a little bit fast, a little bit slow. And Giuseppe, it wasn't really Giuseppe's match. He wasn't having the run of the game overall, but he was still able to come out on top, and he looked so strong in that match. No wonder that he made it to top 16 of the World Championships in Anaheim.
An incredible result, and actually, hopefully we'll be able to hear from Giuseppe Musico in just a moment in a special little interview there. I do want to give a shout out to Angel, because such a dominant display on stream yesterday, and it was again a newer name that was rising to the fore, and it was a player who lost game 1 but then came out on top in both games 2 and 3, and I think that's always the mark of someone who has got their head in the game. They're refusing to be tilted. They are just focused on their game plan. How can I adapt? And adapting masterfully. Bring your Dragonite to the fray when there wasn't a Alola Ninetales that was coming to every single game. It's a bold call, but it worked out. If you can deal with that Ninetales, and Dragonite has a much better time able to get off those scaled shots. It was wonderful to watch.
I think one of the things that really stood out to me in that match was how well Angel was able to make all of the predictions that he made.
Yeah.
It was one of those things where turn after turn after turn, it was like, oh yeah, but this is a bit of a risk. Maybe he needs to take a risk here, but it's quite dangerous. Like, maybe he's not going to do it. And it's like, boom, in prediction after prediction after prediction, and just getting the right call after call. That's hard to do, especially at the level that all of these players are playing at. But also, after playing lots of Pokemon all day, it's not easy to lock in to that level and commit to it.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Against Juan Manuel Odriozola, of all people. I mean, absolutely incredible player. Giuseppe Musico, though, it can't be overstated just how incredible the season that Italy as a whole had in 2025. I mean, Federico Camporesi, our North America international champion, but beating Marco Silva, a fellow Italian, in the finals. Marco Silva won the Latin America international championships. Many regional level wins as well. Federico won a regional championship in the last season as well, exactly. Wasn't that also Marco Silva in the final?
Yes.
Yeah, it was, yeah. So it's stunning. It's not just that. Francesco Piapera had a wonderful season as well. EYC, really good finish there. I believe it was top 16, a top cut finish, and some other incredible results to their name. And Giuseppe Musico is just another example of one of those incredible trainers, and it's such a good showcase of how important the community is in this game, helping each other just thrive.
I feel like Giuseppe's also come into their own in the last couple of years, where they were maybe a player on the fringes a couple of years ago that was knocking on the door to those big finishes and that consistency that they've brought. I feel like they've leveled up so much over the last couple of years, and I want to hear a little bit more about that from Giuseppe himself, because we've got him ready on the couch for a little interview, so let's kick it over there.
Thank you so much, Ben. We're not on the couch, we're actually out in the floor on the action, but I am joined by the person themselves, Giuseppe Musico. Thank you so much for taking some time to tell us a little bit about your run here this weekend. Your 11-1 record at the minute in the tournament is just absolutely incredible. So how are you feeling going into this next stage of the tournament?
No, definitely I'm very happy to be back in a top cut of a tournament. My last tournament was Frankfurt. I didn't do that well and even made phase 2 of the tournament, but now I should be guaranteed for a top 8, and it's definitely good. Chances to win the tournament, even though it's very difficult to do so with so many strong players in cut, like Marco, who are already locked for top cut. We will make it very difficult, but I definitely try.
I think, you make some good points. There are a lot of big names in that cut, but I think one thing you've got to remember is you're amongst those big names now, and because how well you're playing. I mean, you played Giovanni. We got to see you on broadcast yesterday, and Giovanni was making plays just after play after play after play. He was playing out of his mind, but you still kept control of that match and just made even better plays, surpassed those, and came out on top in what seemed like such a difficult situation. Can you just talk us through a few of the decisions that you were making in that game and how it was to kind of face a fellow teammate? Because I'm assuming that you probably were quite familiar with each other's play styles, teams and things like that, which might have made the mind games even more difficult in that scenario.
Yeah, Giovanni is a friend of mine, really good friend. We were both happy to be streamed on such a game. I never played him with that exact matchup, but I was expecting him on what to do. And the game, how it was going, like, he was trying to make predictions. I was trying to, and at some point it looked like he was in a better position, even both games. also do like schedule miss. But then I managed to win both the games, and, which wasn't to be taken for granted, like such a matchup. I think we both made some mistakes because it was the 10th round of the day. We were very tired, but definitely we had fun, and that's what matters. For the matchup, I came up with the Dragonite on the team like 2 days before the tournament, because like my team is very similar to the team that won Frankfurt by Lille, and I decided to take out Ninetales to put Dragonite on the team for 2 reasons. I mean, 3 reasons. One, I was trying Ninetales, I didn't like it. Its gameplay, like it wasn't Pokemon for me. Second reason, I was noticing that there were a lot of fire types into the format to adapt for the team, like Typhlosion or even like some teams. They were difficult to match with the Ninetales on the team. So putting on Dragon, still with the speed control, like Dragonite and Stairwind was definitely a good choice. And third reason, I decided to mix a bit of the team because it was so popular, dominating, that I was expecting many people to adapt to it, like have a fixed game plan against it, and I didn't have any game plan against all my opponents. So I wanted to like bring them out of prep. So I Dragonite team, you're maybe expecting Ninetales to be brought in a matchup like that, but I Dragonite, so it makes things different that they don't know how I would play the matchup. Like I think one mistake that Giovanni did was trying to play the matchup like he would have done if Ninetales was on the team, but he did bring Porygon, which was really good into Dragonite, and he didn't think about that because, okay, it's just the standard balance, I know what to do, and Dragonite brought him out of prep, as I said.
Yeah, and I think I was so glad you talked about that Dragonite, particularly because on the broadcast that was one thing we highlighted, that change from that standard team, and your integration of Dragonite and how much it really benefited that matchup in particular. And yeah, just a really good choice, really good call coming into this format, and it obviously has been paying off. Giuseppe, we know you're going to have to kind of get ready for the rest of the tournament because you've got a lot of matches to play. You've got any shout-outs for anyone here at the venue, anyone home that might be watching before we finish?
Friends from the server, they always help me, and it's so fun to play tournaments with them. I think we have like 4 players in cut already. Me, Marco, Campo, and Stecca, so we're doing definitely good.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time, Giuseppe. Good luck in your Top Cut games. Hopefully we get to see a lot more of you. Excited to see more of you. And we'll throw it back to the casters before we get into our next match.
Wonderful to hear from Giuseppe there. And yeah, Ben, what's your take on this Dragonite adaptation?
I mean, it does bring a different dimension.
Tem negócio pra falar. Caraca, aí, Marlon, depois da live, eu fui dormir, Marlon, eu acordei 11 horas da noite. Eu dormi o dia inteiro de tão cansado que eu tava. Pra ter noção, eu estava completamente cansado.
Much damage that knocks out Sneaselers, it puts things down into KO range. It brings Dragonite up to a speed tier where it can get KOs turn after turn after turn. Not to mention, just having multi-scale and a Dragon Flying type Pokemon, it's hard to get through at the best of times. So I think it brings so much to every team that it's on, and when you already take such a good team and put something as stable, as secure as Dragonite in there, I think it's a really good shout.
Speaking of Dragonite, that's exactly what Marco Silva has brought to the tournament this weekend. Alongside Rabombi, just like Dil Yeoman's brought as well. Rabombi could be the unsung hero of this tournament, could be the unexpected pick none of us saw coming, rising into the fore. Now we can take a look at Marco Silva's player run, our Latin America International Champion, defending champion, in fact, from this past 2025 season and 2024 season. Could it be 2026 as well? Only a few weeks until we can find out. And some more fantastic different Pokemon that we can see here. We've got Chop, another Tyranitar, we've got Klefki here, we've got the Hisuian Typhlosion. Marco went up against a couple of those. Dragon Ball 2, the Excadrill. Oh, goodness gracious me. Lots of fun. It'll be thrilling to talk to Marco about all of these matchups. But what's standing out to you here, Ben?
Well, I mean, it's going up against Eduardo Cunha in round 2. That's what's standing out to me, because you could pick that matchup, just like Giuseppe's run, you could pick the matchup out.
Yeah.
of that run and just be like, okay, there's the finals.
Yes, exactly.
Good job, everyone.
Ó, tô vendo um negócio aqui interessante. O que eu ia falar, ô Marlon? Alguém tira esse Golden do ar. Pelo amor de Deus. Então, né? Vamos lá, deixa eu ver aqui, Brasil.
Playing round one, taking a loss, and then just going undefeated. Not letting that phase Marco at all. He's been there, done that. Usually has undefeated records in phase one of a lot of tournaments that we've seen. But even if that doesn't happen, even if the clean sweep doesn't happen, he's still there, ready to try and take it all.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter if
Aqui,
you've taken,
mano, que massa, eu tô vendo aqui o Top Cut o Top Cut não, no site aqui tem o Stu aqui, ó, 16 pontos ontem, pelo que ele tá falando, ele ganhou, ele ficou em segundo ontem. Inclusive, Marlon, tá atualizado aí, tá? O link que eu coloquei. O link que eu coloquei.
Marco versus Federico round 3, so to speak. I mean, it's not in the finals this time, so maybe it's not round 3.
Tá atualizado. O link que tá aí eu finalmente achei, Marlon, o site que eu tava querendo. Eu tava querendo saber quando a colocação e os times, o que acontece? O site, eu achei ontem o site, tava certo, só que o problema é que o jogo, esse site, ele precisa que o primeiro dia acabe para ele contabilizar e mostrar todos os times, entendeu? Basicamente, então até que se você for agora, tá lá o pessoal, né? Tá os times e tal, né? Os jogadores, né? Quem jogou. E, por exemplo, tem um tal de Ivar. Flieger, eu acho que é o nome dele. Olha o nome do. Mais um Aaron da Absolute Cinema. Olha o time do. Acho que é do Ivar. Timo Vettel, Garchomp, Typhlosion de Rusui, Toads Cruel, Incineroar e o Izinho de Galar.
Especially because yesterday we had to play 10 rounds, but the team has been working pretty well and pretty satisfied at the moment.
Very brilliant, and I think one thing that I really would like to ask you about is the team choice coming into this event, because you've definitely got one Pokemon in particular that is not really that commonly seen, and that is the Rabombi. And how has it been performing for you this weekend? Has it been performing to the level that you thought it would coming into this event?
Yeah, actually it has been for me even better. I just needed a tailwind setter for my team, and Rabombi worked extremely well because I also needed some type of way to go for fake tears into Incineroar, which is one of the reasons why I decided to go for Rabombi instead of Whimsicott. Also, it's been really clutch.
Será que ele vence? Esse é o único que ganha aqui esse internacional. Marco Gold.
So it's able to have both the cover clock and the focus sash, and
aí chega no mundial e nem aparece.
Yeah, I think we talk about it on broadcast quite a lot. I think this format really struggles to find those consistent fairy types that you want to bring and really utilize against a lot of the threats that are kind of rising up in popularity, because a lot of them are kind of weak to those fairy type attacks, but we've not really got the fairy type users. But Rabombi kind of fills that hole as well, and you said it's exceeded expectations. Have you been using it more on the offensive, or has it just been a mix between that supportive and offensive outlet?
So it really depends on how I decide to play the matchup. There are some matches in which I really want to attack, like for example I played earlier I think with Dondozo, and it was really clutch because I was able to go for a fake tears, and then obviously with Terra Fairy Moonblast I was doing quite a lot, and since they cannot really switch around with Dondozo, that was pretty key. Also it was pretty strange because with the Terra Fairy there was one change me and Dio made really last minute, because we've been playing Rabombi for around 2 months, and at first it was a whole other build, and it was pretty hard to basically get the win up into other teams that had taunt, for example with the Whimsicott. So basically we made sure that we were able to with the Terra Dark, but then as the teams switched around, we were able to find other type of game plans to play around the other Tailwind teams, in which we weren't really bringing Rebombi. So a couple of days ago we just changed the Terra Dark to Terra Fairy because Terra Dark wasn't really coming to play, and it was so clutch in this tournament, so I'm glad that we made the change.
I love hearing that, especially when you do make those last minute changes and you think, is it going to be the right thing to do? And then you come to the tournament and it pays off. That's such good, I think, experience from yourself to know that having that conviction to do that, but then to be able to kind of put it into execution as well. It's so good to see. And it's obviously paying off at this event. How are you feeling in general going into the Top Cut with the amount of other kind of top players in there? Obviously, you're one of the biggest names amongst the collective of players in going into Top Cut. Going to be one of the favourites to take the whole championship, in my opinion, anyway. But how are you feeling, like team matchup-wise, going into this Top Cut of the tournament?
So I took a look at all the teams the other players in Top Cut are playing, and it looked like more of them look kind of playable. So I feel like it really comes down to if I'm able to play better than them, which is one thing I like about the game, especially when the match was pretty even, because it really comes down to who plays it better.
Yeah, and you've only taken one loss this whole weekend. It was very early on in the tournament, and then you've went on this absolutely running streak of wins since then. What was that match like, and how was it? Like, how did you feel to kind of be able to kind of recover after that? Was it quite an easy transition into game round 3, or was there a lot to kind of consider if you've got that matchup going into this Top Cut? If you face that again, do you think you'll approach it differently now?
Yeah, so usually I really struggle, like after losing, I really struggle to come back and focus again in my other matches. Luckily, I think in the round right after, I was able to win one game clean, but like the other game, my opponent played really well, but I got a little bit of luck. And I feel like that, like after I got the win, then I just played really well in all the other games. So I feel like that match in particular, I didn't play my best. Like the matchup basically consists on getting a couple of turns right in the first turns of the game, and I was able to get them, but then I wasn't able to like close out the game. So I was a little bit frustrated because I felt like I had the advantage and I kind of like threw it. So yeah, like I feel like if I play it again, I will try to be more careful. Obviously, like I lost against another one of the best players in the world, which is also world champion, Idu. So yeah, it will be pretty difficult. I will try to approach it a different way, but I feel like I still have a good chances to beat him.
That's really great to hear, and I hope that we do get to see that match on the broadcast. Marco, I know that you're going to have to prepare for Top Cut games very soon, so I want to give you as much time to rest up and get ready for those as possible. So thank you for coming by. Before we let you go, is there anyone you would like to give a shout out to here at the venue or at home?
Yeah, so I want to shout out my team, Novo Esports. I want to shout out my friend group of the server, and I also want to shout out Dio that build and run the team with me at this tournament.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Marco. It's been a pleasure talking with you. Thanks for taking the time to come by. And we'll throw back to casters and we'll be right into Top Cut very soon.
Just one of the incredible players here in Phase 2 of the Lille Regional Championships. Very shortly, we're going to be able to take a look at our top 16 bracket. Very exciting indeed. These will be the trainers who are still in contention to take it all home right here in Lille. The ones who have been able to resist all of the spooks and surprises coming out this weekend. Fantastic to be the brains of a top trainer such as Marco Silva there, going for gold. What stood out to you there, Ben?
It's just the way that they were able to, Marco was able to bounce back, saying that they struggled with doing so, but then found a way to kind of get themselves set straight. But here is our top 16
very cool
bracket here. Marco, Eduardo and Giuseppe do have the bye into our top 8. All of the other players here will have to play the top 16 round before we get our clean top 8. And as a reminder to everyone at home, we're not playing Swiss anymore. This is a knockout set of rounds. So if you lose here, that's it. Your tournament run is over. You've done very well, but your tournament run is over.
Now, we've heard from Giuseppe there as well as Marco, but I really want to shout out Ivar Vliga, who has made the top 16. This is a trainer who I remember back in the 2023 season, all the way back then, was running the Dunspass, was running Swalker Billy. I believe this was Regulation Set C. And then last year in the 2025 season at the Dortmund Regional Championships, I think was one of the first to bring Kilowatt Troll to Regulation Set Age. So fascinated to see what Pokemon Eva has up
Deixa eu ver
their
o que
sleeve.
você tá falando aí, mano.
Marcus Co there. And we've got some new names rising to the fore, which is always so exciting to see.
É bom.
That's actually a name I recognise. Sebastian Liu Li, that's one I'm less familiar with as well. Livio Sandberg here. And
Primária? Tu quis dizer Primarina, né?
won our first round that was streamed today as well. It's going to be, we've got Federico Camporesi there too, so it's a really nice balance, and I can't wait to see how the top 8 bracket shapes up.
It's going to be really competitive, and I think this is
Era bom no sol, no inverno, e eles grava cenas que torneio outro não tem que saber. Para os Engels, na verdade, mando no coração. Pena que você não compete mais nos comentários mundiais.
This level of competition, of course, Jay I spoke to after he won his winning in on stream in round 12 overall of our Swiss rounds, and this is their first day 2. Not only that, now they're in asymmetrical top cut. It's just wonderful to see.
Absolutely incredible. We've got our eyes on you, Jay, and very good luck to you. It's time to look at the matches that will be going on. Let's see how they're facing up into each other. Let's see what we will have the pleasure and the privilege of bringing to you fine people for our top 16 or top 13 round. I can't wait to see also a little preview of the teams that these players have been running. We've just seen the names there. Let's take a look at those notable matches very shortly indeed. I mean, I'd be terrified if I was top 13.
It's a tough place to be. I mean, you're sitting there, so many great players there. You know that everybody is on form. There are our notable matches here. We're going to be seeing Ryan versus Stefano, and it's looking like a pretty cool matchup that we've got. We'll get a little bit deeper into that later on. Let's look down Federico versus Jay. That's a rain team that Federico has been adapting from their Gdansk team coming into the second go at Regulation Set H. They're doing something a little bit different. Notice 2 Dondozo Tatsugiri's there as well, Charlie. I'm feeling pretty vindicated right now.
When you cast the predictions, need I remind you that we have another Water Dragon that made phase 2 in Kingdra, and Golduck didn't, but we did see on stream yesterday. Ryan is the final French player in top card. Fascinatingly, even though we're on home turf here in Lille, could be Ryan that goes all the way. Ben, what's catching your eye there?
Evar's team.
Evar's team, Kilowatt Troll and the Galarian Weezing and the Toad Scroll can be so difficult to play around, those abilities being switched off with neutralizing gas. We have some Annihilate and Mousehold. You'll love to see it in Regulation Set Age being run by Armin Lehner. And then Sebastian Liu Li running this Charizard and Torkoal and Jumpluff composition that was so good at the Latin America International Championships last season.
Nice to see just how that strong team, piloted well, still has a place this time around. I think you look around and players have really tried to adapt into Regulation Set H this time round and do something a little bit different.
Peraí que eu já li o que você escreveu, mano.
We start with a little bit of a head start about what's going on, but a few tournaments in, then you get to really work out how those metagame adaptations work, and all of these players have been playing so well. I've got to shout out Jay again. The match that they played on stream was so cool. And just that game free where they led against
foi eliminado, acho que foi o Marco Silva. Não, ali não apareceu, na próxima ele vai aparecer, cabelo vermelho, imagina, bem assim. Opa, salve Alexandre, desejar um bom domingo pra você, como é que você tá, Marco Silva? Cadê você? Ele literalmente passou ali.
Absolutely, and that Weavile, in case you missed it there, very cool that one of those has made our top cut, but our trainers are getting ready on stage. There is still no plushie metagame to speak of. They are locked in and focused. Our first match that we have the pleasure of streaming for you here in top cut of the Lille Regional Championship. Surely these trainers will be exchanging their open team sheets so they can see all of the details that we're about to see on screen as well. The only thing they can't see, though, is the building of those Pokemon, the stats that they have, what they've invested in. Is it going to be a bulkier variant? Is it going to be a more offensive variant? And that's something they'll just have to glean as the course of the match unfolds.
So that thing that you figure out along the way, those small speed interactions between two Pokemon really do make a big difference. And whether or not Pokemon is a bit bulkier, a bit more offensive as well, that really does change the matchup in your favor. You've got to adapt to that on the fly, but both of these trainers have been doing that all weekend long. We know that they are on form.
Mas agora é tenso.
Coming in
Mas muito massiva. Ele passou direto porque ele não tinha competidor.
And so are we, and we know you all are at home as well. It's time to head into the business end of this tournament as the trainers get ready with the judges. And Ben, I know that this is a position you've been in many times before. What sort of thing do you think will be going through our trainers' heads right now?
Well, what I'm hoping for all of our trainers is that only the match is going through their head.
Yes.
That's the tough thing in that situation, just locking in and focusing on the match that you're playing. It doesn't matter that you're in Top Cup.
No.
Because the game is the same. Doesn't matter if you are sitting there in front of the audience and the crowd. The game is the same. And I think that's the thing that is so difficult to do. But so many of our players that we have on stream just show us that they can still lock in, even though this feels like a more pressured situation.
100%. Brian and Stefano getting ready to go. I think it goes for so many things in life, Ben. Just focus on the task at hand. This is, at the end of the day, just another game of Pokemon. Now let's look at how decorated these players are. And I mean, they go beyond what we can show here. Both of them looking for that first big win.
Ryan here, our French representative, still representing their home turf here at the Lille Regional Championships. Top 32 in Seville, that's no mean feat. That was a very, very stacked tournament. Getting top 8 in Stuttgart just before that was regulation set H as well. So a good indication that Rayan is very comfortable in this format. Stefano, on the other hand, top 16 at the Global Challenge 1. That's no mean feat in a completely different type of tournament. Closed team sheet best of 1, but still managing to convert, and before then getting top 8 at the Bologna Special Championships.
Incredible. Very recent events from both of these trainers as well. Perhaps there will be more that would extend beyond what we can show here, but one thing's for certain, they certainly have been racking up those achievements, and they have that momentum behind them.
Ryan
Wind in their sails. Stefano having that Grand Challenge Grand Challenge fantastic finish in the 2026 season as well, really coming on fresh there.
Time do... Peraí, como é que é o nome do mano que eu esqueci? Time do Ryan. Among Us de Covid Cloak, Incineroar de Safety Goggles, Goldengo de Iron Plate, Kiloetro de Fox Sash, Tiranitar de Assault Vest e Garchomp de Life Orb.
Being a part ground type, it's not going to damage the Golden Go being a part steel type.
But it is going to break that focus sash on the Killer Wattrel. I think that's completely okay. The Killer Wattrel has been picking up a lot of momentum in this format as one of those Pokemon that can really put pressure to the Incineroar Rillaboom combination. And a lot of the times in these matchups where if you knock out the Incineroar and you knock out the Rillaboom, then you can start picking off those pieces that they're supporting.
Speaking of putting pressure on that matchup, you've got the Terra Flying Terra Blast with Tyranitar. Either you can hopefully just eliminate Rillaboom from the field, especially since Tyranitar is a physical attacker. Rillaboom likes to hold the Assault Vest, boosting its special defense.
And it's such a good offensive and defensive Terra type, allowing it to go for the Garchomp to go for Earthquakes while you avoid those ground type moves. Now, moving over to
Stefano. Stefano. Rillaboom de Miracle Seed, Dragonite de Loaded Dice, Goldengo de Life Orb, Annihilate de Safety Goggles, Alola Ninetale de Covid Cloak e o Saluna Blood Moon de Assault Vest.
Hit it multiple times to boost up the power of its Rage Fist. Now, Dragonite will do a lot of damage if it does that, but on the other end of the spectrum, you've got Ninetales with the Icicle Spear. Now, Ninetales is not a powerful attacker on the special side, but it's even weaker on the physical side. So it's a great way for Stefano to really get that Annihilate going very, very quickly in a match after you've got the speed control and after you've got that Aurora Veil in play too.
Yeah, it's a wonderful moveset that Ninetales has. It's a Pokemon that really wants to run about 6 or 7 moves. There are so many useful things it gets access to.
Or 8 or 9.
100%. Something that Ryan is going to have to be a little bit careful about as well. Speaking of how well the Tyranitar can counter the Rillaboom Stefano can bring, his grassy terrain on the field is going to be mitigating the damage that their Garchomp can do with Earthquake. And he spread ground-type moves, so that's going to include Bulldoze as well. That power is going to be mitigated, and so certainly Rillaboom could be something that Ryan is going to want to remove ASAP. The Icicle Spear, so nice, not only just to get the Annihilate set up, but Garchomp isn't going to want to take a double super effective
de Versmark pra hoje. Eu acho que não vai ter porque quando mostrou o Top Cut, cadê? Deixa eu ver se consigo achar aqui o Top Cut.
I feel like that's enough when you're setting up the Annihilate, but not necessarily when you're trying to KO a Garch. Unfortunately, for Stefano, there's also the Blizzard option there as well as other members of the team to take that weight for him. I think this is going to be a really fascinating matchup, Charlie. It's definitely, there's a weather war going on, there's some speed control wars going on, and there's a lot of really bulky Pokemon.
Having said that Rillaboom often runs the Assault Vest, this one here is actually running the Miracle Seed, and that means that Kilowattrel could deal some significant damage to this Rillaboom, more so than it could otherwise. Kilowattrel, of course, being that special attacker. I can't wait to get into this game, Ben. I know you can't either, and I know that everyone watching at home cannot wait to kick off our Masters Top Cut. See these two really fascinating teams merge on into each other. The players are locked in. They're ready to go. We'll see which of them will emerge victorious in our first game of Masters Top Cut here at the Lille Regional Championships in just a moment's time.
It's all kicking off here. Here we go. We're getting into it. Rillaboom and Golden Go kicking us off.
With Kilowattrel and Tyranitar over on the other side for Ryan.
Okay, so immediately there is that tailwind pressure that Ryan is putting on with the ability to go for a Terra Ghost to avoid the fake out from the Rillaboom, then get the tailwind up, and then Tyranitar is in a nice position to go on the offensive. But if you go for the Terra Ghost on Kilowattrel, you're not going for the Terra Flying on the Tyranitar. I think overall in this matchup where the Make It Rains are so prevalent, but also that Miracle Seed Rillaboom is really putting a lot of pressure on the Rock-type Tyranitar. You do have to think, if you're Rayan, about how to play that defensively.
Rayan deciding to preserve the focus sash on Kilowattrel, switching it into the back and swooping onto the field instead. It will be the Incineroar, dropping crucially the offensive stat of that Rillaboom. The physical attack is threatening Tyranitar with super effective damage. Time to terrestrialize, time to channel those crystals from Area 0. Tyranitar will be adopting those balloons on its crown, hovering above the ground. It's now a Terra Flying type. It's all the safer from Rillaboom's attacks. It's all the safer from Golden Go's Make It Rain. But it's not going to out this turn. Fake out, flinching it. Here comes that Make It Rain. Resisted now by the Incineroar. Tyranitar taking it a whole lot better thanks to that Terra Fly. And Golden Go with his special attack mitigates it.
Yeah, this is a really good situation to think about. Like, where does the fake out go? Because the Kilowattrel was pressuring both the tailwind and quite a lot of damage onto the Rillaboom with an air slash. But instead, Stefano deciding that the Tyranitar was actually the bigger threat overall. Either knockoff or Terra Flying Terra Blast could have picked up a KO on this turn. And because the Tyranitar has terrestrialized into a flying type, it no longer gets that special defense boost from the being in sand condition and being a rock type. And so Tyranitar actually takes quite a bit of damage, not under threat so much this turn, especially not with the fake out support that Ryan has brought in with their Incineroar, but certainly it gets you started. And sometimes when you're playing these Tyranitar matchups, you've really got to think in the early game, how do I do enough damage to the Tyranitar so that it doesn't just run through my team in an endgame?
Speaking of the Kilowattrel, it also threatens super effective damage into Stefano's Golden Go, which has that Terra.
Chat, bebam água, não esqueçam de se hidratar. Muito obrigado a todo mundo desde já. 3 horas de live, um ótimo sábado a todos. Um ótimo sábado, um ótimo domingo a todos.
Switching out their Tyranitar path, predicting that so they can provide that sandstorm on the field later on. Kilowattrel is coming back in crucially with that focus sash intact. Golden Go taking no damage this turn, threatened heavily by super effective Dark type knockoff into that slot. That's exactly where Ryan's head was at as well.
So this is a really nice play from both of the players, right? So you cancel out the sand, you make sure that the Golden Go doesn't get knocked off this turn or a Flare Blitz dropped into it if you're Stefano, but equally Ryan's kind of one step ahead in terms of the overall.
Infelizmente, Marlon, não vai ter Jill versus Marco porque ele não passa pro segundo dia. É Jill. Deixa eu ver quanto ele ficou aqui no close.
If Stefano goes for a Blizzard, that is a flying type Tyranitar in the back.
As a flying type Tyranitar and of course the flying type Kilowattrel on the field. It's going to be protecting, it's going to be keeping itself this turn as Dragonite wings its way into the fray. That is that Blizzard. Incineroar, of course, going to be resisting
ele foi em 17º, 9-3.
And it would just be able to melt that ice immediately.
Por ele não entra no top 16.
Far fewer of scales being flung in Ryan's direction now.
Well, not necessarily. You just gotta.
Ele ficou em 17º, cara.
It could be 2 hits, could be 4 hits, could be 5 hits.
Sabe o que é o pior? O 16º aqui.
Because Kilowattrel's just not so
O
much of a
16º aqui,
defensive
ó. O Angel. Ele também tá 9-3, cara. Quer dizer, peraí, deixa eu ver. Deixa eu atualizar a página, de repente. Ele nem no top. No 17º ele ficou. Deixa eu ver aqui.
Keeping up the momentum, parting shot, meaning the Dragonite is not going to be hitting it half as hard, even less so without that loaded dice.
Não, realmente. Ele ficou em 17º.
Back to its trainer. Ryan can now switch something in from the back. It's going to be the Golden Go. We have the reveal of all 4 Pokemon from both of our trainers now, and it is so nice here to threaten the Ninetales with a lot of damage. And speaking of threatening a lot of damage, there's that Kilowattrel. Super effective hit. It had the focus sash anyway, but there's the freeze now onto that Golden Go. It doesn't have a reliable means of melting the ice, but it could just randomly thaw on the next turn. This could be dire here for Ryan.
And matching the Tailwind with the Dragonite as well. So the Tailwind that Kilowattrel's brought up and spent
Nós temos o Marco. Então, né? Ele tá friinho, ele já passou pra próxima fase. Tanto que se tu for no site, ô Marlon, tanto que se você entrar no site que tá aí fixado, tu for lá em cima e for em Top Cut, ele já aparece aqui como vitória.
Actually, it seems like the Pokemon that Rhea maybe wants to preserve for an endgame that little bit later. Hope that the Golden Go does in fact pour out this turn, because a Make It Rain is looking very threatening to all of the Pokemon that Stefano has at their disposal.
Make It Rain, steel type special damage that otherwise is so lacking in regulation set H. That's going to be Kilowattrel swooping out, Incineroar coming in again instead, dropping crucially the physical attack of the Dragonite. Let's not forget that Dragonite now at -2 in its physical attack, but just going to reset those drops. Stefano switching out the Dragonite, and still now emerging from the lagoon, that will be Golden Go. A Golden Go apiece here, a shiny one to boot at that. Another Icy Wind here so that the speed drops are coming out, mitigating the Tailwind that has been matched on both sides of the field now. The question is, does Ryan's Golden Go get the thaw? No, it's going to stay frozen. It's still chilling in the fridge.
Okay, so now the Golden Go on Ryan's side, it's probably trained to be a little bit more defensive because it's holding the metal coat, but that also means that Shadow Ball doesn't necessarily pick up the KO on Stefano's Golden Go, and even if it did, it would have to get through a Shadow Ball from Stefano's Golden Go. Carrying the Life Orb should pick up the KO overall from this range on average, but you do have to worry about that Incineroar. Ninetales has been doing a great job, don't get me wrong, but its offensive potential is something that Ryan is really playing around, making sure those blizzards are landing into Pokemon that resist it so easily. And while the speed control has been important, I'm not surprised to see Stefano actually bringing it out this turn, preserving it for later when maybe some icy winds could be really impactful.
Agora que o fala.
Stefano's side goes for its Terra Water. No longer a steel on Ghost type, it is fully plunged into the pool. Now, Shadow Ball, super effective onto Ryan's own Golden Go. Is it going to be able to take it? Is it going to go down?
Agora que o Wolf não tá mais jogando, você tá procurando agora um cara pra ser ídolo, né?
Stefano's Golden Go resisting, but every little bit of damage counts, all the more so as we climb up the ranks here in our Lille Regional Championships Phase 2, and that's the life orb gone from
Agora que o Wolf não tá mais jogando, opa, eu gosto do Wolf, mas vamos procurar agora um cara pra ser fã. Tô falando fatos. É que você falou a mesma coisa do Wolf, o Wolf não apareceu nem no primeiro dia direito do Mundial, né? Mas talvez pelo motivo, nunca saberemos se foi realmente isso. Entendeu?
Ryan deciding that it's time to sacrifice that Golden Go, time for some of the Pokemon in the back to do their thing. Let's see how many times the Scale Shot hits. That's twice. Again, the loaded dice has been knocked off here. Will just need to the minimum loaded dice roll. Incineroar, all the safer, but now Dragonite does get that speed boost alongside the Tailwind that's on that side of the field, but that's now going to be the knockoff. Securing the KO, Dragonite swooping back. to Kanto as the tailwind peters out for Stefano, and indeed so does Ryan's. Matching and matching, but now you can set up another one with Kilowattrel, and you can't on Stefano's side.
This is why you save the Kilowattrel for later, even though it's on pretty low health, even though back at that point in the game it wasn't really necessarily able to put a lot of offensive pressure on. Now it is. Now it is because it can go for a tailwind. But that's why Stefano brings out the Rillaboom here. If Fake Out doesn't do it this turn, Grassy Glide can do it next turn. But that does open the door for the Incineroar to go on the offensive here, and these are the mind games that these trainers are going to have to run. If the Incineroar's Flare Blitz is enough to pick up the KO on the Rillaboom, then maybe we're playing a little bit of a different game here. And maybe Stefano could maybe think about attacking into the Incineroar with a Wood Hammer boosted by that Miracle Seed. Maybe that's a route through the game that stops Rayan's counterplay to this Rillaboom that's putting on so much pressure.
Ryan just gave us a sneak peek of the health bars in the back. You can see just there, all in the orange or the red, deciding that it's time to switch in Tyranitar in place of the Incineroar here. Did Ryan go for it? Is their Kilowattrel going to be flinched here? Sometimes when a player's telegraphed, that's when you go all in and decide it's time not to fake out. That's exactly what happened. The Thunderbolt able to secure the KO onto Stefano's Golden Go here. Now Stefano brought down to their final two Pokemon. We turn our attention over to Stefano's Rillaboom. Where did it target?
Então, né? A me chama que é isso, uma rota nossa.
No longer a part rock type. That means it's going to be immune, and the Kilowattrel hangs on to see another turn because the Sandstorm chip, yes, it's adding up, but it's not enough to secure the KO on that Kilowattrel.
Always makes me double take when I see Tyranitar taking chip to its own Sandstorm after it's gone for the Trustalization, but now no more. The snow is going to be on the field, and having Incineroar in the back here is a really, really big deal. It allows for Rayan to protect the Kilowattrel this turn, get the Incineroar in potentially, and then go for the Fake Out and either Tailwind or just an Air Slash into the Rillaboom, try and pick up a KO.
Yeah, you probably don't actually want to preserve the Tyranitar for the Sandstream because now the Pokemon you have left on Ryan's side of the field, they will be taking chip damage from Sandstorm. None of them are ground, rock, or steel type, so probably you're content to let the snow sit there.
I think so, probably, yeah. And Tyranitar...
The question I have is whether or not you
switch out the Tyranitar, or in fact, whether you try to just go for a cheeky attack, weave in something else, where this Incineroar switching is maybe quite telegraphed overall. But as you said, Charlie, those are the turns that really matter.
The Intimidate drop as Kilowattrel now will be keeping itself safe here. No damage heading into that slot. Grassy Glide, though, into the Incineroar. Incineroar, of course, takes that majestically. Another Blizzard now. How well will Incineroar be taking this one? Not very effective, but the health bars are dwindling. 30 HP. Do we have another freeze? I thought for a moment there that was a freeze, but no, just a recovery from grassy terrain.
And now the question is how you deal with this Ninetales overall. I'm wondering whether or not the Tailwind is enough to start bringing this game in Ryan's favor. If you get the Tyranitar, maybe it's trained a little bit faster with the Terra Flying Terra Blast in the snow. Could they be enough to pick up these two crucial KOs?
Yeah, the Tailwind now moving once more, of course. Ninetales holding the Covert Cloak, so a Fake Out would have done anything into that slot. And the dodge onto the Kilowattrel is really big. That surely would have been enough to secure the KO onto the Kilowattrel there. It gives Ryan enough wiggle room now to be able to play around and have that crucial extra piece at their disposal.
Yeah, now, the fun thing here is that the Ninetales is probably still faster than the Incineroar, even in the Tailwind, after that first Icy Wind. The Rillaboom is probably not, but there can be, because Ryan isn't able to KO the Ninetales this turn, there is the opportunity for another Icy Wind to come out into that slot. In fact, it's not in Ryan's favor that the Kilowattrel did avoid that attack, and of course you can go for the Grassy Glide into the Kilowattrel, but I think it's more impactful to try and get the KO on this Incineroar.
Is there going to be a flinch as well on
That's
the
a good point.
We will have to find out. And Incineroar this time going to dodge the Icy Wind. Kilowattrel, though, that is going to secure the KO here. So Incineroar,
that's big.
Ryan, I don't know what he's been telling his Pokemon, how he's been making them dodge these attacks. Incineroar
Marca
now
o
just going
dessa
to go for the
geração,
Flare
né?
Blitz.
Agora
And
que eu
Rillaboom
percebi.
is down. We don't even get the opportunity to see if it would have flinched or not. Now
Ele
it's going to
venceu
be a
muito
very low
torneio
health
Incineroar and Tyranitar versus Stefano's Ninetales. And Incineroar holding the safety goggles means that it's immune from that sandstorm chip damage. So really nice item choice there from Ryan.
Yeah, that's like, now the Tyranitar comes in, and the question is how this Tyranitar is trained. Is it going to be one of those speedy ones that can now outspeed the Ninetales in a tailwind environment? Yes, it is.
Single target, super effective. Ryan, the only French player remaining in top cut with a critical hit there, which probably wouldn't have mattered. The Incineroar could have secured the KO when it was going to move. Is going to be going up one game in our Swiss top, sorry, not Swiss, our top cut match.
Yeah, that was pretty close there. That was very, very well played there from Ryan. I feel like the icy wind dodges really did play a big factor there, because if the icy wind had connected with that Incineroar, the Rillaboom would have got one more attack off. And I feel like those key things allow Ryan to have a path to victory here. But you've got to go for them. When you're in that situation, you're up there on the stage, you're playing in Top Cup. If you lose this round, you are out of the tournament. You've got to do everything that you can. I think Stefano played it really, really well, though. Was always just putting on the pressure, using their Golden Go really well, switching in and out the Ninetales to have it there for the end game. I think it could have gone absolutely either way in that game one.
And also the thought of Ryan's Golden Go there. If you're frozen for one more turn, maybe the game goes in a different direction. There's all sorts of dices that are being rolled, but one dice that wasn't being rolled is that loaded dice on the Dragonite that was knocked off, of course. And maybe if Stefano's Dragonite had been able to get off more scale shots into the Incineroar in the early game, then it goes down sooner, and then Ryan has all the fewer resources to be able to work with.
But that's where the knockoff becomes so crucial. Knocking off that loaded dice is a soft check to these Dragonite that have been running so rampant in regulation set H. Now looking forward to game 2. I'm actually wondering if there even needs to be that many changes to either of these players, but I'm wondering if that Blood Moon Ursaluna could be something that Stefano thinks about bringing in this game. Based on what Ryan brought, it could be very, very strong.
There it is, Ben, the Ursaluna and the Dragonite, and for Ryan, it will be Kilowattrel and that Tyranitar, the same lead as we saw in game 1.
Okay, so there is also the opportunity for the Vacuum Wave here on the Ursaluna, because it is carrying the Assault Vest. It's going to shrug off most of the attacks from Ryan's side, so Stefano putting them in a great spot to be able to both match the tailwind that the Kilowattrel is running, but also put some big damage onto either Tyranitar or Kilowattrel. There's no Terror here, so an Earth Power could be big into that Tyranitar.
The speed advantage now on Ryan's court. That's knockoff into his own Kilowattrel there. The focus has gone, and the scale shot, and that's going to be the Dragonite with speed boost and defense drop. From Ryan's reaction there, that looked like maybe that was a misclick.
I think that might have been. You know what? It happens to the best of us up there. Kilowattrel is going to be going down. At least Ryan is a game up. So if that is the thing that decides this match overall, after the Earth Power, Tyranitar, it's fine. It's fine. It's a Tyranitar. It's in sand. It's a rock type. It's carrying the Assault Vest. This is one of the things that makes Tyranitar actually really strong in this format. Is its ability to stand in front of Pokemon like Ursaluna pretty confidently overall. But now Dragonite gets its tailwind up as well to match things up.
Como é que fala? É com H, tá, o Marlon? É hipócrita que tá com H. Foi só pra dar uma graça no vídeo.
Yeah, it's like the question is whether or not you do actually even get an opportunity to double into that now. But this Golden Go coming out could have the opportunity, I think, to think about going for a nasty plot in this spot. I think Ryan's got to maybe push the boat out a little bit, maybe go for a call, something a little bit more risky to get themselves back into the driving seat.
Time for our terrestrialization, time to get sparkly. That's going to be Ursaluna Blood Moon for Stefano. Going for its Terra Water here now. So switching up its type profile. And of course now resisting those making rains that Golden Go can dish out. Dragonite protecting. No damage coming its way in this turn around. Now, nasty plot. Golden Go afforded the opportunity to go for that. Let's see if Ryan is able to still pull this back after what was an unfortunate turn 1 play. Rock Slide now
neutral into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but of course it always has the opportunity to get a flinch. It doesn't this time. Earthbound Knight, Tyranitar, one more, and that Tyranitar is down.
Okay, so the Ursaluna with its Terra Water is now resisting those Make It Rains. That makes a big difference in the way that this plays out. But I've been in this spot before with a Life Orb Golden Go, where I've had 2 nasty plots go up, and it's still not be enough to get the KO on a Terra Water Ursaluna with a Shadow Ball. So without the Life Orb boosting up the Ghost-type attacks and instead being the Metal Coat variant, I feel like the Golden Go here on Rayan's side has got to start thinking really hard about whether or not to just go for the Make It Rain, try to remove the Dragonite so that the Tailwind can't go up in the later game.
In fact, the Iron Plate rather than the Metal Coat, but they still have exactly the same effect. As Tyranitar goes for its Terra Flying now, just like it did in the previous game. No more Earth Powers would be able to do any damage to that, but predicting it, the Vacuum Wave, but now resisted rather than double super effective into that slot. So good call from Ryan. Another Make It Rain. That's going to be enough with the Nasty Plot to secure the KO onto the Dragonite. I think the big question in everyone's minds here is, can Ryan now win this game?
I mean, they could. Yeah, I really think they could. They're getting themselves into a really nice spot. Big KO there, but the Sand is going to take it.
The Sand will take it because the Ursaluna is now a water type, no longer a ground type, whereas the Tyranitar does. Takes your own medicine.
Chef's kiss there, Ryan. Definitely. Yeah, that Ursaluna going down, getting a double KO is big. Ryan taking every KO so far. Oh no, the Scale Shot did actually get the KO. Yeah. Okay, nearly.
No, I guess that's true. That's true.
Nearly.
Eventually got the KO, even though it was the prior damage from Ryan's own Pokemon that brought it down to its sash,
So now we get to see what 2 Pokemon Stefano has in the back. It is the Rillaboom coming out there, and the Golden Go. Okay, so the Life Orb Golden Go is going to be putting a lot of pressure onto Rayan's Golden Go, but we saw in the last game that Golden Go was trained on Rayan's side to be a little bit more bulky. It took the Life Orb from Life Orb, took the Shadow Ball from Life Orb Golden Go very, very well in the last game. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Ryan actually try to lean into that defensive training. But if Stefano doubles into it with a Grassy Glide and a Shadow Ball, this could be the Golden Go going down. The thing that has given Ryan a ticket back into this game.
But Ryan does still, of course, also have 1 Pokemon unrevealed in the back that could just be exactly what they need. It's a game about conserving your resources, and that, even though Ryan didn't do that with their Kilowattrel in turn 1, they still have that final Pokemon. There's got to go for Stefano. He's going to be keeping himself safe. Let's not forget, trainers, whoever loses this game is now out of the tournament. No more Swiss round structure here. The Grassy Glide enough, even though resisted, to secure the KO onto the Terraflying Tyranitar. It is just going to be 2 Pokemon apiece, and that Sandstorm is swirling away on the field.
Okay, Make It Rain coming out from the Golden Go there, making a call that Stefano was going to play defensively.
It's not an Assault Vest Rillaboom, it's got a nasty plot, but it's brought down now to about 1/6 of its HP.
Okay, so now this Rillaboom is definitely under threat, and if there's an Incineroar in the back, Incineroar is one of those Pokemon that really likes to go for 1v1 versus Golden Go. The other Pokemon that likes to play into Golden Go is that Garchomp coming out for the first time this set.
Very cool indeed. Now again, Earthquakes, that's kind of off the table because not only is the Grassy terrain mitigating it, but you're doing so much damage to your own Golden Go. But we saw how much damage the Make It Rain did to Rillaboom. That could secure the KO, and Garchomp super effective into Stefano's Golden Go.
Which cannot go for its Terra because the Ursaluna already committed the Terra Water earlier in this game. So Stefano is trying to get the win here, but a Grassy Glide into the Garchomp. Gonna take some recoil damage. Here's a Life Orb Stomping Tantrum into the Golden Go.
Yeah, that's the one-hit knockout. That's all of those checks cashed in, and it looks like against all odds, Rangwezi, who took out their own Kilowattrel turn 1, is proceeding to our top 8.
Is that Ryan?
And what a way to win that match. I mean, absolutely in style there, Ryan. Congratulations for making it into top 8. Commiserations, Stefano, you gave us a great show out there. But, I mean, after that misclick in turn 1, honestly, I really did think that it could all be over for that game. We're going into a game 3, and who knows what could happen there.
It's incredible scenes. I mean, it just serves to show that it happens to the best trainers. It really does. It's just a human error that rises to the fore. So if that happens to you, trainers, I hope you're not too disappointed, because we just saw it happen to Ryan Gwesi there. But for you, Ben, remind us, what do you think was the crucial turning point that actually enabled Ryan to win that game?
But I think it's that decision to go for multiple make it rains.
Yeah, okay.
In the face of the Ursaluna and the Dragonite, I think the key there was to be able to put that offensive pressure on the board, knock out the Dragonite. That stops the Tailwind for later, that stops any haze shenanigans, that stops any speed boost shenanigans going on. I think that's really critical in the board state that we had. But looking back on game one, seeing that freeze come out onto the Golden Go, yeah, it wasn't ideal, but Rayan had trained their Pokemon so well. Their Golden Go still got that opportunity to get that big make it rain off.
The roller coaster of emotions that Ryan was experiencing there, and then of course it was all going to go pear-shaped again, targeting their own Kilowattrel instead. But maybe we'll be able to see that, maybe we won't be able to. Ryan was just able to have the advantage against Stefano there. And what do you think was working for Stefano in terms of the way they were approaching this match?
I don't think like the way that Stefano was able to put out the pressure, get their Life Orb Golden Go in play, was really nice, and actually how well they utilized the Miracle Seed Rillaboom overall. You see those grassy glides really stacking up there, but in game one, and we talked about it before, the Icy Wind didn't connect with the Incineroar, but they were targeting really well with it, just making sure that they were going for the right slot at the right time. And even though they were doing all that work, it still wasn't wide enough to be able to take the win. And not to mention, against the Tyranitar, was just able to shrug off all of those attacks from Ursaluna.
Yeah, such beautiful play when that terrible Ursaluna Blood Moon was able to move out thanks to that Sandstorm that it had set up. If it hadn't terrestrialized, of course, it would have been immune to that damage. So we have a guaranteed Tyranitar and Garchomp in our top 8 here at the Little Regional Championships. And of course, our only remaining French player in the top 13, top 16, but it was only 13 players, has now progressed through to top 8 as well. Bearing the expectations and the hopes of the entire
não
region
é só é bom, é muito bom. Tanto que abaixo do Incineroar e do Rillaboom é o bicho mais usado no VG.
Local representation then goes into the regional championships, but how do we think Rayan got there? Well, it was the friends that they made along the way, I'm sure, in the community. And if you want to get involved in your local community, there is so many good opportunities to do so.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice. One shot.
I'll use twin cannons. Great game, guys.
Bye.
See you next week. Come play at your local Pokemon League.
If you're not spending a weekend watching the regional championships from whatever region they may be in, why not go along to your local Pokemon League? Why not dip your toe in the water, test your skills? It's a fantastic, exactly that, testing ground to be able to work out what kind of team you want to run. We've been talking about a lot this weekend, finding your comfortable playstyle, and that is what is paying dividends for so many trainers in this regional championships, and all of them have a scan of that QR code, and you will see your nearest local.
It's so useful just to be able to scan the code and just be able to see exactly what is going on around your area. There's so many dedicated tournament organizers all around the globe that take time out of their busy schedules to put on these events and just have such a welcoming atmosphere to anyone. Honestly, I've had such a good time in my local scene. And obviously you go there to play in the competition, but I think it's also all about that social aspect as well. Finding some friends that you can maybe bounce ideas off of, or even just have a good time talking about the game, playing the game that we all love in the community that we love so much as well.
Do you remember, Ben, when we didn't necessarily go to our nearest local, but we did attend a local in Belgium?
Yeah.
Talvez isso é bom, você respondeu
we went a
isso.
long way Charlie, you got your first championship points there.
I got my first championship points. That was wonderful. I had a Frostmoth team as well. This is back in Regulation Set F, I think it was.
Yes.
Regulation Set F and Frostmoth providing some utility there. You had Okie Dokie, didn't you? But you brought Kingdra.
I did.
The first time around.
Yes, only because you copped out.
It's true. It's true.
Right, okay, traders at home.
Oh, here we go.
I spent a lot of time, not a lot of time, enough time, building a Kingdra team for Charlie to take to Belgium to play at locals. And who had to represent that team? It was me, not you, Charlie.
It's true. I own it.
That was such a good... we had some Dragon Cheer shenanigans going on.
I really wanted to make it work, but I won't forgive you for whenever we did practice battles. I said, please, Ben, just let me get off this fun strategy.
Then we do the fun thing.
Guarantee critical hits with the scope lens. You never did. You never did.
I just don't like fun, Charlie.
Well, I mean, not
I just don't like fun.
Experience. Yeah, not only that, but of course, the Stuttgart Regional Championships 2025, where you're both playing. I was just going to bring Kingdra for the fun, and then, I didn't. I brought a team that won recently. Went
Chat, bebam água, não esqueçam de se hidratar.
Kingdra then becomes a regional champion at Toronto that season too. And of course, saw Kingdra on stream yesterday. It hasn't made our top cut, unfortunately, but I should just back myself. Should have just said no. Yeah, have fun. Play with your favourites, as Karen of the Johto Elite Four would say. And it's never been a better time for Kingdra. Next time indeed.
Next time.
Time indeed. Have you ever tried to make Sableye work then? Regulation?
I have.
Yeah, definitely has.
Yeah, and Oliver Escalent was representing it in Frankfurt, got top 8 with that team. So, yeah, I think, showing what winning with your favourites is all about.
100%. And it's definitely the way in, I think. And going to your local is the fantastic place to try winning with your favourites. If it works, great, you're having all the more fun because it's with Pokemon that you really love, really believe in, that have been there for you over the years. And again, regulated at age, I don't think there's ever really a better format to experiment with things than by competing in regulation set age. Try and make your favourites work in that format.
Well, shall we do it, Charlie? Shall we kick it over to the couch where our winner from that round, Rayan, is waiting to have a little chat to us about their team and their run so far in the Lille Regional Championships.
Yeah, thank you, Charlie and Ben. And you were just talking about locals, and well, we have the last remaining local player from France in the tournament. Yeah, and how are you feeling about this set?
Of course, I'm very happy. Unaccepted results after round 4 of yesterday because I was in a 2-2. But of course, now I'm very happy, and I can just win now.
Well, yeah, it was such an exciting set. I think you also added to that excitement, of course, in game 2, turn 1. I watched the replay. Yeah, you were like, okay, I will, I don't know, like knock off into the Dragon Knight, everything seemed fine, but what happened there?
So the idea was to knock off the Ursaluna to deal some damage and to remove the Axel Vest. But I was very sure of my play. That's why I clicked very fast and I knock off myself Kilowatt-Well.
I mean, it can happen to all of us, right? You're moving just too quickly, and your mind is already thinking about the next turn, and then
yeah, of course.
All of a sudden, knock off hits into your own Kilowatt-Well. What did you think about that, or how did you continue? Because of course you ended up winning that game.
Yeah. I was very disappointed, of course. So I preferred to load of this and to focus on the next of the game because. I lost my Kilowatt-Well, but I have Tailwind. And now Dragon Knight lost his multi-scale, and he is at -1 on defense. That's why I know that if he uses another time, maybe scale shot, I can one-shot him with Tyranitar. And I know that it stayed possible to win. Because it's a matchup with a lot of 50-50, with a lot of mind games.
Como é que tá aí as batalhas aí no Scarlet Violet, o Marlon? Tem jogado bastante? Como é que tá?
So I decided to continue to play the game, and finally I had risk.
Yeah, and it worked out so well because then, yeah, you could deny the Dragon Knight's Tailwind, and then you had the speed advantage, and then also bringing in the Guard Jump as the final Pokemon. Yeah, it's really helpful getting the Stomping Tantrum to knock out Gholdengo and then winning the match from there. So, yeah, really, great showing of just to continue playing, right? Even if something goes wrong, right? I mean, yeah, it happens sometimes, but you did a great job.
We do error, it's normal.
Yeah, so now, you told me before, top 8, you did top 8 before, but it's your best result. Yeah. Now, what would it mean to you to make it even further? I don't understand. What would it mean to you to make it even further to get that medal here in France in your local event?
Of course. It's clearly why I'm here today. I prepared a lot of time. I played the same team since 3 months. I prepared with my friends. So they are here on the public, and they are all French players. So yeah, it can be good to win in France.
Yeah, then, well, you're the only remaining French player, so I'm sure they will cheer to you.
Great to you, yeah.
Before we will let you go to play in your top 8 match.
Yeah, thank you.
I think against Marco Silva next.
I don't know.
You will figure that out.
Watch any D3.
Yeah,
I didn't see it. Sorry.
But then, final question: do you have any shout-outs that you want to give to your friends?
Yeah, I want to say thanks to Team PE, so my team, which I prep. Thanks to some other players who helped me during my preparation and during the team building of my team. So, Michael their best helped me. Thanks to Antoine Guyadera too, and all Team PE, and particularly to Carl Aquavi and Anthony Liuzzo. So thank you guys.
All right, yeah, then time to get ready for top 8. Thank you very much and good luck there. Of course, also for us, it's time to get ready for top 8. Our top cut here in Lille will continue just momentarily.
It's the big one-hit KO, Luke Whittier! Unbelievable.
Feeling amazing. I'm feeling on top of the world. My name is Luke Whittier. I am from the Bay Area. My favorite starter Pokemon is Serperior because it's cool and I was born in the year of the snake. I first got into competitive Pokemon by watching Wolfie VTC videos on YouTube, and I built my first team in Regulation H by using his videos to figure out which Pokemon were good. I improved my strategy every tournament, and I won 1 extra Swiss round every tournament. I look up to Kevin Hahn because he's really cool and he's also really good. My advice is always go for the safer option in Pokemon battles if there isn't much to lose. Keep trying to get better because you can always get better. When I won Milwaukee Regionals this year, that was one of the biggest moments. It felt much less nerve-wracking to play at Milwaukee.
They won Milwaukee. They were second in Portland, top 4 at San Antonio, top 16 at the North America International Championships. This is their very first season competing, and now they have the opportunity to go all the way and become your junior world champion.
My strategy was to either do a ton of damage with my Calyrex Ice and Rhydon duo, or try to get a ton of damage up in Trick Room before it runs out. I'd say all of my Pokemon have the same value.
You couldn't pick one MVP?
No. My most difficult match was against Ishmael. I had a matchup with a lot of 50-50 scenarios involved. I could lose on a coin flip. My #1 goal this season was to play on stream. It felt like the commenters were saying something that I couldn't hear, and it was really annoying because I wanted to see what they were saying.
It's finally time to get into the first game of our VGC Juniors Final!
Saw my coach and my parents and a lot of people. On stage, there were 2 moments where when I gained more more momentum by swapping in my Mirai on the last turn of Trick Room. I was in both matches. I knew I was the world champion when only walking weight was left on the field.
Right on, right into that walking weight. It's down. Your junior video game world champion, Luke Whittier!
What am I gonna do now?
Hello everyone, we are here at the Latin America International Championships, and there is so much to do and see. So we're going to be checking out some of the things that are happening around the venue. And we're here checking out one thing right now. I was hoping that you could introduce yourself and tell everybody what you're doing here at LAIC. Hello, I'm Sarah, and we're event at the side events leads. So what are side events, and why should people come play? So, not everyone on the Pokemon community are competitive or being able to register for the events. So they always have this thing that is called side events. It's smaller events. We also have championship ones, smaller. But it's the place for the players to have fun and to do other stuff when they are not in the main events. They have all kind of different events. We have some that has a schedule, so it has a time to start, and usually we don't have a player limit. And then we have the on-demands. The on-demands are the events that is always happening. We just need 4 players. As soon as we have, we sit them and they start to play. For every side event, you can collect prize ball points. Those points, you can keep it or spend it right away, and you can go to our amazing prize wall and change for any kind of products we have there. You just need to exchange the number of points for the products you can get for those points. And yeah, that's it. Each person picks whatever they prefer. We have a lot of different choices, a lot of different sets, and this is usually the mode that we have for these internationals. Sounds like there is so many different ways that people can compete in side events, so many different ways that you're able to enjoy the game. What games can people play here to really participate in these side events?
So in side events, we always have TCG, VGC, and Go, of course. In TCG, we have a lot of different formats. I can tell that some special ones we have, it's the raid format, that it's a bit of new here, not new in America or Europe, because it's a very popular format there. We also have the Journey. The Journey is a format that it's being done for the first time, and it's in the first event ever on the planet. The idea is to be fun without all of the big Pokemon, you know. For the VG, we have the regular standard format, but we also have the Chaos Cup that some of you may know. You also participated in one. So the Chaos Cup is very fun. We usually have people that do rental teams, and the players need to play to see which team they will play in that round. So it's very chaotic, that's why the name. For Go, we also have all cups. So imagine you're a Pokemon Go player and you already played the Great League on the main event, and you just want to do something different and fun. We just need 4 people, and you can pick whatever league you want to play. It's very flexible for them, and they can get prizes for that. That's the biggest part, because they are not just playing for fun, but to get the prizes, to get to the prize wall and the products, yeah.
There's so many amazing products back there to be able to win at the prize wall, but if you had to pick one to go for, what do you think that would be?
It's difficult, I didn't decide it. And most of the products are in Portuguese, because this event is run by Copac and it's Copac products. So to be honest, I don't know, but you guys can pay attention, but we will have some special Cosmic Eclipse boosters, so maybe that.
Sounds like that might be the prize of choice. Sarah, thank you so much for joining me to discuss side events. It sounds like there are so many different ways that players can get involved, so we hope to see you there at some of the side events.
has. We've reached top 8. We have. Very exciting indeed. And we'll be able to bring you another absolutely thrilling match momentarily. I am Charlie Merriman. This fine gentleman to my left is Ben Kiriakou.
And this fine gentleman to my right, Charlie Merriman.
And this fine gentleman to my and so on. Hope you've been enjoying the stream very much indeed, trainers. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let us know your thoughts. And also show us your character customization from Pokemon Legends ZA. But yeah, we have our final 8 trainers in the tournament. Just a few more rounds until we know who our Lille regional champion will be. We just saw Ryan Guezi there, the only remaining French player in the tournament, go ahead and win. So they could do it. They could, on home turf, become our Lille regional champion. Or will it be one of the other incredible names? And we'll be able to take a look at those names in just a moment.
The great thing about this tournament from a stream perspective is that we will be able to see all of our top 8 matches. So we'll be seeing every single one of the trainers' journeys through this top 8 set. And I myself am very excited to see what they have in store for us. Here is our overall top cut bracket, including those top 16 rounds that we've just seen coming out. Ivar Vliga getting into top 8, going to be facing off against Eduardo Cunha. Amin versus Giuseppe down there. Marco versus Rayan, who we just saw coming into our top 8. We're going to be focused, though, on Jay versus Javier.
Yeah, and Jay, you can see there, just beat Federico Camporesi in a 2-0 set. Federico, of course, our North America International Champion in the 2025 season. Absolutely thrilling scenes, and not only that, but Jay is running a really unique and fun team featuring Weavile, but we'll be able to show you that in a little bit more detail, of course, in just a moment's time. And yeah, Ivar Vliga, as you say, Ben, a trainer who is well known for building these creative teams as well.
And a 2-0 victory there too. Maybe using that toad scroll that we were talking about this morning on the couch with that Galarian wheezing as well. Looking forward to seeing how that match with Giuseppe Musico versus Amin is going to be going too, because Giuseppe has shown us on stream just how much of a consistent trainer, how much they've been leveling up the last couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, what a fascinating top 8. Ben, if you could pick one of these names that's going to become our champion, which would it be?
Okay, well, look, I want to see some new faces on our graphic of regional champions. So I'm going to go for Jay.
You're going to go for Jay?
I'm going to go for Jay. Well, I've got an opportunity to have a chat to them on the couch with an interview, and such a nice person getting their first day 2. Yeah, we've seen it time after time across the last couple of years, either players playing their first tournament or making their way to their first day 2 and making it all of the way to be one of those names that we see time after time, event after event on our regional graphics.
Not just the past couple of years, but the past couple of days as well this weekend. Yesterday's day 1, or phase 1 of the Lille Regional Championships was full of what could be called upsets, with these newer players coming out on top of the more established ones. For example, Angel versus Juan Manuel Odriozola. Do go back and check that out. But then we had some players hopping across the pond as well from the NA region. It looks like in our top 8, actually, none of them remain in the competition. But I hope they had a fun time. That's the most important.
And maybe took some championship points with them as well. I think it's like, regardless of whether you earn some championship points or not, the amount of side events that's going on, or even just having the opportunity to explore yet another beautiful city is something that's very worthwhile as far as travel goes.
Yeah, that's right, we're in Lille. We may not be in Cahors, but we certainly are in France, and could be a more fitting time given the recent release of Pokemon Legends ZA as well. I hope you're all enjoying playing along with that game. Perhaps you're doing some shiny hunting alongside watching the stream, but let me tell you, as the matches get more and more intense as we progress through our top 8, your attention will be slowly but surely coming 100% to our stream here in Lille this weekend. What Ghost-type Pokemon, Ben, do you think has the biggest potential of ones we don't normally see? So you can't choose Golden Go right now. Can't choose Regulation Set Age.
Okay, well, that takes option 1, 2, and 3. Annihilate being the other common Ghost-type Pokemon that we see. I've been actually really impressed with what I've seen of Hisuian Zoroark recently.
Yes.
That's been something that I think in a lot of formats previously where Zoroark or Hisuian Zoroark, either one of them, has been allowed, the focus has been on illusion as the primary reason that you would run that particular Pokemon. But with Hisuian Zoroark's ghost typing, being immune to the fake out makes a big difference to that, because a fake out can't just break the illusion straight away. It's also easy to forget that regardless of that ability, it's still actually a really strong, really fast Pokemon that can really put some pressure on an opposing team. And Bitter Malice, the signature move, not only does it do a decent amount of damage, but also dropping an opponent's attack stat is effectively like having an Intimidate that you can target where you want. And so I feel like all of those things come together, and its immunity to annihilate its fighting and ghost type coverage, just make it a really well-rounded Pokemon that actually I think we could see some more use of.
Yeah, I really like that answer, Ben. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for asking. I would say probably you were going fast there. You were going fast there with the Hisuian Zoroark. I'm going to slow things right down with Dusclops, actually. That's Pokemon I have my eye on. We definitely saw one on stream yesterday, but also I was talking to Lee about this. Lou and I were casting the Lille Regional Championships in 2023 season. It was her and I on the desk for the final round of our first phase of the competition. We saw a Dusclops there, and it got to a point where Dusclops' pressure ability was just whittling away at the PP, and that meant that actually Dusclops' opponent, it could no longer do any damage into the Dusclops. And so, just by a process of elimination, that stalling strategy, the Dusclops did win. And Pain Split, such a depressing move to see when you're the opponent and your Dusclops' HP goes from very low right up to very high from their perspective, because Pain Split just divides the HP equally between the two of you. Really cool Pokemon.
So it did that Pain Split strategy yesterday on stream. Calvin was able to win game 1 doing that. But Charlie,
yes,
should we have a look at some notable matches?
Yes, please.
Which is all of the top 8 that we've got here. All 4 matches are, of course, the most notable that we've had so far this tournament. Here they are on a different kind of graphic. Marco versus Ray and Jay versus Javier that we'll be seeing in just a moment. Eduardo versus Ivar and Amin versus Giuseppe.
Yeah, Eduardo Cunha really rising right up again through the ranks here. Wonderful to see. And going up against Ivar of Liga, I wonder how Ivar must be feeling going up against our 2022 world champion. Marco Silva running this for Bombi, which is a tech that we've seen coming out this weekend. Dil Yeomans, for example, was also running that Pokemon. And Marco, we heard from Lee a little bit earlier that the Rebombing really has been putting in work.
And as a reminder to all of our trainers, we will be showing all of these matches, so we don't have to worry about whether or not we're going to see any of these particular matchups or any of these trainers that we've been supporting all weekend long. We're going to see every single one of them, starting with Jay and Javier.
Jay and Javier, and Tatsugiri Dondozo, so I know you'll be thrilled about that, Ben. We've got Solo Annihilate. We don't have the Mousehold alongside that we commonly see. Got this Archalon Rain. It's sort of, you know, we've talked about 2-2-2 combinations of Pokemon before. We've kind of got that going on here with Jay's team as well. Of course, you were talking to Jay earlier in your interview, Ben. What sort of little nuggets did he give you there?
But I think that it is that combination of Pokemon that has a Dondozo Tatsugiri in it, as opposed to being one that is focused on Dondozo Tatsugiri itself. I think this is the key to Dondozo Tatsugiri as a composition in this stage of Regulation Set H, with so many teams out there running Haze Dragonite and other kind of softer checks, moves like Encore. With Marco was talking about playing up against Dondozo Tatsugiri using Fake Tears on Ribombi and it not being able to switch out, and so the Terra Fairy Moonblast was doing lots of work for him in that particular matchup. But when you can take it in those situations, it can absolutely run away with any match that it comes to.
100%. Now, the team that we have been seeing omnipresently so far in Regulation Set H Part 2 is actually nowhere to be seen in this top 8. The closest team is Giuseppe's, but of course, running a Dragonite over the Alola Ninetales that we saw, and those 6 Pokemon with the Alola Ninetales, one in Frankfurt last month. It was both finalists teams at the Milwaukee Regional Championships as well. So, this is what happens, isn't it, in competitive Pokemon VGC? The teams sort of are on this sliding scale. You adapt to whatever's done well previously. Now, that team is always going to be good, don't get me wrong, but because it's such a threat, it's actually unsurprising to not see it in the top 8 here. Yes, if there was one team that trainers will have prepped for coming into this weekend, it's that one.
That's exactly what Giuseppe was talking about earlier on interview with Lee, how he wanted to have a little bit of a difference to that team, but still take the overall composition, still take all of those ideas and use them to great effect. The words that he said were, take my opponents out of prep. And I think that's a really nice, succinct way of explaining exactly what Giuseppe was trying to do. Is like, well, we'll just shift things enough out of the preparation that you've done in order for the matchup to not be obvious. But Charlie, it is time to get our match started here. Jay on the left, Javier on the right.
Jay Ballester versus Javier Corrales. Cannot wait to see how they'll match up, especially with that cheeky Weavile that Jay has brought to the fray. I feel like maybe our friend Jamie Boyd actually brought a Weavile to regulation set age last year. Might even have been the Lille Regional Championships as well. But clearly a Pokemon that has all sorts of potential in regulation set age. And not one that I don't believe we've ever seen go ahead and win in regulation set age. So maybe this exactly maybe is Weavile's time to shine. Jay has just taken down Federico Camporesi as well, our North America International Champion, if you're just tuning in, trainers, from the previous 2025 season. So really got the momentum behind them. And sometimes it's just that mindset that is so crucial. In fact, all of the time, I would say. As you were saying before, Ben, at the end of the day, just another game of Pokemon. Just focus on the task at hand.
This is where it gets really tough. I know Jay was coming off of the match that they played on stream in round 12, feeling a little bit hard in their mouths. Really nervous about the matchup that they were playing. Hopefully they've managed to settle things down now and get into a little bit more of a rhythm as we take a look at the previous achievements of our trainers. Jay will get to add this achievement to their repertoire the next time, and I'm sure there will be a next time that we see them on stream.
100%. Jay, hope you're feeling very proud of yourself. I hope that from this point forward in the tournament, anything is a win. Frankly, I hope that even just making phase 2 was the big win in itself. But Javier's achievements, Grand Challenge, our first one in the top 32 in the 2026 season. So it's clearly some momentum coming off the back for Javier as well. Of course, that's a very different kind of format. It's closed team cheat, it's best of one. But we've got a few top 32 there for Javier. So clearly wanting to go for that big win as well. I'm proving that they can also play, of course, in this best of 3 open team sheet format.
Now, looking at Jay's team, this is such a cool composition, and all of the pieces they were saying have really fallen into place here. Now, the Dondozo Tatsugiri is that combination that we know and love from previous formats, but this Tatsugiri is a little bit different, carrying the safety goggles, having the helping hand to help out its partner along the way. Dondozo Terra Grass, something that's fallen a little bit out of favor, but it's coming back here. Definitely a sign of maybe trying to deal with the pressure that Amoonguss can bring to this team. Pelipper with a choice scarf. Yep. Really big. It's had a really strong showing overall in this event, but I want to talk about this Weavile very briefly before we move over to Javier's team. Having the beat up that can both boost up our Chaladon, but also get that Rage Fist on Annihilate going.
Yeah, and El Chaladon with Terra Fighter to resist that beat up to boot. Right, for Javier, Rillaboom, Incineroar, Basculin Legion, Volcarona, Ninetales, and Bloodmoon Ursaluna. So, some common Pokemon that we've seen in the format in the top 2 and the bottom 2. Basculin Legion, Volcarona rising up as well. It's a really fun composition, this Basculin Legion and Volcarona complementing each other so well. Volcarona, you don't want to leave it unattended, because getting those quiver dances up, the heat wave's going to be hitting all the harder. But of course, on Jay's side of the field, you have that Pelipper dampening its spirits, meaning that heat waves don't hit as hard. But adaptability, Choice Scarf, Basculin Legion means you don't have to run Swift Swim, you don't need to run a Rain Setter, still going to hit very fast and very hard. And it's time to get into our match. Our first of 8 match, and we will be streaming all of them here at the Lille Regional Championships. It's going to be that Weavile and the Annihilate, opposite the Ursaluna, Bloodmoon, and Ninetales.
Both of these trainers coming out the gate wanting to set up their strategy. Ninetales really does want to get an Aurora Rail up. Javier needs to have that defensive backbone, especially when Weavile can easily set up a beat up onto Annihilate this turn. But you've got to be a little bit worried if you're Javier, because a triple axle will go before Ninetales can even act. And that's going to do massive damage to an Ursaluna if it connects all 3 hits. So lots of things to consider in this overall matchup. Now, the Ursaluna could be quite important for Javier if Jay has decided to bring that Dondozo Tatsugiri mode, because Yawn is such a key way to put Dondozo to sleep, bypassing the Terra Grass and being able to slow it down for just a few turns.
Beat up synergizing so nicely with Annihilate's Rage Fist as well as Stamina on the Archaldon. Really fascinating team chair as brought. Unsurprising to see the Terra Electric
trick from Ursaluna on Javier's side of the field. It doesn't want to take any super effective triple axles to its name. Knockoff is not even the triple axle, just removing the leftovers there, so Ursaluna cannot get that passive recovery that could, of course, stack with the Rillaboom's grassy surge, grassy terrain lurking in the back. Meanwhile, Alola Ninetales is left free to go for this Aurora Veil. Blood Moon now into the Weavile, easily enough to bring it down to its focus sash.
These are the calls that you've got to make when you're playing Annihilate-based teams. Do you go straight for the beat-up, or do you protect the Annihilate, knowing that your opponent is going to want to put it under pressure and try to target it down? Now that Annihilate has protected itself, Jay's going to be thinking very strongly about whether or not he keeps it in, because that Ninetales has Encore and could lock that Annihilate into protect. And so there's a lot of different factors going on. One thing that worked in Jay's favour, though, is this is not a vacuum wave Blood Moon Ursaluna. It's carrying the leftovers, or not anymore, and instead of that, it doesn't have the coverage that the Assault Vest ones would be able to use.
Pelipper the apathetic is joining the fray, but let's hope it finds some of that gumption as it switches off the snow and instead turns on the rain. Ursaluna, having had its light bulb moment, is now going to retire back to Javier's Pokeball. Incineroar joining instead, dropping the attacks out of, crucially, the Weavile and the Annihilate having been switched out. Pelipper, a special attacker, doesn't mind that in the slightest. Knockoff now able to connect into the Ninetales. No, it's not very effective damage, but crucially you've broken that focus sash and indeed totally got rid of it. Ninetales did indeed attempt that Encore into the protected Annihilate, but a freshly switched in Pelipper doesn't mind it.
With a Choice Scarf as well, that's going to be able to put a lot of pressure onto Javier's side of the field, and so the fake out here is really, really crucial. But that Pelipper does have access to a Terra Ghost, so could in fact be able to avoid that. Not only that, just taking any extra damage from a Blizzard in the rain. More likely that Jay is going to switch out the Ninetales in this spot and try to get things repositioned, but I don't dislike this Weavile getting out there now that it's out to its focus sash.
Our child on the rampaging has come in. Let's see if it can be a bridge over troubled water for Jay, as now Incineroar switches out for Javier. Switching in his place, the Rillaboom, sending out the grassy terrain, the reveal of all 4 Pokemon for both of our trainers here in our first Masters Top 8 game at the Lille Regional Championships. That grassy terrain providing the passive recovery at the end of each turn. Ninetales will benefit from that, having stalled out a turn with Protect here. Muddy Water is not going to connect on the Ninetales. Let's hope it connects onto the Rillaboom. Not very effective damage, but there could be an accuracy drop that we saw so crucial on stream yesterday. Rillaboom might not be hitting its targets, but no accuracy drop to speak of, and there it is, the grassy terrain paying dividends.
And that's putting a lot of pressure onto Javier's side of the field. Really difficult to reposition when a Choice Scarf Pokemon is putting all of that spread pressure on your side of the field, and maybe it's not enough to KO the Ninetales, it's definitely not enough to KO the Rillaboom, but equally, what are you doing to this Archaludon? I think Jay's identified something really, really strong in this matchup. If the Archaludon stamina gets going, it's going to be very difficult for Javier to break through after having taken some damage with the Ursaluna.
Javier's Rillaboom does have access to high horsepower, and it would be super effective against the Archaludon, but Archaludon's defense stat is so high, you probably don't mind taking one of those as the Muddy Water double connect here. Incineroar gonna take a huge amount of damage being a fire type. A critical hit on the Rillaboom to boot. No accuracy drops. The Electro Shot is able to go off in 1 turn thanks to the rain being sent up. We don't have a power load Archaludon. It will be the Assault Vest. Is channeling all of that amped up power. Is going to head straight into the Incineroar. It's still not enough to secure the KO, but crucially, you've got the special attack boost heading into the future turns. Pelipper
is not enough.
Is going to take that Wood Hammer on just 10 HP. It's not a focus sash. It's holding that Choice Scarf, of course. Really well trained here by Jay. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if that's a move that they have specifically done the damage calculations.
I suspect so. Just make it fast enough to be able to dish out some damage, get the special attack going, but you do want to make sure that Wood Hammer's not ruining your day.
Now Pelipper's going to wing its way back off the field, and swooping in its place, Annihilate, the chosen one, certainly just been chosen by Jay right now. Let's see if it can live up to that moniker in this game. Takes a big grassy glide, but gets a free stack to its Rage Fist move. Flash Cannon, thankfully, with the special attack boost, that will be enough to secure the knockout, albeit not very effective on Javier's Incineroar.
Now this Annihilate is sitting in a really good spot. Now it's not going to be threatened by a Ninetales coming back in. As to whether or not it's going to protect or be on-called into protect, now it has a choice, or now Jay has the choice of what move that this Annihilate is going to lock into, and a Rage Fist is looking very, very potent. If Javier brings in the Ninetales in this spot, then it's one of those opportunities for a Blizzard to go off, maybe set up the Aurora Veil again, but if you go for a Blizzard in this turn, you get a stamina boost on the Archaladon, but you also get a Rage Fist proc on the Annihilate, and that's definitely something you want to avoid doing. So Javier's in a really tough spot. Jay's positioned this game really expertly.
Ninetales running the Terra Ghost here, and so it could terastallize away from its steel type. Double weakness with the flash cannon. It's a fantastic position for Jay, even though ideally in some situations you want the Weavile next to either the Annihilate or the Archaladon to get them set up. But when you've got a wall of stats in front of you, yeah, it's going to be very hard to punch through. Ninetales, having set up the snow, is actually going to get out of there straight away. Ursaluna switching in instead, the Terra Electric from that previous turn. Now switching out the Annihilate and swooping in instead for Jay. Here's Pelipper once more, the Apathetic. You've reset the move that Pelipper can lock into. It doesn't have to be Body Water anymore. Flash Cannon now resisted by Javier's Ursaluna being that Terra Electric. Good call there by Javier. Another Wood Hammer. Pelipper, it might have taken one. It certainly can't take two. That's going to be Pelipper back down in its nest.
Well, I think the damage has been done here because not setting up the Aurora Veil on that turn is really, really crucial to what Jay's trying to do, is trying to keep Javier under pressure by this Archaladon, and to have to switch in the Ninetales or have to switch out your Pokemon, that means that you're not going on the offensive. That gives Jay so much more space to be able to keep attacking with the Archaladon, and Javier's been quite reluctant to go for any sort of high horsepowers into the Archaladon, trying to save it from getting those stamina boosts, which is really nice on paper, but Javier does need to start investing damage into it fairly soon.
It's really nice information for Jay as well, thinking, okay, well, I know you don't want to target my Archaladon, I know you don't want to give it free stamina boost, and so you can play around it. You can say, well, therefore, I know to play my moves differently than if I didn't know that you didn't want to target my Archaladon. But Weavile now next to the Archaladon to be able to try and boost it up with those beats-ups, give it those stamina boosts, and get the Archaladon hitting all the harder. One thing's for certain, Javier here has won this weather war because Alola Ninetales is in the back, but Pelipper is down. It cannot reset that raid. Now, Ninetales is coming in. Speak of the devil, setting up that snow, or should I say, speak of the fairy. The snow swirling around on the field, fake out, into that freshly switched in Ninetales. Everybody counting now is the Dragon Pulse with the +1 special attack. Going to be enough? Yes, it certainly is. That's Blood Moon Ursaluna and the terastallization option down and out for Javier.
And the biggest option to be able to deal with that Archaladon now down as well. Weavile's come in. This grassy terrain has been up for a few turns, but Javier has timed it so well. The grassy terrain comes out, Rillaboom comes back in and resets it for another 5 turns.
And a fresh fake out switched in as well. Grass springing up all over the field, and now you've still got this Weavile and Archaladon in the position where they want to be. Ninetales, Weavile is on such low HP that even though it's going to resist any bullets, it can easily go down, but then you do have some key threats in the back for Jay with that Annihilate and Archaladon.
I think it's like you have to pick off the Weavile to stop it going for a triple axle into your Rillaboom, but that means that you have to commit damage into that slot this turn. Annihilate comes in, the Grassy Glide goes into Weavile, so both of these trainers kind of going through the motions a little bit on this turn, but still kind of going onto and up, going into the right direction. Encore, coming out from the Ninetales, a really clever way of trying to lock this Archaladon down, and Jay seeing through it. If the Archaladon was locked into a Dragon-type move, it wouldn't be able to do any damage to a Ninetales.
Yeah, very good point. Now, that Encore pressure is still very much on the field, and Jay has to be very careful about the moves they lock into here. This Archaladon hasn't been boosted up. The Annihilate has a couple of Rage Fist stacks. Let's see if it's going to be enough to secure this first game of Masters Top 8. Now, Ninetales won't be taking any damage this turn. We turn our attention over to the Annihilate. A big close combat into that Rillaboom, brought down to about 1/5 of its HP there, but crucially the Annihilate softening itself up as well, dropping its defenses. The Flash Cannon now into Rillaboom here with that sacrifice special attack boost. Not enough to secure the KO. The Wood Hammer into the Annihilate certainly is, though. That's going to be the Annihilate raging all the way back to its Pokeball. It's Archaludon against the world. But the recall damage from Wood Hammer means that this Archaludon is actually in exactly the position it wants to be in. Ninetales can't terastallize away from that Steel-type weakness because it was already spent on the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
And no encore pressure to encore this into this Archaludon. Oh, it could be a freeze.
It could be a freeze here. That could be the way out, but the stamina boost, no, it's just going to be the Flash Cannon. That's going to be the Alola Ninetales down. That's going to be Jay bridging the gap now into our second game. If they win one more, that could be their spot secured in our top 4.
Yeah, this is like really, really well played for Jay. Just keeping ahead of the match all the way through. And although things got a little bit dicey, the Pokemon that he had being at such low HP, the Weavile on his Focus Sash, the Pelipper on 10 HP, he was just able to use those last pieces to reposition his Pokemon exactly as he needed to in those endgames.
Now, ordinarily in this position, I'd say that Javier would be much less prepared against the kind of team that Jay is running than the other way around. But in a way, Javier will have had experience against similar archetypes. Teams that like to set up the Annihilate and the Archaludon, albeit not with a Weavile, certainly with a Pokemon that acts similarly. Then you've also got that Choice Scarf Pelipper there. So there's still a little bit of experience that Jay has against a composition like Javier's that Javier won't have the other way around.
Yeah, it's like that's the real mind game that these players have to play in. And I'm wondering if the Ursaluna coming in the back, thinking about Game 2 adaptations, is something that Javier could maybe hold on to a little bit longer. Maybe try to, now that they've seen that Dondozo hasn't come to the match, maybe the Volcarona is something that they could lean into as well.
Volcarona could be an absolutely crucial piece in this situation, but let's see if it's going to be joining the fray. There it is, Ben. That's the Alolan Ninetales, that's the Volcarona. Here comes the Pelipper, and here comes the Weavile.
Okay, so the Volcarona did make that adaptation here, and now you see the disadvantage of the Pelipper having a Choice Scarf. It means that it cannot sit in front of the Ninetales and get its weather up on turn 1. Now Weavile is sitting under quite a bit of threat, but this Pelipper does have an ace up its sleeve in the fact that it can go for a Hurricane. Maybe not the most accurate move, but it does put a lot of pressure onto that Volcarona slot. And you've got to be wondering, like, Javier, I think like, really does want to get that Volcarona into a position where it can get a Quiver Dance up and start putting some pressure back on Jay's side. But if it takes a Hurricane for its troubles, it's not going to be able to last as long as maybe Javier would hope.
Well, Jay has an ace up their sleeve as well. Here comes Dondozo, and you better believe that it's his best buddy Tatsugiri lurking in the back as well. But Tatsugiri not switching in this turn, but Weavile is able to break the Focus Sash onto the Alola Ninetales. There's that Quiver Dance, but of course, Dondozo with the unaware ability, it doesn't mind that.
It can't see it.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't see it.
You what, mate?
Yeah, Dondozo coming in here is really, really strong, and the change up to Dondozo Tatsugiri, I'm sure Jay has done many a time across this event, scouting out what your opponent wants to use, revealing that you don't have that Dondozo Tatsugiri. Your opponent gets a little bit more comfortable, and Javier has certainly done that with adapting the 4 Pokemon that they've brought, at least one of which being that Volcarona. Now the Heat Wave coming out.
Do we have a burn? Do we have a burn? Is there going to be a burn? It's going to be the Focus Sash hanging on. Weavile there on 1 HP. There's no burn, but the triple axle is going to be resisted by the Ninetales. But with 3 hits, it's racking up.
Okay, so the Ninetales taking a little bit of damage there, but does get to activate that Aurora Veil. That is something that Dondozo is painfully aware of in this spot. The Wave Crash, the follow-up, so Jay covering any switches that Javier wants to make, and that Ninetales is really taking that very, very well. Leftos on Dondozo, just making sure that it stays a little bit healthy.
So Weavile's brought down to its Focus Sash, but maybe you want to switch it out and back in because it can still provide a fake out in later turns. Javier probably assuming in this position that the final Pokemon for Jay is that Tatsugiri, but even though you have that information, what do you do with it? Can you play around the combination of Dondozo and Tatsugiri? And is it going to be the Tatsugiri joining the fray here? Is it time to go for that mode? Of course, once they combine, they can no longer be switched out for as long as they remain on the field, but Pelipper instead. So Javier still has to play around this mind game. Pelipper has reset the weather. It's overwritten the snow, providing the rain, but Javier keeping the Ninetales in the back to be able to provide the snow later on in the game as well. Rillaboom has joined the field. Okay, there's that grassy terrain. Volcarona goes for another heat wave here, a double resist. A burn onto the Dondozo would be very detrimental, but it's going to go onto the Pelipper instead. That is the one target that you probably mind less. And now a wave crash, super effective onto the Volcarona here. Super effective and boosted by the rain to boot. The one-hit KO. Is there going to be any kind of follow-up with a flame body perhaps as the damage from the recall ticks away? Fortunately, Jay gets away with that one.
Yeah, no burn in sight on the Dondozo. But yeah, I think the Dondozo showing here why it's so strong overall, just shrugging off the heat wave and being able to get those wave crashes. And I really like the way that Jay's playing it in rain rather than combined in this spot, because actually a water-type Pokemon in the rain is usually pretty strong. Our Chaladon shows us that time after time after time. Now this Ninetales comes in, resets the snow, but there is still the opportunity for Jay to go for a Trustalization on their Pelipper to avoid any fake outs from the Ninetales here. And I think that's going to be pretty key as to like how this battle goes and to whether or not the Rillaboom on Javier's side starts to go on the offensive, or if Javier starts to try to play defensively around this Dondozo threat.
You certainly could make yourself resist the attacks that Rillaboom can dish out, but then you're making yourself weak to the ice-type moves that Alolan Ninetales is threatening. That's going to be Pelipper switching. It's time to commit to this Tatsugiri Dondozo mode. Shiny to boot. That shiny combination, let's hope it can gleam a path through to the grand finals for Jay. And now Dondozo's going to get all of these lovely boosts. Its attack is sky high. Its special attack is not going to use. Its speed is somewhat better. It's not the fastest Pokemon, but its defense and special defense, meaning that it's going to be able to take incoming attacks so much better. Ninetales is just going to be protecting. Let's see. This could be the opportunity for Jay to carve out an advantage here, but no, just the wave crash into Javier's Alolan Ninetales. Now we turn our attention back to this Rillaboom. The Woodhammer, it was targeted into the Tatsugiri slot, so a moot turn here in some respects.
Yeah, it's like, but also a lot of stuff happened that turn where the Dondozo combined, and now that changes the whole landscape of the match, right? Because the Dondozo can no longer switch itself out. It is weak to this Dondozo, but it's not weak to the Ninetales, and now locked into the wave crash. I think that's really important for Javier to think about whether or not they even want to encore that move to allow the Rillaboom, especially with the Terra Grass on this Dondozo, to be able to take it down.
Is this going to be enough to secure the KO onto the Ninetales? It absolutely is. With all those boosts, the Ninetales on such low HP. Jay is giving us a masterclass as to how to run this combination. Even though they won the previous game, knowing how to adapt.
For a game 2 strategy, it's masterful.
I kind of think the hammer took more damage on that turn.
Yeah.
Going down into the Dondozo. Yeah, that was a really nice wave crash and a good opportunity to see how Jay has trained this Dondozo to be so speedy, outspeeding the Ninetales after combining with it, being able to knock that out, knowing that Encore was a big threat. But here's the replying Terastallization from Ursaluna, not being weak to the wave crash anymore. The recoil is going to be a big deal here as to whether or not Javier can get through this Dondozo and maybe take us to a game 3, but it's looking like Jay is getting closer to sealing things up.
Yeah, absolutely. You get not only the recovery from grassy terrain, but also the leftovers here. And it's so nice going for that Terra Electric on the Blood Moon Ursaluna, not only because now you're not taking super effective damage from the water-type moves Dondozo can dish out, but of course the Earthquake that would be super effective, its power has been mitigated by the grassy terrain that's on the field. Whereas otherwise, you'd be freer than you normally would to go for those Earthquakes, given that the Tatsugiri wouldn't be taking any damage. And that's the Aurora Veil worn off as well. Absolutely incredible here from Jay.
Yes, like the Terra Electric is definitely the last vestige of hope that Javier has here. The Wave Crash not able to pick up the KO though.
A little bit of recoil too onto the Dondozo. Another wood hammer. You just got to go all in here. Lovely sound effect. Thank you for that, Ben. Again, a decent amount of recoil damage in all respects, but Yawn is a really nice play to be able to go for from Javier here. Still have 2 more Pokemon, well, 3 more Pokemon technically with the Tatsugiri too, but let's not forget Weavile is brought down incredibly low as well. This means that Dondozo will be falling asleep at the end of the next turn.
Yeah, now you've got this situation where the Ursaluna can go on the defensive, play protect. Jay has 1 turn where they're not going to be going to sleep to put some pressure onto the Rillaboom slot and do a little bit of damage over there. But once the Dondozo is asleep, Javier gets the opportunity to set up a Blood Moon KO into the Dondozo to try and take it away from the field.
Another wave crash now. It's going to be not very effective into the Rillaboom, and even with those boosts, the Rillaboom is remaining in the green of its HP here. The Wood Hammer, just another one you've got to keep chipping away. Without the grassy terrain now, it's hitting even more lightly. But now, Dondozo, with the snow dissipates from the atmosphere, it gets that leftovers recovery, but now it's going to be taking a snooze, and you cannot switch it out.
Javier kind of wants the speed orders to be reversed here, where Ursaluna is actually faster than the Rillaboom, so that you can Blood Moon into the Dondozo, make sure that gets KO'd, and attack the Tatsugiri when they decombine and the Tatsugiri is a little bit vulnerable. That's not going to be able to happen this turn because the Rillaboom is naturally faster than the Ursaluna, but you'll still take being able to knock out this Dondozo this turn. It's been such a big threat.
It's curious, the Earth Power decision there from the Blood Moon Ursaluna, of course, resisted by the Dondozo here, and it can't switch out. So Dondozo gets another turn where it might just be able to wake up.
Yeah, that is the risk here in this spot for Javier. If the Dondozo does wake up and just go for a Waves Clash into Ursaluna, that is absolutely
and
game
it
over.
happens.
Here it is.
Dondozo
Here it
has had
is.
enough of a snooze. There's going to be that Wave Crash. The Blood Moon Ursaluna, that's going to be down and out. It's just the Rillaboom
left on the field now for Javier. Jay, with all 4 Pokemon remaining, has given us a masterclass showing just how to pilot this fascinating composition. High horsepower, resisted by the Dondozo. Look at that, 14 HP and a dream. We're going to have a little bit more leftover recovery. Dondozo can go for something like an order up now into this Rillaboom just to seal the deal. That's exactly what Jay's looking into. Order up here with all of those boosts. Still not quite enough for the KO, but slowly but surely it's going to be Jay that takes us into our top 4 bracket with their name right there in lights.
This is what I love about seeing these Dondozo-Tatsugiri combinations. It has been so threatening, but it's after game 1 that it comes into the fore.
The battle is forfeited. Javier is down and out. It's going to be Jay Ballester progressing through to our top 4.
What a fantastic victory that Jay has had here. The way that they're piloting this team is absolutely unbelievable. They just know at every moment.
Deve aparecer aí, mas eu acho que não perdeu não. A gente ainda tá na primeira partida do top 8.
Has been absolutely on point. Their switching has been defensive. It's been offensive at the same time as well. That's the mark of a great team, to be able to both switch defensively and then still put pressure onto your opponent and force those end games. And it's just an absolute wonder to behold.
It's a signature team of Jays as well, one that we haven't seen previously in Regulation Set H, really. And with that classic combination of Tatsugiri Dondozo, you kind of have a combination of Weavile with the Archaldon as well as the Annihilate 2 with that beat up, and Pelipper synergized with the Archaldon as well. I love the call out that you made in that previous game, Ben. You don't necessarily need the Tatsugiri as long as you've got the rain set up. The Dondozo is still dealing out such massive damage, but now we're casting our minds back to the very first game here, where Jay was able to use that combination of Annihilate and Archaldon to sweep through and totally changing up the game plan in game 2. And it's so often that we see the trainer that's lost who changes up their plan to be able to try and get the advantage. But Jay was one step ahead of Javier, saying, I know the adaptations I need to make. This time I'm going to bring the Tatsugiri Dondozo.
I think that's the real key here. And I think Jay identified so nicely in game 1 that the Archaldon was going to be difficult to have for Javier to be able to play into. And notice that, hey, the Volcarona comes because of that, to set up those quiver dances, to maybe put some pressure onto Weavile after a quiver dance.
then maybe Dondozo is the play here. And all of those wave crashes after another, the Dondozo didn't even go down. I did actually like what Javier did in that spot as well, actually, for going for the high horsepower and the earth power to just cut down a little bit of HP and just try to make sure that the Blood Moon was going to be able to pick up the KO next turn
muito caro.
to the Dondozo.
Tu falou,
Kind
pô.
of try and use all of those sleep turns at least to your advantage. But the Dondozo wasn't
Peraí,
feeling
rapidinho, que eu já
particularly
volto.
tired at that point in the match.
Just enough HP to be able to
eke out what it needed to do to be able
Falam
to
de
secure the
10k
game
de
for
moeda.
Jay.
Pior que eu não faço ideia o preço
Making the
dos
adaptations they
Pokémon,
needed.
Marlon.
The Volcarona that came to the game too, for example. But again, that's just something that Jay was able to prepare for by bringing the Dondozo and going for that big
Eu
wave
não
crash
faço a
in his
menor
direction.
ideia.
It's got to be
Peraí que eu já
said,
volto.
you know,
for burns that could have happened on
Certainly.
there.
That first Volcarona knockout.
Exactly, yeah, that could have changed the course of that game, but as it was, that didn't come into play. And you know what they say, Ben? Sometimes to progress through these tournaments, you need to play well, but you also need the luck to go on your side.
And a little bit of both doesn't hurt along the way either, because both of our trainers were playing very, very well. I think this is the mark of this tournament for me, the creativity, but also that's meeting the skill of the players. And I think that combination is such a dangerous thing, and something that we talk about quite often is where you have the experience if you're running the slightly more unconventional team against all of the other teams in the format. They have to work out their game plan on the fly, and that gives you a real advantage, especially when you're playing so well.
Yeah, I wonder how many Weavile Javier had prepared against in order to make it to the Lille Regional Championships this weekend. Well, so much for Javier. It's time to head over to our interview. So, wasn't that a thrilling first match of our top 8? Let's go and hear from Jay. It's a date.
Thank you, Charlie and Ben. Well, I have the pleasure to be joined by Jay, our winner in our first top 8 match. Jay, firstly, before getting into any of the match details or anything, huge congratulations.
Thank you.
You're progressing now into top 4. How are you feeling just after that match?
I can't believe it. When I took the flight here, I was thinking, just another tournament, we'll do the best that we can, but we're playing still, I guess.
Well, you're playing the best you can is definitely outdoing the rest of the field at the minute, because you're playing incredibly well and you're doing it with some really interesting picks. I know you had the interview earlier, but I do want to talk about that Weavile. I think it's such it's not a common Pokemon at all. See Sneasler so much in Regulation H, but Weavile is such a good Pokemon and you're utilizing it so well. What was your kind of train of thought when you were putting it on the team?
Well, at first, I was looking for a replacement to Mouseful, which wasn't working the best for the beat-up strat. When I was browsing for the monster with beat-up, I saw one of the fastest one was Weavile, and it had some good synergies and interactions, and I kept testing, and at first it was a bit of a joke, but then it stopped being a joke. And yeah, I brought it to every match.
Every match?
And I think only one of them wasn't on the lead, so Weavile has been the MVP for sure.
Wow, that's incredible. And yeah, it's great to hear that you've not only just picked a kind of a niche Pokemon and put it into a team and it's working, but that it is probably the star of the show as well so far. So hopefully that continues for you. And I think it gives you the advantage where a lot of players kind of coming in against you haven't really played against the Weavile, so don't really know what to expect from the Pokemon, and it is surprisingly fast and does hit very hard. The other thing I'd like to talk about as well, Tatsugiri Dondozo, we know it's a big combination that was introduced in Scarlet and Violet. Hasn't seen as much usage in Regulation H, but you're really kind of sticking to it and playing it so well. In that last game in particular, you just positioned it and brought it at the right time and just made it really impossible for Javier to kind of gain any sort of momentum swing the way you used it in that game.
Yeah, it's a really hard matchup to play Dondozo because of the Rillaboom fake out and Incineroar Intimidate, and Saluna with John is an aimer. But after game 1, I kind of expected Javier to switch up what he was doing, and I thought Dondozo has a chance there, and I took it.
Yeah.
Cara, pior que eu não sei os preços de nenhum dos Pokémon no Pokémon Unite, o Marlon.
And they had that threat of the Ninetales with the Onk.
Pega, sei lá.
There was a lot of situations where you kind of had protected and you were susceptible to that on-call, where you could have stuck on the field or switching could have gone really the wrong way, but you were very good at being able to kind of just
pilot around that issue the whole time when it was present on the field.
The anchor is a big threat, and the good thing is that if I switch to avoid the anchor and I get hit, a lot of my mounts like to be hit, Annihilate and Archalon, so it's not the end of the world if he doesn't click anchor, so it's a fairly safe play to switch there.
Yeah, that's brilliant, and I hope it continues for you, Jay, and
Mildred, você precisa pensar, opa, bom dia, Alexander, desde já ótimo domingo pra você, como é que você tá, cara? Alexander, deixa eu te falar, aconteceram coisas, depois de ontem, eu fui dormir, depois da live de ontem, eu fui dormir, né, eu precisava dormir, chuta que horas eu acordei, né, eu fui dormir era 3 horas, chuta que horas eu acordei. Quero ver se você adivinha. Pode ficar tranquilo que o máximo que eu tô hoje de sono é tipo assim, porque eu acordei porque tá cedo, né, de certa forma. Mas não é aquele cansaço que eu tava ontem, entendeu? Hoje já foi bem melhor. Tá aqui 8B.
Meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years.
Você tá bem? Tô bem, pô. Chuta aí, a hora que você acha que eu acordei ontem, depois de ter dormido, depois de acabar a live.
Quite along with this event. The people have been amazing. The judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokemon event, and most of these events are like this. I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words. It's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out of
Quero ver se eu conseguir o Word. Não, o Alexander, eu tô com 94% dele. Joguei hoje mais cedo com o pessoal aqui. Tô quase lá. 3 da manhã? Quase.
Into the Tyranitar, and that means we have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies to retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from as you load up for the Brainwave here. You can take a huge knockout. That's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships. I think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double-checking the weakness. Dark. Yes, he is. Down goes Boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships. As it does get caught with the freeze dry, and it does wrap up this set. A brisk 2-0 from a very offensive team. A fantastic performance. Move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. Now, Stomping Tantrum in response doesn't need much. Takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now! Maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul as it's able to go for the wave crash, and it lands it into the Amoonguss getting the knockout! See if it can wake up here, but I think Gabriel knows this is it! The battle is over!
Vamos ver se eles vão pra adivinhar. Palafin. Mas sem Palafin. Entendi. Mas você quase acertou, Alexander. Chuta aí.
I'm really happy for winning this top one. It amazed me.
Ah, é?
Feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like we're new to be a 2-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a
Ah, é o...
having the title under your belt.
Marlon, eu tenho uma notícia meio triste pra te dar aí, ó.
It's my first win at a major event that wasn't 25 people, so it's very exciting.
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non è un match-up, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto.
Eu tenho uma notícia meio ruim pra te dar, cara. Mas foi eliminado? Pelo que parece, sim. Pelo que parece, sim. Aparentemente o top 4 tá aqui, ó. Aparentemente ele foi eliminado pelo Ryan. Entendeu? Não é possível, então. Fala um Pokémon de 10k, no máximo 10k. Ô Marlon, sei lá, o Mimikyu, eu não sei o que é. Mas ele nem apareceu na stream. Ué, no site aqui.
Yeah, we're going to show all the top 8 games, followed by both of the top 4 games and the finals. So yeah, a full day ahead of us still with, just filled with action and the highest level of quality that you can find around here. Yeah, well, we got 2 high quality trainers that will be able
Ele vai jogar agora?
Uai.
O site está falando que ele não jogou? Ou que ele já jogou, no caso? O que ele tá fazendo aqui? O site tá beitando nós aqui, pô.
And they played incredibly well, even after that kind of misclick that might have went against them, but actually turned out all right in the end.
Yeah, that was crazy. If you have not watched that game, definitely go back and see Ryan click knockoff into their own kilovateral on accident and then coming out on top still against Stefano Greppi there in that top cut game. But you actually had the chance to talk to Marco a little bit earlier out on the floor. So yeah, what did you feel?
No bait? Não é possível, cara.
It was a great opportunity to get to speak to Marco and just get a bit of an idea of how he's feeling coming into the tournament. I honestly felt he's quite confident about coming into this latter stage of the tournament where, you know, I think he kind of scouted out the matchups of players that were remaining here and kind of felt like if he plays well enough that he can overcome anyone that's put in front of him. And I think that is the attitude of a champion, right? Having that confidence in your team. And, you know, he said that the Robot may be testing that for at least 2 months now. So that is a long period of time testing that one particular Pokemon. So it's not a last-minute decision. There were some last-minute decisions with some options on the team, but not the Pokemon themselves. So I think, you know, Marco very familiar with what he has brought to this tournament, and obviously it is turning out to be a really great choice, and we all know Marco is an extremely good player, so it's going to be a tough match for Ryan, but I think Ryan in particular has been playing incredibly well, so this is just such a great top 8 match. 2 top players going up against each other, wanting to make their way to that next step in the tournament, into top 4 and hopefully on to the final and beyond.
Yeah, our 2 players are ready. Marco Silva, of course, one of the best players in the entire world. We've seen him win LAIC not once, but twice already, of course. Most recently with his trademark Sun team, but that's not the team that he is bringing to this tournament. He's also won OCIC back a couple years ago, making him one of the very, very few players who has won 3 of these absolute major international titles.
Absolutely incredible, isn't it? But we cannot forget about the accomplishments on the opposite side. Ryan there with a top 16 finish 2023 Liverpool Regionals, Utrecht Special Championship top 8 2024. Consistency is the key here. 2025 another top 8, adding another top 8 this event.
Não, para esse evento o main foi o Gold, agora só no Natal se pau, Alexander.
I'm sure they're capable. They've shown that they're capable of getting to that next stage. Can they do it here? This is a big test with Marco in front of them.
Yeah, I was talking to Ryan in the couch, and he was talking about how, so far top 8 is his best performance, and it would mean so much to him
if he was able to break through that
A
ceiling now
mangos de
here
cover de
in
cloak,
France in his
incinerar de safety globos,
and this is the team that he wants to do
goldengo
it
de
with.
Iron Plate,
Kilowatt and as they might
quiloetro
call
de
it,
Falco 7, tiranidade, assalto dash e garchomp de life orb. Deixa eu ver só o time do Marco, cara.
and
O
doing
time do
so well
Marco
coming
é
into this one, and I think you pointed out rightly there, the Kilowatt is going to
Cineró,
give Ryan a really big advantage in this match. If you know anything about Kilowatt
Romo,
not of course running in that Rabombi, the
Limbo,
Kilowatt has a slight edge there and is going to have a bit of a speed advantage, which could cause that Rabombi a little bit of a problem. And then over on the other side, Marco Silva, we talked about it already, 3 international titles, but only 1 regional title, and that one is quite a few years ago. So I know for a fact that
Ó, o
Marco is
time do
really
Marco
looking
Silva,
to add
temos
another regional
Rivalry
title
de
to
Falco
his name,
7,
already having
Incinerar
lost
de cover
2
de cloak,
regional finals in
cover de
this
cloak, né?
format in the
Goldengo
last
de
season.
Life
One,
Orb,
of course,
Dragonite
against
de
Wolfgang
Logic
in
Dice,
Toronto,
Commo
and
de
the other one in
Throat
Gdansk
Spray
against Federico Camporesi. So
e Ursaluna de
he has
Assault
come
Vest.
close to taking down a regional championships, but this is the team that he wants to do it with here in Lille. Ribombi, we've seen the same kind of combination of Pokemon already from Dill yesterday, but Marco, yeah, you were saying it, having practiced with this team for what, 2 months now, that is definitely a big threat to go up against.
Well, here we are. We're going to get into our top 8. It is Marco Silva versus
Agora,
Reagindo, and they are
Kilowatt,
going to lead out. Marco with the Dragonite and that Blood Moon Ursaluna, and
lá,
Ryan with the
Kilowatt e
Kilowatt and that
Tyranitar.
Tyranitar.
And all eyes are on this game, as this is the only game currently going on in the hall.
Dragonite e
All our viewers in
Ursaluna.
the venue glued to their screen as Ryan is thinking about whether to go ahead and go after this Ursaluna Blood Moon. I believe he actually faced this exact same lead combination in his earlier Top Cut match. This is exactly the position where he went for the knockoff into Kilovatro. So, okay, Ryan, okay, take your time. Yeah, slow and steady, I like it. But I think going after Ursaluna makes a lot of sense, because multi-scale will be broken on Dragonite at the end of this turn because of the Sandstream anyway.
There we go with the tailwind set from that Kilowatt. Going to X-Fight the speed. The Tyranitar going for that low kick into the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Not enough. Followed up by a skill shot from the Dragonite from Marco's side into the Tyranitar. Getting some big hits. There's number 3. Is it going to get 4? And is it going to get 5? Because that extra damage can be crucial in this match between winning, knocking something out, or maybe not getting over the line. There we go with the Ursaluna taking that low kick pretty well in this situation. There's a speed boost on the Dragonite. That's going to be useful. Followed up by a Hyper Voice. Taken so well by that Tyranitar, but more importantly, it is doing a nice chunk of damage to that Kilowatt.
Yeah, even with the critical hits, no way that attack is knocking out Tyranitar. And now, Kilovatro definitely the fastest Pokemon on the field, but what is the speed interaction between Dragonite and Tyranitar, as Dragonite also boosted its speed with Scale Shot? However, of course, Tyranitar could be trained to outpace that Pokemon, and that would give Ryan a great spot to maybe go for some double attacks here and threaten a lot of damage, maybe even knocking out Dragonite with knockoff.
Yeah, well, we're going to see a little bit of a switch up here. The Tyranitar not wanting to stay on the field. The Garchomp taking its place. Going to take that extreme speed a little bit better than what the Tyranitar maybe would have done in that rough skin, activating a little bit of additional damage, and the vacuum wave coming out as well as it leaves the Kilowatt open to get that big Thunderbolt off into the Dragonite, and it is doing some nice damage there. So we're going to see some buffs about that speed interaction. Kilowatt always going to outspeed if that extreme speed isn't chosen, but the Kilowatt going to be susceptible to that extreme speed this next turn, Marcus.
Absolutely, yeah. Marco going there for some priority attacks, but Ryan seeing right through that. Swapping out Tyranitar, this is something that he also did in the Top Cut matches as well. He's really, really good at just keeping his Pokemon around, does not want to have a Pokemon be knocked out, and is willing to trade some health on some of his other Pokemon. So now, yeah, the threat is there of extreme speed, but Kilovatro could also go ahead and go for a Terrestrialization into Ghost, so Marco has to be aware of that. But if Ryan gets this turn correctly, yeah, he could once again grab 2 knockouts, as Ursaluna cannot protect
No, it can't, but one Pokemon that can is the Dragonite, and it does just that here as a vacuum comes out from the Ursaluna. Not quite enough to get the Kilowattrel there as that Thunderbolt is fired up again into the Dragonite, but that Protect going to preserve it for at least one more turn. Dragon Claw from the Garchomp into the Ursaluna, and it will be enough to take down this behemoth on the Marco side of the field.
Esse Kilovetra tá perigoso, tá?
Is still up. Kilowattrel just barely
Esse
hanging
time
on after this round of
Kilovetra tá
7
bem
tick.
complicado,
And
cara.
yeah, Dragonite's still in there and still threatening extreme speed. I mean, at this point you gotta wonder, yeah, does Goyon really want to protect or terrestrialize a 5 HP Kilowattrel? I don't really think so.
Sabia que bichinho desse tava tão assim, tão interessante de usar.
You really need to respect here, because if Kommo-o can get going with that Throat Spray activation, it's naturally faster than Tyranitar that is in the back and has a decent matchup against that.
Yeah, and like you said, do you want to terrestrialize a Kilowattrel? Because even if you do, it probably will go down to the next round of Sand Tick, so you're essentially only ever going to be guaranteeing one attack off this next turn, so we'll see what happens. There is a terrestrialization, like you say, Marcus. Where will it be? Will it be into that Kilowattrel?
Wow!
Yes, it is. The commit was there to get around that threat of the extreme speed on the Dragonite from Marco's side, but has Marco went for it? That's the question, or will this terrestrialization be wasted? No Extreme Seed, Thunderbolt does take the Dragonite down, but a wasted terrestrialization, although you do get a knockout onto that Dragonite.
Yeah, but this is what Rayon was fine with, as now Dragonclaw hitting Kommo for a one-hit knockout.
Massive knockout onto that Kommo in one fell swoop. The Garchomp on Ryan's side takes it down, not messing around. Terrestrialization, key there to being able to get the Thunderbolt alongside that Garchomp that is not showing any mercy.
Yeah, and Rayon was fine there with Dragonite not going for the extreme speed. At the end of the day, Kilowattrel got the job done, knocks out Dragonite and brings Marco down to his final Pokemon in this first game.
Yeah, now we've got that Goldingo coming in on the field for Rihanna, and it is the Goldingo from Marco, but 2 against 1 here. One of those Pokemon, the Garchomp really threatening with those super effective ground type attacks. There is the potential. Wow, we are just going to see locked in. Marco wants to get back on with game 2 as soon as possible. Rihanna taking game 1.
Yeah, Garchomp there, of course, threatening the KO on Goldingo, and Marco locks in the forfeit. Going up 1-0, and this was a really, really convincing game 1 for him. Yeah, just setting up the Tailwind and then just out-damaging Marco's team. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I just feel like the Rabombi's really difficult to bring in this game, where you would normally lean into it for that kind of to match the Tailwind, right? Rihanna's probably going to set up with
Cara, pior que o Kilovetra tá sendo muito eficaz aqui, tá? Esse time do Ryan, cara, é muito bom.
From an air slash as well, taking super effective damage. Now, do commit the terrestrialization into that Pokemon if you bring it just to get the Tailwind up, or is that terrestrialization useful somewhere else? I think you need to get more value out of the Kommo if you are bringing it, and maybe utilizing the Dragonite. But getting your own Tailwind setup is really important for Marco, I think, in this game, because never really lent into it in that last one.
Yeah, I think there were a couple of turns where maybe the Dragonite could have gone ahead and just set up Tailwind, but he was still looking for the perfect opportunity and going for that double attack there with Extreme Speed and Vacuum Wave. But Rayon was ready for that, swapping out Tyranitar, but even if Tyranitar went down with how the battle played out, it feels like it might have been fine.
Well, we are going to get into game 2 here with Rian taking an early lead, 1-0 against Marco Silva, who leads out with that Dragonite and the Blood Moon Ursaluna. No changes for Rian here, as they have that Kilowattrel and the Tyranitar and the lead.
Yeah, and of course the question is, will we see a repeat of what happened in game 1? I believe Marco might try to go for Tailwind a little bit, more actively in this game. It feels like the Dragonite, well, it got the scale shot up, boosted its own speed, but then because Rayon countered that with Tailwind, speed advantage still in Rayon's side, and so Marco needed to get both the scale shot and Tailwind in, so I wouldn't be surprised if Marco just went for that here on turn 1.
Well, we'll see how things play out, but there is an early terrestrialization. It will be onto the Tyranitar this time. We'll be turning into that flying Terra-type with the balloons that are going to power it up, take it away from the ground, so that Earth power is not going to be a problem going forward. Tailwind set up by the Kilowattrel to boost the speed on their side of the field for the next few turns, and a knockoff into the Ursaluna to get rid of that all-important Assault Vest that could be a little bit of an issue.
you. Skill shot from the Dragonite does connect from Marco's side. It is going to hit into the Tyranitar and do some nice damage. Take it below 50% with its 4th hit, and with a 5th hit, it might even take it even further. The critical hit key there, and this Tyranitar not looking in a good spot going into the next turn, but the Tailwind definitely a big support and allowing it to perform at least one more time.
Oh, and it is Earth Power coming out. Tyranitar avoiding that with the balloons flying up above the ground. Now, in the game 1, the combination of Scale Shot and Hyper Voice was not enough. So, Rayon correctly identifies that, okay, Marco might now want to make sure that Tyranitar goes down with Scale Shot and Earth Power and counters that with a perfectly timed Terrestrialization.
Não, Marlon.
Terrestrialization is already on the board, and this might give Marco a little bit of an easier time maneuvering the next couple of turns, especially if Extreme Speed gets the knockout on Tyranitar from this range.
Tu não entendeu. O time do Marco até é bom, mas esse time do Ryan, cara, com esse quilômetro tá muito interessante, cara. Tá sendo muito bom de usar.
That it isn't going to really achieve the damage that you want it to. The Vacuum Wave now rear-ended into Kilowattrel. Some nice little chip damage onto that Pokemon as the Air Slash in response into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and not quite the damage or the return that Rihanna is looking for from that turn.
Yeah, even without Assault Vest, Ursaluna Blood Moon being a little bit too bulky, and yeah, I mean, Kilowattrel, there's a reason why we don't get to see it too often, but now together with Garchomp, Kilowattrel can form a very, very strong offensive duo. Another Air Slash might get that Ursaluna, and then Dragon Claw could deal with Dragonite over on Marco's side. Of course, Terrestrialization is still in the cards for Marco as well, but it is a Terra Steel on Dragonite, and you don't want to run into Earthquake, of course.
You definitely do not. And the Protect coming up from the Dragonite to see what's locked into. Another Vacuum Wave from the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Just wants to get some last-ditch damage onto that side of the field, as that Air Slash from the Kilowattrel is enough to take that big bet down. Does leave the Garchomp open, and it's a good opportunity to scout out what
Cara,
is
a ameaça maior é esse Garchomp que esse Quilômetro, Marlon.
Any damage this time around.
Yeah, now with the Vacuum Wave and Sandstream, maybe Kilowattrel is in range of Extreme Speed, and this is what Marco has been waiting for. Wants to knock out Kilowattrel at the right time and then potentially set up his own Tailwind, but that's easier said than done, and once again, Marco being forced into Komodo, and we saw in the first game how Garchomp was able to just get a clean knockout on Komodo. However, this time around, Marco still has Terrestrialization available, but also Komodo's Terrestrialization into fire would make it weak to ground type attacks, so a lot of mind games going on this turn.
Extreme Speed into the Garchomp here from the Dragonite. It does some nice respectable damage. That Rough Skin going to leave some residual attack there. Air Slash into that Komodo and doing some heavy damage. It's a Dragon Claw into the Dragonite from Rian's side. It is enough to pick up the knockout there. The Dragonite going down, but this Komodo has not attacked yet. It has survived the Air Slash. There is the flinch chance. Can it get through? It does, and hits that Clanging Scales and picks up a double knockout against these two Pokemon on Rian's side.
Huge double KO for Marco, and exactly what he needs to get back into this game. Now, Komodo will drop its defenses, but more importantly, knock out two Pokemon and activate its Throat Spray, boosting the special attack. And now, depending on what Marco has in the back, Tailwind just went out for Rayon. Golden Go, their last and final Pokemon, and if this is something that can help Marco win, okay, with Golden Go, I think this still definitely is in Marco's favor, but depending on how Golden Go is trained over on Rayon's side, there might still be a slight chance.
Yeah, and Marco still having the ability to terrestrialize their Pokemon definitely has an advantage, especially with that Golden Go that could go for it, and because of the threat there, Marco tying this set up, taking the game, and we are going to be going to a game 3.
Yeah, seems like Rayon is convinced that his Golden Go is slower than Marco's, and that there is no point in giving your opponent any more additional information about damage rolls, for example, locks in the forfeit, and we will be going to game 3.
Yeah, how do you feel about going into the game 3 now? We've seen it pretty one-sided from that game 1 with Rihanna, and then we've got Marco kind of making more plays and coming back in that game 2.
Ele realmente dá tchau, né? Porque ele tá 10-2. O Marco ainda pode perder essa, mas ele... Ah, se bem que já é o top 8, né? É, aqui já era, tá? Aqui acabou.
once more and go for a Dragon
É,
Claw
aqui
there.
acabou.
Instead deciding
Deixa eu
to
falar,
go
aqui
after
quem perder
Dragon Knight.
acabou
However,
já.
I believe that, yeah, maybe Marco was going for a Tailwind there anyway, and then even if Como goes down, Golden Goal would have come in under Tailwind, and then Golden Goal plus Dragon Knight might have been enough to win the game there. So I feel like while Marco was controlling the second game, yeah, pretty much from turn 2, because the first turn actually going for
Alguém tá muito torcendo pro Marco. Eu acho que, sinceramente, mano, se tem duas pessoas aqui que estão na...
Didn't really have the follow-up to it. No. But the knockoff did some decent damage, but then Air Slash into Ursaluna Blood Moon, it's just
sinceramente, eu acho que duas pessoas que podem bater no Marco se pai tem chance de ir, cara. Esse Ryan e o Jay que jogou também, jogou a primeira partida. Esse Jay, ele tem muito potencial para ser bom. Acho que eu vou, se você ganhar, eu vou pra Itália e dou lá pra você. Como assim? Pro Marco? Deixa eu só ver uma coisa, eu não lembro se...
the Kilovatral, of course, but then you also threaten a fighting type attack into Tyranitar right away.
Well, there's the S-Slash coming out, and the Aurora Sphere into the Tyranitar, no terrestrialization, but it is able to take that because of that Assault Vest. A low kick, though, into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and it will now be its turn to attack, and it is that Blood Moon. Following up into Tyranitar, but it doesn't pick up the knockout. It does survive, it gets through this turn.
Yeah, if that was into Kilovatral, Kilovatral would have gone down. And there would not have been any Tailwind for Rayon for the end of this game, but now the double up into Tyranitar, maybe underestimating Tyranitar's bulk a little bit and thinking that, okay, you know what, no matter kind of whether you terrestrialize or not, I'm doing a ton of damage into that Pokemon, but Blood Moon, yeah, that definitely would have helped Marco if that went into Kilovatral.
Yeah, now that Como is in a really awkward spot where another Air Slash is going to pick up the knockout onto it. Another low kick from the Tyranitar probably would get that Ursaluna as well, but there is vacuum that could be an option from that Blood Moon Ursaluna. We are going to see a Protect on the Kilowattrel here from Randstad. Want to preserve that a little bit longer and maybe Protect on the Protect that we're seeing come out from that Como. But now it leaves the Tyranitar to go for a big knockoff, and it is enough to pick up the Ursaluna once again.
Yeah, big turn there for Rayon. Getting the knockout on Ursaluna and forcing Marco now to make a decision there. Which Pokemon do you swap in? I mean, Dragonite is the obvious choice, I guess, because you still have Multiscale intact and you can use this turn to potentially set up Tailwind. But at the same time, Kilovatral is still the fastest Pokemon on the field. Will get up Tailwind first, so this Tyranitar probably, can get one more big move in.
Yeah, and I think if you're Marco as well, there's also the chance to use switch a Como or maybe for the Goldingo if it's in the back, set the Tailwind up so it's in a really nice spot the next turn. But I guess the threat of the Tyranitar with that knockoff is really going to weigh over that decision and make it a difficult one, because if that knockoff goes into that Como slot, then it could really work against you and things will be so difficult after that to try and get back into the game.
Yeah, and the problem is, I guess, that Rayon still has Garchomp in the back, and Garchomp is naturally faster than all these Pokemon Marco has shown so far. Yeah, and also has super effective moves against all of them. So if Rayon can keep the speed control up, then Garchomp would be in a fantastic spot against the remaining Pokemon of Marco.
Well, there's a Tailwind from the Kilowattrel, the knockoff from the Tyranitar, but into that Dragonite slot as the Tailwind is now marked from the Dragonite. The switch in from that Como to the Goldingo is there, and now in a decent enough spot, Marcus.
Yes, so now there's a big opportunity for Marco to go for a Make It Rain, knock out Tyranitar, do damage to Kilowattrel, and then scale shot the Kilowattrel as well. Take 2 knockouts, because, both of Marco's Pokemon will outspeed Tyranitar. Tyranitar is kind of low, and then you can try to have the faster Tyranitar against the Garchomp in the end game.
Here we go. We're going to just see a double Protect on. No attacks chosen this turn. Maybe to try and get around an opposing Protect from the Kilowattrel, but not chosen from Rian's side. It is just the Thunderbolt here, which makes this next turn even more difficult for Marco to decide what to do. Followed up by a Rock Slide from that Tyranitar, but no damage going to be taken.
Yeah, this could be quite smart, actually, as you also stall out one turn of Tailwind, and it seems like Marco is quite confident that, well, if
either Kilovatral or Dragonite make it through the end of Tailwind, it's more likely that it is Dragonite that gets to set up another Tailwind, and he feels quite confident that he will knock out the Kilovatral before it gets the chance to set up another Tailwind. But yeah, as you were pointing out, maybe now is a good time for Kilovatral to protect or to switch out, because that speed control will be crucial for the end of the game.
Yeah, especially if those scale shots do come out where the Dragonite does have a little bit of leverage with those speed boosts against something like the Garchomp that could come in under normal circumstances and deal with that Dragonite quite effectively. So it all comes down to what our trainers decide to do this next turn.
Time's running out. Gotta make a decision.
10 seconds left, right down to the timer locks in, and we are going to see a Terastallization in response to that. And will it be on that Dragonite? It is onto the Dragonite. It gone into that steel typing as well to take away any potential weakness that it had from those rock slides from the Tyranitar.
Yeah, this is quite risky, of course, against Garchomp that is in the back, but if Scale Shot comes out, connects, then the speed advantage will be with Marco.
Here we go, we see a Shadow Ball from the Goldingo. It is going to be into the Kilowattrel. One fell swoop taking that Pokemon down, but it leaves the Tyranitar on Rain's side open to go for whatever attack they want into either target. But can they get through the Skill Shot first? If they can't attack, and no, it goes down. So 2 knockouts from Marco here, and the Skill Shot so important after that Terastallization. It is going to get a speed boost, putting him in a really good position in these latter stages of this game.
They are absolutely crucial to connect here with Dragonite Scale Shot, because now the boost is here, and while Tailwind is still up for both sides, Dragonite now with this speed boost is the fastest Pokemon on the field and can threaten Garchomp with another Scale Shot. However, Dragonite also, of course, weak to ground-type moves now, so Voyant could go ahead, Terastallize their Garchomp into Steel, and just go for it. Either go for Stomping Tantrum into one of them, or even go for a Protected Earthquake play if you want to try and damage both Goldingo and Dragonite.
Yeah, how do you get around that? If that is the option that we do see, it's going to be very difficult, and we're going to see it sooner than later, because that Garchomp is clicking in with the Terastallization. It will be turning into that Steel type, and we'll see where these moves land and what Rian has decided to do.
Yeah, how do you get around that? I think you double protect here to slow Tailwind, and then you can reset Tailwind the next turn.
I think
that is the play. Yep, and that's what we're seeing from Marco. So it doesn't really matter what Rayon is doing as long as he's not using Earthquake into his own Goldingo. But Marco
se esse Dragonite não levar,
he has to set up this endgame for Komodo. That's the only way.
Yeah, now we do see a nasty plot set up on Rayan's Goldingo. +2 special attack as both Tailwind to run out. Now you've got the option here to set that Tailwind up on Marco's Dragonite one more time. Like you say, you need to get that Como set up and in on the field so it can put on some pressure, but you can't ignore the pressure that's been put on from the opposing Goldingo. And that Dragonite has access to Earthquake. It has the play of Protect Goldingo, Earthquake here, and everything on the field will be affected by that.
So even if Marco gets this turn right, you need to go for Tailwind, and then you need a Shadow Ball and choose the right target. Even if you
ele vai tentar o Double Protect aqui. Só o Double Protect ajuda ele.
And then we would have a 2v1 situation against Marco's Como. It is under Tailwind, but it is against two Steel type.
Ele conseguiu dar o Double Protect no Goldingo. Enferrando.
And that might be enough on the protect of Rian's Goldingo as well for this Dragonite to get that Tailwind set up and put him in a dominant position going into this next turn. There is the Tailwind. What is this Garchomp deciding to do? It is the Earthquake, and it will be picking up the easy knockout onto that
olha sorte,
Dragonite that has Terastallization going down for Marco, and Rian now going to be in a really awkward spot with the Tailwind in effect for Marco.
Yeah, this is
levou o Dragonite. Agora que tem esse negócio, se o Como não levar esse Garchomp direto, aqui acabou, porque só um Earthquake se pá leva esses dois, não?
Worked out on Goldingo, and now with Komoa and Goldingo, you have the option to go for Shadow Ball and Aura Sphere. However, you need to know quite a few of your damage cards here. Aura Sphere is a powerful move, but is it enough to knock out Garchomp from here?
It should be, right? It should be, but you can't ignore the fact as well that the Goldingo on right side has got that +2 nasty clock boost, so that is going to be doing some big damage into whatever it lands on here. And
if it gets to move,
if it gets to
move,
of course, we're coming out though. We're going to find out how much damage it does. It goes very close. Taking the Garchomp down to 15 HP, followed up by a Shadow Ball. It's not into the Garchomp, it's into the
É, do lado do mar. É, mas se sair aqui, ferrou. Tinha que ter levado o Garchomp.
Or is it Stomping Tantrum? Oh, it's Tantrum! Oh, and it's into the Goldingo. Will be enough to take it down, but now that Como O in a spot where it is
GG
going to
pro
be
Marco.
past this
Caraca, era só o Ryan dar um Earthquake aqui, cara. Nem ferrando. Caraca, e o Ryan entregou essa vitória de graça pro Marco, cara. Nem ferrando. Nem ferrando.
Wow, I'm speechless. Royal had the win there with
Earthquake. Oh, aqui foi pura play errada do Ryan. O Marco, desculpe.
If you attack with both, then I needed to go for Earthquake, because of course there was also a chance that Marco goes for a protect on Komodo if he expects Aura Sphere not to knock out Garchomp. Yeah. Because then of course with Earthquake you would attack into your own Goldingo, and yeah, then you're going for yeah, exactly. So it was a tough call to make, but I still think, yeah, with Earthquake that could have been it.
Caraca, mano,
well against Marco in the game one.
Caraca, cara. Não, matava porque o Life Orb deixou no range. Entendeu? Ele deu um Shadow Ball no outro Goldengo e tomou o dano do Life Orb. Entendeu?
And it all came down to that game 3. It did indeed, and it all came down to just preserving that Dragonite with just enough health to get that last Tailwind up, because that was the difference maker in allowing Marco to get those attacks off to potentially win this game. And then it coming down to what Garchomp decided to do from Ryan's side. Did it go for the Earthquake, or did it go for the Stomping Tantrum? The single target attack was opted for, which then give that Como or free pass into the next turn, but wasn't required anyway, because the Life Orb does have a cost, and that cost was that tiny bit of chip. Those 10%, yeah, sometimes it feels like nothing, right?
O que é mais importante que marcar na final. Não, é top 4 por enquanto.
But yeah, in this case it mattered so much, of course. And if it just survived, there was the opportunity then to just get the double protect. Yeah, and then if you get that, because Marco got it, if it balanced out, then it could have been a different story. But yeah, that would have been quite the story. Yeah, that was a crazy end to the match, and it's so hard, like you say. I think if we go back to that turn where you're deciding Earthquake or Stomping Tantrum there, because like you say, if you end up choosing the Earthquake and it backfires, you knock out your own Goldingo and then your own downfall. Yeah, it's a real tough decision to make in that situation where the Stomping Tantrum is just the safer of the options, and you hope that your opponent at that point just misses out on what they're trying to achieve. Yeah, I think we'll all remember the EUIC match between Eric Rios and Oliver Escalin, where in the end game with Earthquake, the fate was sealed there, knocking out your own Pokemon. But I think it only really came to that because in that final game, we had this turn where it was clear that Dragonite was going to go for this Tailwind setup, and then the question was, what would Goldingo do? So let's have a little bit of a closer look at this scenario again, because it's really quite instructive. We had if we just back up a little bit here, we had the situation where Goldingo and Dragonite had just protected the previous turn, right? So it was clear that Dragonite was going to go for the Tailwind, boost their speed for the next couple of turns, but then we were talking about this, well, even if Goldingo goes for a Shadow Ball, first of all, Goldingo here on the other side will protect, like that was very likely. So the only real target Goldingo could have gone for is the Garchomp, but Garchomp would have taken the Shadow Ball and hit back with Earthquake. Yeah, and because Dragonite terrestrialized, that would have been 2 knockouts. So in the end, we would have been in this 2 versus 1 situation, and Como-O cannot win that against 2 steel types. So Marco identified this, is saying that, okay, you know what? I have to go for the Tailwind, that's clear. But instead of attacking, I will also try to go for the double protect on my Goldingo, hope that I can make it to the turn, and then set up this end game with Goldingo and Como-O
And yeah, I mean, we saw what happened. Golden Go got the double protect. You can see it there on Marco's face. This is exactly according to plan for him. Brian, yeah, he went for the protect as well and for the earthquake, but because Marco identified that he had to go for the double protect here, it was absolutely necessary for him to stay in the game. He was able to set up Tailwind, bring in Como, and then win from there. So yeah, really instructive sequencing, showing that even if it feels like you have a way to proceed the game by just going for an attack. Like, Marco also could have gone, say, for a Shadow Ball crit, right? But a player of his caliber, he's really then in there understanding these scenarios, going through them in their head and understanding that, okay, my best chance to win is actually not to go for the attack, but I have to take a risk this turn and I have to go for the double protect, because if I don't get the double protect, no matter what I do, I will probably lose. He identified it, he went for it in game 3, absolutely clutch, gets the double protect and wins the game from there.
Yeah, I love the analysis here, Marcus. You explain it so eloquently as well, and I think the one thing that it is a really good example of that higher level play for our viewers at home to kind of consider these situations when they're in similar situations themselves, weigh up that percentage of, is it more likely I win the game if I go for this and get it, or is it more likely if I just go for the attack, and then weighing that up. But you've got to be able to practice and get into the flow of being able to process that sort of information in a very quick sort of time, and that only does come with practice. But Marco has had a lot of practice, of course, and a lot of time with this team, and I believe they are ready in interview to give us a bit more information about that last match and how they're doing after that incredible top 8.
Marlon, por mais que o jogo tenha sido aqui, ele tenha ganho, é o que eu falei, foi mais demérito do Ryan do que mérito do Marco, cara.
I want to pick up right where the casters left off, first of all. That double protect that you got on the Golden Go. Talk to us about everything surrounding that moment.
Yeah, so like in that case, I feel like the first turn was pretty devastating in that game 3. I didn't really expect him to like let the Kilowatt Shell go down, like if I would attack with the Soluna. But it makes sense because I didn't have like Dragon Knight straight away on the field, so it made a lot of sense. I feel like in that situation, like I try to go for double protects when I figure out that I have no way out from that situation. I figure out that his like obvious play that was always winning the game was protect and earthquake, because if I tailwind, he still wins because Garchomp always tanks one attack from Golden Go, so he gets earthquake off of both my Pokemon are gone, and then Combo is not able to KO both Golden Go or Garchomp. So in that situation, I figured out that he was always going for that. So I tried to get a double protect, and then after that, I needed to get another call right because I know that Aura Sphere would not KO the Garchomp, or at least like it was probably like a borderline. So I knew that I had to either Aura Sphere the Garchomp and Shadow Ball, or call that he was gonna Earthquake with the Garchomp and protect my Golden Go and make it drain. So the Garchomp would have taken some damage, Golden Go would have taken some damage, Earthquake would have KO'd the Golden Go before he attacks, and then Como, like if he doesn't get a double protect, is able to beat the Garchomp. So maybe like mathematically, I feel like he could have went for like Earthquake, because even if you don't call the turn right, you still have a chance to win with double protect. But I also know, like, because the team has been running, is a team that I saw around for quite a bit. I know that their Golden Go is specifically spreaded, like the EV spread are made to basically leave a shadow from the life of Golden Go. My Golden Go is way more offensive than the regular Golden Goes, so I knew that I probably had like an extremely favorable role to KO, but he cannot really know that, so I assumed that he was going for that play because that means that he just wins the game if Golden Go lives, so he just goes for Stomp It and attacks and he just wins. So I tried, like, in that case, I figured out that it was most likely not gonna go for Earthquake for that reason, because if I just protect, then it goes like, even
Eu tô sem acreditar até agora, cara. O que aconteceu? O cara não clicou Earthquake, cara. Por quê, mano? Por quê? Ele não caía antes, cara. Eu acho que o receio dele foi isso. Ele achava que caía antes do último pouco do Marco, cara. Senão, pô, era só clicar. Peraí, deixa eu só fechar o negócio aqui, gente.
Game that I played was Black and White for the Nintendo DS. My favorite Pokemon has been changing a lot. I feel like it's probably Mimikyu, but I actually really feel like Insert Barrier. Mimikyu has been my favorite Pokemon for a little bit because when I first started playing competitive in 2017, it was one of the strongest Pokemon, and I was putting in all my teams. While Serperior was simply the starter evolved from my first Pokemon game. I think the farthest I ever traveled to get a Pokemon event was probably Australia for the Oceania International Championship in 2020. Since from Italy, it's I think around like 20 hours of flight. I feel like there's probably not anybody in particular that I look up to, but I really try to motivate myself by seeing also the results that my friends are getting. And like, for example, Luca Trivelli, that was able to win the World Championship this year, and also Federico Camparesi. My most memorable match that I ever played on stream was probably the finals of OCC 2020, in which I was able to play Eduardo Cunha and defeat him, since he was one of my first international, and I didn't really expect to win. I actually usually don't eat any type of food like during the event. I simply go like without eating anything, and then after I'm done, I go out with all my friends to eat dinner. My go-to snack is probably a bag of chips, simply because I feel like candy are probably not too healthy, while fruit I just don't really like it unless it's something really specific. My favorite city that I ever hosted a Pokemon event was probably, I think, Melbourne of OCAC, but I also really like Toronto. The genre that I usually listen the most is probably hip-hop, but lately I've been also listening a lot to J-pop, so Japanese songs.
Top 8.
And we're back. They're coming thick and fast now, trainers. We're here in top 8 of the Lille Regional Championships. We've had 2 of them. We've got 2 more to go. I'm Charlie Merriman. You know I'm very merry by name and merry by nature, to be joined on the death by Ben Kiriakou. Ben, this is cool.
This is very, very cool. Not often do we get to see all of our top 8
Bom dia, Draga.
rounds
Salve, como é que você
that
tá?
Top Cup. We get to
Esse
see
é
that
bom domingo pra
graphic
você.
partway through, but this time we get to live the whole thing, and we have
Mega
got
Luciano.
an
Esse aí eu não
incredible
conheço não, cara.
match for our top 8C lined up for you now.
Conheço esse Mega Luciano aí não.
Versus Ivar Vliga.
Ah, yes, chef's kiss. That's right, Eduardo Cunha, our 2022 world champion. Ivar Vliga, that might not be a name that you recognize, but it might ring a bell, and that's because we saw Ivar with the Dunsparce Squawkabilly team back in 2023. I believe it was in Malmö. And last year at the Dortmund Regional Championships, kicking off the 2025 season as well, with a toad crawl then as well, I believe. And now here they are on stage, going up against Eduardo. Going to be fascinating to see how these teams match up into each other, and of course, how these players match up into each other. There's so much at stake. You lose here, you're out of the tournament. We just saw Marco Silva stamp their ticket through to the top 4. Now we'll be seeing whether it's going to be the underdog or the world champion taking that spot as well.
Yeah, so matchup that really could go either way. Both of these trainers are using teams that are a little bit unconventional, and I've been wanting to see how Eduardo Smeagol fits into their team.
Yeah.
All weekend long since I first saw it go on there. Ivar, on the other side of the field, is looking to play that little bit of a side game, this anti-meta kind of strategy, trying to turn off Pokemon's abilities with the Galarian, Weezing, and play their own game instead. Now, these 2 trainers have been waiting for their turn to play this match through 2 others, and I think they're both quite excited to be getting things kicked off here.
Eduardo absolutely beaming here at the Lille Regional Championships. Must feel good to be back in this position. And I believe this is going to be the best finish we've ever seen from Ivar Vliga. So I hope they're already feeling incredibly proud of themselves. And listen, stranger things have happened this tournament than the underdog taking down the one that we expect to win. We've seen it time and time again, especially in day 1. Let's take a look at these fantastic trainers' achievements coming up very shortly.
Yeah, we already said it. Eduardo Cunha is a previous world champion, but not just a world champion, an international champion and a special championships champion from two different events in history. Now, he's also a global challenge champion as well. So if there was anyone that was used to winning an event across the board, Eduardo would be one of those trainers.
Now we're going to be able to take a look at the teams in just a moment, and it's going to be absolutely fascinating, so do not move a muscle. Ivar, we were talking about some of those accomplishments before. There is that Malmö 2023 top 32 finish, but look at that, we've got some top 64, we got top 16. We don't have champion, whereas the left side of your screen is littered with that word. Ivar already now has reached top 8 at the Lille Regional Championships, and that is to date their best finish. Wanting to convert it, wanting to go even further. As we take a look at Eduardo Cunha's team now, there are going to be some very familiar faces, but certainly a less familiar one, and also some less familiar sets.
I see, let's just cut straight to the Smeagol here. This is one of, I think, the glue components of Eduardo's team. Here he is tipping his beret, maybe to the Smeagol, maybe not. But representing that Smeagol very, very well. I don't wonder if he's got a paintbrush in his bucket as well. Fake out tailwind, follow me and Spore. So an unconventional set on the Smeagol, using it for speed control just as much as the support that it offers. Once you've got that speed control, you can get those Spores out.
Now let's turn our attention to it.
De Foxash e Ursaluna Blood Moon,
but calm mind means that this Ursaluna can get set up and deal even more damage than players are expecting. So Ivar, whilst they might be more comfortable with this Rillaboom, Incineroar, Golden Ghost, Sneasler core, cannot sleep on some of these cheeky techs that Eduardo is running. Now, speaking of cheeky techs, let's take a look at Ivar Vliga's team here in Lille. It's going to be a Toadscruel, an Incineroar, Hisuian Typhlosion, Kilowattrel, Galarian Weezing, and Garchomp. That's another Garchomp that we've seen make it through to top 8 with some really fascinating techs here. We got Terra Water on the Galarian Weezing with the Terra Blast. Such a nice way to deal with something like Incineroar that otherwise Weezing would struggle with.
And Garchomp has been picking up popularity, I think, because Ursaluna Blood Moon has been going for Terra Electric. Ground type coverage is so important in this format. There's not many sources of it, and Garchomp is one of those stable ones.
Discharge on the Kilowattrel, synergizing so nicely with Garchomp and Toadscruel. It's everything on the field, exactly, and the ground types are immune. And then Earthquake, I know, but I've seen it too. Earthquake, the Kilowattrel is immune from Typhlosion. Is that what you saw?
No.
Okay, well, Typhlosion has sleep talk in case it's put to sleep and can still deal with damage.
So good. No, I was looking above that to the Toadscruel, the acid spray on Toadscruel to make the Hisuian Typhlosion do that bit more damage with either a Shadow. Sometimes these Shadow Balls can be a little anemic. They're not really hitting as hard as it really likes to, but with an acid spray support, I can see it picking up lots of KOs.
You could even side acid spray your Kilowattrel to get a competitive.
No, that doesn't work like that, unfortunately. Oh. You know, we had it back with my low tick in the day, and yeah, that would have been lovely. The side acid spray, unfortunately, not something that's gonna work. Sorry to burst your bubble there, Charlie.
But it's such an exciting team, either way, that Ivar's bringing in. Let's see how it matches up into Eduardo Cunha's.
Here it is.
It's going to be the Galarian Weezing. It's going to be the Toadscruel. Here comes Smeagol, and here comes that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Now, there is the fake-out pressure that's bearing down on Ivar's team, but that's not going to affect the Toadscruel because it's carrying the covert cloak. So there is a free spore on the Toadscruel to whatever slot that Ivar wants to go to. And Eduardo is one of those players, is so experienced. He's going to have to work out exactly how he tries to weave in an attack. But to do that, and to do that effectively with the Ursaluna, you're going to have to worry about that Choice Specs Weezing at the same time.
Smeagol is now the center of attention. It's redirecting all single target attacks right its way. Spore, that's what the Smeagol is going to take. The Smeagol itself has access to Spore too, but of course Toadscruel is immune to that being a park grass type. So no more pesky shenanigans, at least for the next turn. Dazzling Clean, really significant damage onto that Smeagol, and it's chipping away at the Ursaluna, but it's just going to respond with that
saber quais são os pontos que estão sendo jogados, pô.
No need to take the risk of whether or not that Weezing was going to go for the terrestrialization. Just say, well, if you do go for the terrestrialization, or if you don't, the Blood Moon is still going to pick up the knockout.
And now Toadscruel will have its buddy joining it on the field as Smeagol gets a sharp boost to its attack. The only thing that's going to affect is Fake Out. It's already used it. It can't use it again. Here comes Hisuian Typhlosion, and that with the Choice Scarf, it's got Eruption, Heat Wave, and Shadow Ball. It's going to deal fast and heavy damage.
Especially with a Smeagol asleep.
Eu sempre que tenho os jogos aqui, ou Dragas, aí eu vejo qual que são os pontos que estão sendo jogados. Quando ele vai acordar, vai decorar o meta e vai jogar vezes 100, 2030. Dragas, tem Pokémon Champions em janeiro. Você acha que eu tô perdendo tempo? Se bem que o meta pode mudar, né? Porque como vai ser Mega Evolução, eu não sei como é que eu vou fazer para ter Mega Evolução. Eu teria que ter o Legends ZA até janeiro, jogar ele, passar os Pokémons pro home, e quando o Champions lançar, só jogar, entendeu? E lembrando, gente, saindo o Champions aqui, saindo o Pokémon Champions, a gente vai jogar aqui em live, beleza? Vamos jogar em live, vamos jogar com vocês, a gente pode ir montando estratégias e dicas. Mega Starmie vai ser quebrado? Vamos ver, né?
And at least Blood Moon Ursaluna's mind's eye ability lets it hit those ghost types like Typhlosion. And of course, even though it's immune to the Fake Out, it's certainly not immune to something like Knockoff. Would be super effective damage to that ghost Pokemon. But then if you go for the Terastallization, then you can be faked out.
Yeah, it's like, and this is the trouble with this particular scenario, especially when you've got Rillaboom in the back. All of that eruption damage at some point is going to come down to bear, and probably more likely on the Ursaluna. But then if you have the Ursaluna knocked out, how's your Rillaboom going to stand in front of this Hisuian Typhlosion?
That's Eduardo shaking their head, putting their head in it, their hand to their head, because Hisuian Typhlosion has indeed gone for this Terrifier. Perhaps Eduardo was debating going for the fake-out play, but let's see how it unfolds. Here comes the Choice Scarf Terrifier, boosted eruption from Hisuian Typhlosion. The Blood Moon Ursaluna does hang on with 15 HP here. The Earth Power, though, super effective into Eduardo's Incineroar. It's not the most offensive of Pokemon. Here comes the knockoff, but that could actually end up working in Evar's favor, so they can switch up the move you lock into. Well, it would have done had this Earth Power not convincingly removed Hisuian Typhlosion from contention.
Okay, so Hisuian Typhlosion's down. That's a big benefit to Eduardo. But to do that, Eduardo had to take so much damage in the process. And now Ursaluna on such low HP would be able to be picked off by whatever Ivar has in the back. That being the Garchomp is actually really significant here because it has the ability to go for Earthquakes and that spread pressure where the Toedscruel doesn't mind even taking an Earthquake itself. There's no priority moves for the Incineroar nor the Blood Moon Ursaluna, so Ivar is still keeping on the front foot.
But Eduardo has exactly what they need in the back here with Rillaboom, the unrivaled. It's going to create that grassy terrain on the field, and that means that Earthquake is going to be hitting all the less hard, mitigating the power of spread ground moves. Ursaluna, though, is going to go for another protect. It's going to benefit from grassy terrain recovery, as well as that leftovers recovery. Ivar not falling for the grassy terrain. The Dragon Claw into the Rillaboom. An Earth Power attempted just to remove this Blood Moon that's been sitting on the field since the start of the game.
Yeah, no need to take any risks here. Just go for the accurate attacks and cover the switches while you're doing it. Now, there is an Intimidate switch in the back, but I feel like this Covert Cloak has been doing so much work for Ivar across the entirety of the set, breaking down this Incineroar Rillaboom combination. You don't need to be able to put those Pokemon to sleep if you can just consistently pressure them all the way through the match.
Ô, Dragas, não dá pra cogitar nada até ser jogado, entendeu? Exemplo disso é, você conhece o Archaludon, não conhece? Conhece o Pokémon Archaludon, né? Chat, bebam água, não esqueçam de se hidratar.
Dragon Claw, another one into the Incineroar, easily enough to secure the KO here, and no more Intimidates or indeed parting shots now to worry about. Moving over after this Life Orb recoil to the Rillaboom, attempting the Woodhammer into the Toedscruel in the grassy terrain, but it's not enough to secure the KO. That will be a calculation that Ivar has specifically worked to counter, attempting the Spore, maybe anticipating a switch in, or we was heading into the other slot here, but of course Rillaboom being a grass type going to be immune to that.
Yeah, this could have gone either way as well. Now the Toedscruel is in range of a grassy glide. There's still a couple more turns of grassy terrain remaining, and actually this Ursaluna looks like it's getting itself with the Intimidate on the Garchomp into a pretty decent spot. If the Rillaboom's able to get this grassy glide into the Toedscruel and knock it out, effectively the recovery from the grassy terrain and the leftovers coming into play to allow this Ursaluna to survive the attack.
Garchomp here is certainly going to be the main damage dealer, and it looked like Eduardo is thinking about protecting their Blood Moon Ursaluna on this team. So let's see if Ivar has targeted correctly into the Rillaboom to try and at least remove that piece from contention. The Rage Power attempted just in case the Ursaluna are attacking. Again, Rillaboom being a grass type is not going to mind that one bit. Hey, Grass Glide targeted into that slot anyway. Clearly enough to secure the knockout here, taking up neutral damage on the Toedscruel. All eyes move on to Cynthia's signature Pokemon, Miss Garchomp. The Dragon Claw, and thanks to that Intimidate on the previous turn, Rillaboom is hanging on. It's now a 2 versus 1. The world champion is showing why they have that title.
This is so classic. This is absolutely classic Eduardo Cunha gameplay going on right here. Just playing the margins, playing the right turns consistently. He's such an established player at finding those slight win conditions that generally do work out in his favor. Now, the Garchomp does have to go for a Dragon Claw here, but it's not enough now with all that recovery to take the KO on this Ursaluna.
No critical hit. Now the Wood Hammer neutral on the grassy terrain. That's going to be enough to secure the KO. A little bit of Ruskin chip damage doesn't matter. We know that our winner of Game 1 here at our Masters Top 8C, it's going to be Eduardo Cunha.
GG. 1-0 pro Eduardo. Vamos ver.
Yeah, Eduardo playing that game so well, just putting their Pokemon, although Eduardo was sitting there at a really detrimental position, it looked like, for most of that match, they had just enough health to make everything work out in their favor in the end. And I think the key moment in that game, aside from knocking out the Hisuian Typhlosion and taking that pressure away, being able to take that Terrafire Eruption from the Typhlosion on the Blood Moon Ursaluna, was the turn that the Wood Hammer targeted down into the Toedscruel. Took that into Grassy Glide range. We didn't say it at the time, but that Toedscruel does not have access to protect.
Ivar now has to decide how to adapt heading into this next game, and really, Eduardo was able to take 2 pretty swift knockouts in that Game 1. Ivar needs to work out how they can get more out of their Pokemon here. The Galarian Weezing, it's fun, and certainly carrying the Choice Specs is dealing a significant amount of damage with the Dazzling Gleam, or any move that we're to lock into as well. But perhaps we'd like to see Ivar getting a little bit more out of their resources. What do you think, Ben?
Yeah, I think this you have to, if you're on the front foot, maintain that advantage. And while Ivar was able to get themselves into a good position, they also just weren't able to convert that. I think that started when the Blood Moon knocked out the Choice Specs Weezing, and I think that was the tipping point to put things in Eduardo's favor. He just had to wait out all of that offensive pressure before he was able to come back strong.
The winner of this next match will be progressing through to our top 4 as long as it's Eduardo or Ivar can take it to a third game. This time it's going to be Typhlosion in the lead alongside Toedscruel. Eduardo going for the lead that was them in the previous game. Blood Moon Ursaluna and Smeargle.
Now there is still the opportunity for Smeargle to go to sleep, but it can obviously follow me away like it did in Game 1. Any sort of spores going into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but this is the opportunity for the Rage Powder to be coming out. That's going to allow this Hisuian Typhlosion to just start on the offensive.
Here we go.
Get that eruption going.
There's that Choice Scarf eruption. The Smeargle down to his Focus Sash. The Ursaluna below 50% here. That could be the opening that Ivar needs now to carve a path through the Ursaluna. Going for the cheeky move that we don't often see on Smeargle. That Tailwind. The speedy bear that's going to eclipse this Toedscruel with a Blood Moon. Brought down to a third of its HP and a little bit of leftover recovery here to boot.
And now the interesting position here, because the Toedscruel was able to survive that, but these Blood Moons, they only have 2 attacking options. They're going to have to switch between them as they're going through the motions. And so the fact that the Earth Power is the only move of choice makes it so this Ursaluna definitely wants to protect itself, so another Blood Moon can come out next turn.
Smeargle now got a speed drop thanks to his Moody ability there, but we do still have the Tailwind over on that side. Toedscruel the center of attention, but Hisuian Typhlosion able to get off this eruption to secure the KO onto the Smeargle. A very excessive eruption there, but Smeargle has done what it needed to do. It's set up the Tailwind. It means that Eduardo is going to be outspeeding Ivar's team for as long as that is in effect. Well, hopefully, though you are facing down a Choice Scarf Hisuian Typhlosion.
And this is, I'm wondering, in this situation whether or not the second eruption after a couple of turns of leftovers is enough to pick up the KO on this Ursaluna.
Nindras, como pode o Chico Dark, depois de tantos nerfs, dar tanto dano? Então, Empoleon, né? O Marlon, tava eu, o Calux e o King jogando o Pokémon Unite mais cedo, e pelo que o Calux falou, mesmo com o nerf do Empoleon, ele continua insuportável. Não, esse nerf parece que não adiantou de bosta nenhuma em cima dele, basicamente.
Is it going to be enough for Ivar just to sit there with the Typhlosion and keep clicking the eruptions as Ivar takes the time to lock into their moves? We'll shortly be finding out. Here comes the Typhlosion switching out of there, so Ivar wanting to switch up their game plan now and switching in his place. This Garchomp now on the field. Let's see if it's able to provide the utility Ivar needs. The high horsepower, a little bit of rough skin and chip damage now onto that Rillaboom. Another Blood Moon coming out into the Toescroll. This time that's going to be enough to put it to bed.
Yeah, Toescroll's caused so many problems for Eduardo already along this set, but now it has been knocked out. There is no worries about that going into the future. But the Tailwind turns are diminishing. This is the last turn of Tailwind that Eduardo has access to. And if that last Pokemon for Ivar in the back has Protect, then it's going to be Garchomp that's going to end up with the speed advantage overall. Instead, something maybe better than Protect. A Fake Out coming in from that Incineroar.
Fake Out so that the target cannot act, even if it wants to here. The Incineroar has been brought. The Galarian Weezing has been benched. I really like this adaptation here from Ivar. Seems like Eduardo is considering getting that Bloodmoon and Ursaluna boosted up with another move that we rarely see on this composition. That Calm Mind.
Yes, like Calm Mind looks really good in this spot with all of the HP recovery coming out from the leftovers, as well as the grassy terrain. And it does mean that the Earth Powers are going to be able to do significant damage to the Incineroar, but also maybe a Blood Moon would be a
não desmerecendo você, claro, mas provavelmente o Empoleon não tá sabendo jogar, né?
Holding the assault vest, bolstering his special defense, but it's going to be Sneasler brought this time from Eduardo. We didn't see it in game one. Right, terrestrialization time, and it will be an Incineroar for Ivar. Going for his Terra Grass terrestrialization, now resisting the Earth Powers that Eduardo's Blood Moon can threaten in its direction. Let's see if it's going to be enough for Ivar to carve a path through to game 3, as Garchomp will just be taking no damage this turn. Ursaluna able to get that Calm Mind set up, boosting its special attack, boosting its special defense as well, which could be crucial for that Simian Typhlosion lurking in the back. Now, going to be the Incineroar U-turn. Sneasler, he was resisting that move anyway, but thanks to that Grassy Seed defense boost, Critical Hit might come into contention later.
Caraca,
switching out, it's
jogos
going to have to
jogando
be
hoje,
the Simian Typhlosion taking its place.
Yeah, so this is a really clever position for Ivar to try to get themselves into as the Tailwind expires. That's going to set the Garchomp up as being the second fastest Pokemon after the Sneasler, but also get your choice Pokemon in front of these two Pokemon. Now the Calm Mind
eu joguei de Playtable hoje, né? Coloquei Big Root, né? A grande raiz aí, né? Caraca, Marlon, eu só curei em 160. Espera. Eu só curei em 169k de dano. Só 169k. Só isso. Só curei isso, nada demais. Eu dei muita cura pro pessoal e curei muita vida. Cara, teve uma jogada, é porque eu não gravei, não filmei nem nada, Marlon. Mas tinha uma jogada ali que eu ia morrer. Eu usei o Luar. Essa é a raiz de bronze, então. Eu usei o Luar, cara, eu me curei de um jeito ali que, nossa, eu fui pra mais da metade da vida em segundos, basicamente.
Here it comes, the balloons atop its head. It scales the cliffs of Hisui, but it can't scale the mountain that is this Hisuian Typhlosion. It is the heat wave locked into. Eruption, of course, depends on the amount of HP you have left. Dragon Claw and Ursaluna hangs on with 1 HP. The invisible Focus Sash coming in clutch. Ursaluna is now eclipsing this Garchomp. My goodness gracious me. The fortune is certainly on that turn going in Wardo's favor.
Wow, what a close call between these two trainers. That was absolutely unbelievable here. There's still a Rillaboom in the back, so that Ursaluna going down definitely made a big impact. But the Grassy Glide will be able to pick up the KO onto this Hisuian
Não conseguiu matar uma Saluna 2-1. Não é assim, mano. Eu tenho que entender que o investimento, esses negócios é... O pessoal faz estratégias que fogem muito do padrão, cara. Não, provavelmente o Garchomp levaria, né? Mas vai que, né? O investimento que o cara fez ali.
Get KO'd for a combination of attacks, and then we'll see the Rillaboom come in and just do the Grassy Glide stuff.
Eu gosto de fazer um dos Pokémons do Dragas, um dos Pokémons favoritos do Dragas, tomar, como fala, de chacota, fazer chacota.
And now there is nothing stopping the Sneasler attacking with acrobatics into that Hisuian Typhlosion, picking up the KO there. Now, in trade, Ivar could knock out the Sneasler with a Flare Blitz, but if you do that, then you don't knock out this Blood Moon that's just doing what it's been doing all match long and recovering all that HP. I feel like players against this Ursaluna need to knock out about 6 Ursalunas to be able to wake their way through it. Such a well-played game here by both of our trainers, but Eduardo is edging closer to their top 4 spot.
Ursaluna has been on the field the entire game of Game 1 and so far the entire game of Game 2. The acrobatics, of course, going off first there, thanks to the unburden ability.
Ainda é 3 contra 1, GG. 2-0 do
Blood Moon now connecting into this, albeit a Soul Vest Incineroar, so it's going to be able to take it a little bit better than it would have done ordinarily. This Incineroar, it's such a good Pokemon, but it's having a little bit too much after it. As now Sneasler is going to go down to that Flare Blitz. You're going to suffer some recoil damage as well. It looks like certainly Eduardo's moon is rising.
Does look that way. Now Rillaboom gets to come in. The grassy terrain will be leaving the field imminently, but that doesn't matter whatsoever. It's just the fake out that Eduardo needs on the Rillaboom coming in to give that recharge turn to Ursaluna's Blood Moon. We have seen that the Blood Moon Ursaluna is faster than the Incineroar, and so with the Incineroar not being able to protect you to the Assault Vest.
Quantas horas de live já? 5 horas e 36 de live. Desde um ótimo domingo aí, gente. Bom dia a todos. Tá acordando agora, se tá indo dormir. É, o cara ainda quis tentar. No 2-0, tranquilaço.
Against a team like Ivar's, you've got to be nervous. It doesn't matter who's at the helm. That team is looking very, very strong. Ivar has been improving year after year, coming back and showing us why their creativity meets their skill and how they can keep progressing in these events. But Eduardo Cunha has championed in so many of their accolades for a reason, and the way that they've trained their Pokemon, the margins that they're playing with are so slight, but that is the skill of Eduardo Cunha.
And that's what you'd expect at this stage of the competition as well. Now, even though that was a 2-0 set, that is not to belittle what Ivar was able to achieve there. Reaching top 8, their best achievement 2 days, and putting up a really good showing against Eduardo Cunha. The Galarian Weezing didn't put in all that much of a shift in Game 1. It was dropped in Game 2. Fantastic to see that adaptation from Ivar there. I really like the idea of this choice scarf.
Bom dia, como é que você tá, cara?
If you're running the choice scarf, you're not running the choice specs.
Acabei de saber que o primeiro jogo da história
with this Terrifier that we saw can be a little bit lacking.
Yeah, so that's the thing. It's like speed is great, but then you can't necessarily use the acid spray to its fullest potential. And even though these eruptions are very pressuring, they certainly did a lot in the start of that game too. If you can't pick up the KOs or can't quite pick up the KOs, then it's very susceptible to return damage from your opponent.
Oh, this 1 HP survival on the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Look at Eduardo going absolutely crazy on the stage there. I wonder if they predicted that the Ursaluna would survive that attack, because, I mean, Garchomp sure is rising up in the metagame, but it seems like that's a little thing right now. Don't know if Eduardo had that prior knowledge.
Well, it's like even so, you've got to give Ivar a lot of credit for going for that turn in the moment, because knowing that Blood Moon was there, being knocked out, was the ticket to victory. That's when you know you have to lock in and make that read. If Eduardo went for a switch, went for a protect on that turn, yeah, maybe they weren't getting the damage off, but maybe the Blood Moon would have hung on for a little bit longer regardless. And so, like, that balance
Cara, eu
of
fui numa batalha e tinha uma
process in that
Será que era eu?
situation is really, really important.
Ben, I believe, speaking of situations that
Mano,
you
eu
have a
achei
moment that you
incrível.
would like to
Caraca,
analyse from that
realmente era
previous game.
gênio.
Take us through it.
Yeah, so
Certeza
this
que
is
esse
going
é o
back
primeiro
to
jogo.
game one, where we had a little bit of a decision to be made for our trainers here. Here's where the Ursaluna is switching out into the Incineroar. If I just go back here a little bit, the pressure on the Toadstool in this situation, you've got Rillaboom pressuring it right here, but you've also got the Toadstool pressuring down a KO onto this Ursaluna at this point. This is where Eduardo decides to switch it out and bring in the Incineroar. Now, the Incineroar getting KO'd here is really quite detrimental to Eduardo, but it's all at the cause of being able to get an Intimidate drop down onto this Garchomp and make sure that the Dragon Claws that are targeting down into the Rillaboom and also into the Ursaluna that's in this slot.
O Marlon acha que é ele batendo direto, mas não é não. Não é o golpe. Faz isso.
Wonderfully done, Ben. Those arrows were starting to look a little bit messy there, but I know exactly what you were saying.
I've not got the best handwriting out there. It's certainly.
I think you did a masterful job there, Ben, and the Toadstool hanging on through the wood hammer as well. But yeah, you're so right. The Intimidate drops there, and this is the thing. Another mark of such high-skilled trainers is when to drop those Intimidates. And of course, Garchomp is now locked down on the field, so preserving your Incineroar for the late game so that you know that you have that facility to be able to do that at a point where you cannot reset them over on Evar's side of the field.
Knowing that this Toadstool here doesn't have the opportunity to go for Protect means that you just get to focus down turn after turn after turn into that slot and to be able to KO it. Rillaboom isn't too worried
Foi
about
muito
that. Garchomp is not really
engraçado
doing anything, and
que
so Eduardo
tava
setting
eu,
up the end game
o Satoru, tava
this
eu,
2v1 targeting down into
sim,
the
o Marlon,
Garchomp,
exatamente estava.
no Toadstool.
Ela tava com... Ela tava com, como que é o nome?
Just totally missed. You missed. Just totally missed.
You are showing your love for the trainers there on these stages.
Basicamente deu corta-cura nela. Entendeu? O Wicked Blood, ele dá... O Wicked Blood faz corta-cura, basicamente.
And I think if there's one regulation set where a player like Ivar Flieger can really thrive, it is going to be regulation set H, where the power level is lower and you have that ability afforded to you, but it will be Eduardo Cunha progressing through, and we just have one more match before we know who's going to be our complete top four here at the Lille Regional Championships.
It's all getting... I was about to say it's all getting exciting. It's been exciting the whole
Jogou
weekend. But now we are really getting to crunch time for all of our trainers. Nearly only 4 remaining, only 5 remaining now
Cara,
in the bracket. But before we get on
King
to our
foi
last
de Mega
top 8
Lucario.
match, let's go over to the couch and hear from
O
Eduardo
Calux foi de
Cunha
Mega
about his thoughts
Charizard
of that match.
Y e eu fui de Clefable, né? Mano, o cooldown do Mega Dragonite, do Mega Lucario, ou do Mega Dragonite, do Mega Charizard e do Mega Lucario, mano, tá absurdo. O Calux conseguia basicamente ultar. Só tem a Mega. Isso, Mega X, né? A Mega X. Eu falei, não falei? Charizard. A Mega Charizard X. O Y é o outro, né? Eu nem lembro mais o que eu falei, gente. Eu tô um pouquinho de sono, eu tô meio bugado. Enfim. Resumindo, o Calux quase conseguiu lutar toda hora com o Mega Charizard dele. O King ultava toda hora e eu dei 169k de cura. Entendeu? Basicamente, eu dei 169k de cura. Eu fui com a Big Root, né? Com a raiz grande aí. para os portugueses brasileiros aí. Cara, teve uma jogada ali que a gente tava na base dos caras, eu tava sem nada de vida, eu usei o luar. Eu recuperei quase minha vida toda instantaneamente, cara, é muito quebrado esse item. E eu já tô nível 30, né, com ele, né. Rapaz, esse negócio de Mega quebrou. Não, e calma lá, tá? Porque ainda vai vir o Mega Charizard Y e provavelmente alguma Mega, alguma outra Mega.
And I knew that, and most they do 80%, and I looked a little bit over. So I knew I'd lived the. I mean, most people might have been shocked that I lived the eruption, but I knew that I was basically
ainda bem que não uso Mega. Pô, mas Mega, se pá, Mega é o meta. Ô Satoru, entenda uma coisa. Eles lançaram. Entenda, eles fizeram Legends ZA, ó, Legends ZA, vão lançar no Champions, e, ó, lançaram o ZA, lançaram no Unite e vão lançar no Champions, Mega Evolução. Tu acha que o meta ou alguma coisa de ranqueada vai fugir? Não vai ser em torno dos megas? Do meta dos megas, né, na verdade. É impossível. Você vai ter que jogar com algum mega, senão você não joga, basicamente. Se não tiver nenhum Pokémon normal que esteja bom no meta, fora as megas, é só mega que você vai conseguir fazer alguma coisa. Entendeu?
Yeah, and then also in the second game, Barcelona making it through there as well on the 1 HP.
Ou seja, Mega Mewtwo, o XY, Mega Charizard X, Mega Lucario. Só nessa já foi 4 megas, são 5 no time, né? Vai vir ainda uma outra Mega do Charizard, né? A Mega Y. Pronto, ó, você tem um time todo completo. Eu não sei se, quer dizer, eu não sei se dá pra jogar. Se dá pra jogar com 2 Mewtwo's e 2 Charizards e um Lucario. Não sei se dá pra jogar. Se der pra jogar, beleza, mas eu acho que não dá.
The Portuguese community has been supporting me like crazy. They're in the crowd cheering for me. Thank you so much. And everyone, my students as well. I feel like I learned a lot from my students. They teach me so much. Thank you to my students. And finally, I have to thank TPCI for giving me another chance. Thank you very much.
All right, well, we will see you in top 4 in just a little bit. But before that, we have a couple more top 8 matches, so don't go anywhere.
Next up, from Japan, our video game senior champion, Rei Yamanaka!
Tá, top 8B. Ok. Beleza? Pera aí, gente, já volto rapidinho, beleza? Já volto.
Ray himself, I mean, relatively newer player, so this is humongous.
私がポケモンをプレイするのが好きなのはやはり対戦相手に勝つことが楽しいと感じられるからです。対戦する上でいろいろな言語のポケモンの名前を知ることができました。今回の WCS でマスターカテゴリーで出場した秋山翔さんが自分の憧れのプレイヤーです。他のものがありましたけど、今回の WCS で優勝できたことによりそれに変わりました。世界大会を優勝できないと思っていたので、とても驚いているし嬉しいです。
And from the couch, back behind the desk, I'm here with Lee Provost, and we will bring you the final top 8 game here from Lille. The action is just accelerating, isn't it?
I know, it is really accelerating, and yeah, what an exciting game that last one was. That 1 HP survival with the Blood Boon. Coming back for revenge in that one, and Eduardo making their way into top 4 is very exciting, but we have one more top 8 match to feature here and see who our remaining or last top 4 player will be.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be Giuseppe, who we have featured yesterday.
Yes.
And also, you talked to him today a little bit?
Yeah, I got the chance to speak to Giuseppe earlier, and again, yeah, I think Giuseppe kind of understates the ability that they have. I think, you know, like, they're such a talented trainer.
Yeah.
And he was saying how there's so many big names amongst the top cut, and
he's one of the big names.
I said this to him. I said, you are one of the big names, you know, and I think you're proving that every time you're on the broadcast. You play these incredible sets and you really showcase their talents, and I'm always blown away with how well they do play and the team choices as well. And they did talk about the inclusion of the Dragonite over the Ninetales.
Yeah.
That we talked about yesterday when we were able to kind of feature their game, and I think it was a really good choice because it was pivotal in their match when we were seeing Giuseppe versus Giovanni and how much that Dragonite put work in.
Yeah, I mean, if there is no rain around, and we haven't really seen that many. I mean, we saw a couple of rain teams yesterday.
Yeah,
and
I think early on, Federico.
Still also won, maybe still in the tournament.
Yes, with Jay,
Jay.
Yeah.
But in this matchup against Armin, I don't think we will see some rain, and instead it is going to be a little bit of a very kind of straight up strategic battle. Lots of Pokemon that we see quite often, but I like those games as well because there's going to be a lot of skill involved, strategically positioning Incineroar and Rillaboom if you are in for that kind of action. Then this is a match that you should not miss. Giuseppe against Armin.
It's going to be incredible. And like you
Bom
say,
dia, Lego. Salve, como é que você tá, cara? Tudo bem? Desde já ótimo sábado aí, ótimo sábado esses bem. Ótimo domingo aí pra você. Como é que você tá, cara? Vocês meio cansados, ainda tô um pouquinho dele.
But before we get into the teams and the tactics themselves, let's celebrate our players who have managed to get to this stage of the tournament. We'll start off with Giuseppe. You can see the accomplishments. More recently, that top 16 finish here at the World Championships last season by that Lille regional top 4, Barcelona special champion top 4 2024, and Stuttgart regional champion back in 2018. So it's a remarkable player in their own right. Amin as well has got all of the accolades there, and will be able to add a top 8 from this event after this event, if not something a little bit higher, hopefully. 2025 special event champion, top 16, going down the list as well, and you know, not unfamiliar with this stage.
Time do Giuseppe aí na tela, gente. Rillaboom, de Assault Vest, Incineroar de Safety Goggles, Goldengo de Life Orb, Sneasel de Grassseed, Dragonite de Lodo de Dice e o Saluna Bloodmoon de Moscovite. Ô Lego, ontem depois da live eu fui dormir. Chuta que horas que eu acordei?
To bring the speed control to the table, and then with Haze can also counteract Dondozo quite effectively.
Chuta a hora que eu acordei.
Exactly that, and I think that's a really nice option, especially if that is something that they face further down the line. But we can take a closer look at Giuseppe's team as they are trading team sheets, and both players will be able to see exactly what each of them are bringing against each other. And there we go, there is Amin's team, the Rillaboom and Eilert, Goldengo, Mousehold, Ninetales, and the Ursaluna.
Similar teams that we've seen before, sometimes Ninetales carries Icicle Spear in order to activate Annihilate's Rage Fist or to boost their rubber. Amin deciding to go with beat up the more classic Mouse 8 duo, and Ninetales though still on the team as a supporting Pokemon with Icy Wind, with Encore, with Aurora Veil, a lot of supporting options. And I wonder if that is going to be a Pokemon that Amin will bring to this battle because of how good it would be into Dragonite, but at the same time it might not be as effective against, for example, Goldengo or Incineroar.
No, and it's got an interesting Terra type on there as well. And
3 da manhã, 2 da manhã, quase.
Useful against maybe some options, namely the Rillaboom,
Uma dica, eu acordei no mesmo dia, tá? Eu fui dormir depois da live, mas eu acordei no mesmo dia.
Outside of that, it's going to take a lot of damage from
manhã.
other things like Ursaluna and things. So probably not the Pokemon that we'll see terrestrializing, but it is all about that Annihilate getting that beat up off and that Rage Fist powered up and how Amin is going to approach that. But we are getting into game 1 here of the top 8 Lille Regional Championships. We're going to see Amin leading off with that Alola Ninetales on the Annihilate and Giuseppe leading with the Ursaluna and the Dragonite.
Only one more spot in our top 8, and Giuseppe will try to utilize the same kind of duo. We've seen it over the course of this weekend a couple of times. Dragonite and Ursaluna, they both really have nice synergy, both offensively and defensively. I mean, on the other side, this Ninetales could just go ahead and set up Aurora Veil. We know that it's the fastest Pokemon on the field, is not really under a lot of pressure at this point, and with Aurora Veil could really help out Annihilate as well.
Well, under the threat of the Ice-type moves, the Dragonite just wants to retreat to make its way for Dengo, which is going to come in with Giuseppe now, and he'll be able to apply a little bit more
eu
pressure
acabei
going
a
into the
live,
next
era
turn. We are going
3
to start
horas,
off with a
eu apaguei
terrestrialization as well, and
completamente
it
e
will be
acordei
from
11
that
alguma
Ursula
coisa.
going for that electric terror
Pra
type
tu
here.
ver,
Take away
pra tu
primarily
ver
that fighting weakness
o
and the ice
quanto
weakness
que
that
eu
is on the
dormi.
other side of the field. As that, like you said, Marcus, the Aurora Veil, the opportunity was there. That is set up to bolster those defenses. But what is this Annihilate going to do? Well, it is that Drain Punch, but not super effective after the terrestrialization. It's going to do some nice damage, but it allows this Ursaluna to now get an all-important Yawn onto that Annihilate, and it will be on a timer before it takes an
mas aí,
you have to expect the Yawn in
em
this
minha
positioning because
defesa,
Annihilate
eu
traditionally, of course, would
não
like to
tinha
just sit there on the
dormido
field,
desde
get started
sexta-feira, ou
with some
seja,
walk-up setup, but you kind
eu
of know
tinha
that
que
though,
dormir. Meu corpo só falou, você vai dormir por 8
no way
horas e é
Giuseppe
isso.
lets you do that. So Annihilate going for the Drain Punch, kind of forcing Giuseppe to go for terrestrialization. Now that is already committed, and Annihilate likely will have to swap out, but a nice play there from Giuseppe, bringing in a Golden Goal. And this creates a little bit of an interesting dynamic where if, I mean, kind of wanted to get some damage down on that Golden Goal, a Rituals is just not powerful enough, so
8 horas é pouco. Então, pra quem ficou acordado desde o dia passado,
with Make It Rain,
entendeu?
knock out Ninetales easily, so Ninetales also would like to swap out, does not have Protect, so I mean under a lot of pressure, and depending on what they have in the back, they might just take a ton of damage to start.
temporada,
Well, under that threat, the Annihilate switches out for their own Golden Goal, and they follow it up with an icy win from this Ninetales, which will know the
tem
speed.
detalhe, cara.
Both Pokemon and Giuseppe
Tem
side of the
detalhe
field
que tu
by
tá
one
esquecendo.
stage. Now in return,
Eles
there is the
sempre vão
Make It Rain.
fazer
We'll be able to get the
buffs e
Alola
nerfs,
Ninetales
né?
on Amin's
Eles
side
sempre vão
and do
buffar e
some
nerfar
nice chip
os
damage to
Pokémon.
Golden Goal switching in, but a good
Se eles
defensive
verem
switch
que tá
nonetheless. But if an Earthpower is chosen here, things could get tricky. As this
quebrado,
Blood Moon
tipo
Ursaluna
como
is
foi
still
o
yet
Epoleon,
to
né? O
move. There's the
Epoleon,
Life Orb chip, and it is the
tanto o
Earthpower
Epoleon
will be into the Golden Goal. Even
o
through that
Epoleon
Aurora
e as
Veil, it
megas
will be
usar
enough because the
do
critical hit lands,
tributário,
picking
o
up a
que eles vão
huge double
fazer?
knockout on
Cara,
this turn 2.
provavelmente eles vão nerfar ao ponto de que ou vai ficar razoável de usar ou vai ficar completamente inútil, que é o que eles fazem, entendeu? Normalmente. Enfim, vou continuar minha gameplay de Pokémon? Ok, continue. Você não jogou desde aquela hora então, ô Lego?
This is the threaded mouse ape combination, but beat up only really works to its full effect when there are all 4 Pokemon still around. So this time, beat up, wouldn't be that powerful. I mean, you still probably have to go for it at this point. However, with Yawn or Ursaluna still around, no option to switch for Amin anymore. If you can get up a Yawn, that will be permanent.
That's the thing, the Yawn there, and have you got the ability to get rid of that Ursaluna at this stage of the match? Probably not. There's just not enough firepower there. It does come down to what this Mousehole decides to do. Go for that B2, or you could go for a Super Fang and combine that with maybe something. But like you say, Marcus, the issue is the Rage Fist not at the power that you need it to be. You've probably got to take that turn to get that move powered up. Now we are seeing a bit of a switch up. The Golden Goat now getting that -1 special attack. Does want to reset that, switches out for the Rillaboom, which brings that grassy terrain to the field. And just a follow me from this Mousehole wanting to protect that Annihilate at all costs, as it is drawing in all those attacks. And this Annihilate on Amin's side going for the opportunity to set up itself, boosting that attack and its defense by 1 stage, as a Yawn is followed up from the Blood Moon Ursaluna. And it will be into the Mousehole again now on a timer. 1 turn it's got before it does take that sleepy turn.
I think this was a really nice attempt there by Armin. Going for the follow me this turn at bulk up would allow him to go for a beat up and Rage Fist next turn to potentially knock out Ursaluna. But Giuseppe read right into that, brings in Rillaboom, and now has the option to threaten Fake Out into Mousehold. So you kind of have to commit the Terra Ghost on Mousehold this turn. And that is just one more resource that is down for Armin. And yeah, that's what we're seeing. But it seems like Giuseppe reading right into that, understanding the power dynamics in this matchup, will go for targeting onto Annihilate instead.
Well, there's the Terastallization on the Mousehold into that Ghost type, and there is the beat up. Like Marcus mentioned, it relies on the team members you've got left. It's only hitting twice, but that Rage Fist is going to be powered further by that bulk up the previous turn, and it won't be enough into that Blood Moon Ursaluna, followed up by a Wood Hammer from this Rillaboom into the Mousehold, able to take that pretty comfortably, just below 50%, and now that Ursaluna is going to disrupt even more, and another Yawn finally into that Annihilate. As this turn ends, the Mousehold's going to get a bit of recovery, but it will be taking a nap.
Yeah, Mousehold will fall asleep and Annihilate will follow soon. So, yeah, Giuseppe playing this very, very carefully and slowly, but I think eventually we will find Giuseppe in a spot to go for all the damage. Now, Annihilate can get off another Rage Fist, potentially into Rillaboom, which cannot protect. But I feel like even if you just go for double targets here, just make sure that you can knock out Mousehold, then Annihilate will fall asleep. And because you forced out Terastallization on Mousehold, Goldingo that is waiting in the back for Giuseppe will hit Annihilate super effectively with Shadow Ball. Of course, you still gotta watch out just a little bit because Aurora Veil is still up and Annihilate carries a Citrus Berry, so you don't want to boost Rage Fist further unnecessarily.
Well, there's the guaranteed sleep from the Mousehold, and the Rage Fist out into the Rillaboom, but it hands over 1 HP. In return, the Wood Hammer going to be able to get rid of that Mousehold once and for all, but that recoil damage from the Wood Hammer going to be likely enough to take that Rillaboom down with it. It does open the door, though, for the Ursaluna to get an attack off into this Annihilate, but that Aurora Veil still is in effect, so will help protect it a little bit further. Not doing as much as we're used to, but a good number of damage there as that Snow does stop, and that is the end of the Aurora Veil as well.
Yeah, and now Goldingo can come in, Annihilate has to go to sleep, and with Shadow Ball and Earth Power, this game will easily be wrapped up for Giuseppe.
Esse aí, beleza? Ah, você viu um Pokémon, viu o nome dele? Procura nesse site, você deve achar fraquezas, coisa dele, entendeu?
To bring in Goldingo at the perfect time, just like he's bringing it now at the perfect time once more.
Aí você vê a fraqueza, a equipagem também.
Sealed this first game. The first one was the big Make It Rain, and now it will be Shadow Ball.
And it looks like the cancellation is locked in. Giuseppe taking game 1 in this top 8 here at the Lille Regional Championships. 1 step away from making their way into top 4. All to do for Armin though. Can they adjust, Marcus, going into this game 2?
Do Giuseppe, deixa eu ver. Já tudo. Só falta aqui.
Armin tried to go for an Annihilate-centric game plan. Set up Aurora Veil first, then bring in the Mousehold at some point, go for the beat up, and then go from there. But that plan seemed just to be a little bit too slow against Ursaluna, because Ursaluna's Yawn doesn't really care about Friend Guard or about Aurora Veil. It just sits there, clicks Yawn, right? And then it forces you to kind of switch out of favorable positions. If Armin could just stay in with Annihilate initially and just set up a couple of bulk ups, I think they would have been in a fantastic spot. But because Ursaluna just sits on the field for so long with leftovers and grassy terrain recovery, and then because you have to switch so often to counteract the Yawn, it was just too tough to execute that game plan with Aurora Veil. So I think Armin might need to consider a little bit of a more offensive approach, maybe dropping the Ninetales in favor of Goldingo, for example, and then, for example, going for something like a Mousehold plus Goldingo lead with Annihilate in the back. But yeah, it is quite tough to figure out how to bypass or how to come by this Ursaluna because of how well it was positioned by Giuseppe.
We're going to see now how Armin is going to lead into it exactly as you said, Marcus. The Goldingo are going to be the option of choice there.
it up with that mouse hole. And we're going to see that Dragonite and the Ursaluna from Giuseppe's side once again.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense for the reasons that I explained. And Armin can now go ahead and go for a Super Fang break multi-scale on Dragonite and then potentially follow up with a knockout on Gholdengo. So that is something that both players have to keep in mind. I would expect another Terrestrialization to Electric. It seems like this is the best choice for Giuseppe for this game. And one additional aspect about Gholdengo is also the fact that it cannot be yawned. So you really need to go for the Earthpower like you saw in the first game. However, with Vanguard out there, Gholdengo can take an Earthpower.
Oh, we're not going to see that interaction just yet as the Gholdengo makes his way off the field and the Annihilate onto it. As we are going to open up with a Terrestrialization, it will be from Giuseppe's side and it will be that Ursaluna once again opting for that optimal electric terror type on that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Going to take away that fighting weakness that's predominantly there and weaken those Make It Rains when they come later in this game. The Dragonite don't want to contend with any attacks this turn, just going for a protect. As the beat up comes out from the mouse hole, they will be into the Annihilate and doing some maximum hits, boosting that Rage Fist to unseen levels.
Very, very well done by Armin. And the Earth Power will boost Rage Fist even further, and with a special defense stop also Defiant kicking in as well. So this Annihilate is absolutely ready to take up some chaos.
Yeah, and now after that protect from the Dragonite, it has got the tailwind support there to lay down any further attacks onto the Annihilate, and it is ready to go. Especially with the mouse hold now that has that follow me for the redirection support. Yeah, so now Armin can kind of choose. Do you want to follow me and Rage Fist knock out the Dragonite, or do you want to KO Ursaluna? At least that is what I think might happen, even with multi-scale and even with how powerful and how bulky Ursaluna is. Well, here's the Rage Fist after that follow me from the mouse hole that will be into the Dragonite through the multi-scale and more than enough after those Defiant boosts and the Rage Fist boost the previous turn. Where is this Ursaluna going? It is going for that Blood Moon. It will be into the mouse hole and it barely survives there. And did that even activate the focus sash? Because it didn't activate.
I don't think it is.
Activates, so just about hanging on.
Yeah.
And even if it had gone down to 1 HP, it would have activated. But the Blood Moon there
Ô,
cannot be used
Satoru,
next turn. And that Annihilate looking
faz o
very
seguinte,
strong and threatening going into this next turn.
Yeah, and now
se o Kalux ou o Kiki estiver acordado, vê se eles não querem jogar contigo, pô. Qualquer coisa, tu faz o seguinte, mais tarde provavelmente a gente deve jogar pra eu pegar logo a prova lá, né, o Gurby. Se tu ainda tiver com vontade de jogar, eu falo com o pessoal pra te puxar, beleza? Pode ser?
The Rage Fist though, catching the protect where it landed, going after the Gholdengo that didn't, and picking up another big one-hit KO.
Yeah, nice attempt there by Giuseppe, but Armin reading right through it.
Aí vê se o King ou o Kalux estão acordados já, se eles não estão dormindo ainda, manda mensagem pra eles que horas vocês irão jogar. Cara, acabando aqui a live, eu não sei se... é porque eu tô com um pouco de sono, mas eu não sei se eu vou dormir. Então assim, provavelmente, né, um pouquinho mais... Cara, lá pra... ó, aqui deve acabar por volta das 2, 3 horas, talvez. Lá para as 5, 6 a gente deve jogar. Isso se eles já não estiverem jogando durante esse tempo, entendeu? Aí tu vê aí com eles. Manda mensagem pro King, no privado do King, no privado do Kalux, fala, ó, queria jogar Dengue, vocês topam uma, entendeu? Topam jogar? Se pá, eles devem falar, ah, bora, que não sei o que, ou então, ó, a gente vai jogar mais tarde pra ajudar o Nindred. Quando a gente for jogar, a gente avisa, entendeu? Alguma coisa assim.
Putting on pressure with Mousehold and Gholdengo, and then bringing an Annihilate on turn 1.
Aí você vê com eles aí.
Dragonite was scared of being knocked out by the Super Fang and Make It Rain combination, so instead, Armin using that free turn to set up Annihilate.
Então, vê aí se de repente eles já não estão acordados. Que aí tu joga com. Tu vai jogando com eles, depois eu só entro, entendeu? Qualquer coisa, o Yuri, cara. Se o celular não tiver ainda, direto até lá. Então, como é que fala? O Yuri joga bastante com nós, cara. Vê se o Yuri não quer jogar contigo, pô. Você e o Yuri, já tem você e o Yuri, duas pessoas, né? Tem o Dragas também, o Dragas joga, o Yuri não quer jogar comigo não? Tem o Dragas também.
So there is a real mind game to consider going into this game if we do see the same leads come out, and maybe that is where we see Giuseppe change things up.
Yeah, this is really tough because I think the lead that Giuseppe was putting out there, it just does really, really well and gives you a lot of options to play into anything that Amin can do. But if Amin just calls that correctly and goes for this same self-beat-up setup again, this would be devastating for Giuseppe. So once again, both our players find themselves in the same positioning, and this is the question: will they go for the same plays again as before, or are they anticipating their opponent to switch something up?
Yeah, it's all to play for here, as everything is on the line. Whoever wins this game is going to progress into top 4, so these players are going to want to make sure they click the right buttons at the right time and overpower the opponent that's in front of them. We are going to wait to see what Amin locks into. Giuseppe locking in their options pretty quickly here. And we are once again starting off with that tricelization. It will be into that Blood Moon Ursaluna. We know for good reason it's going to resist the Make It Rain if that comes out from that Goldingo. And if we do see any future fighting type attacks, it's not going to have the weakness there. Another protect from the Dragonite. So the opening is there from Amin. If they would like to see it, and it is a super bang. Giuseppe not falling for it, playing in the same play again. That Dragonite going to be able to stick around on the field as that Make It Rain from the Goldinger is dropped to try and catch Giuseppe out, but not falling for it and not doing anywhere near enough damage to that Blood Moon Ursaluna, which will now be able to get a big tack off in return. But what does it decide to go for? It is the Earth Fire, looks super effective, not quite enough, but putting that Goldinger into a very precarious position.
Yeah, this was a really, really good play by Giuseppe, just anticipating that Amin, knowing the caliber of a player that Giuseppe is, will expect Giuseppe to maybe switch some things up, and this is exactly what you need to understand about these dynamics and about the prediction game that Pokemon sometimes can be. Just going for the same play that backfired so much in game 2, but going for it again with confidence, and this time it works. Ursaluna not taking that much damage, and now because Goldango dropped a special attack, the same superpower and Make It Rain KO is not on the table anymore against Dragonite, so Giuseppe can set up either a scale shot or get Tailwind going, and Ursaluna is pretty much uncontested at this point.
Well, now we're going to see a switch up. The Goldango going to be kicked into the mouse, so want to protect itself, doesn't want to take any unnecessary damage this time.
Já tem coisa programada pra semana de Halloween, entendeu? Mas vou ver, cara, porque como sexta-feira, semana que vem que eu digo, gente, não é essa semana amanhã, a partir de amanhã, tá? É semana que vem. Sexta-feira é Roblox. Vou ver se eu jogo, se vocês curtirem bastante. Eu posso estar jogando Sindend com vocês, entendeu? Ô Satoru, na dúvida, se ninguém quiser jogar com você, só entra no Dend, que normalmente tem um pessoal lá pra jogar. Fica um pessoal parado, por exemplo, normal run, não sei o que run, não sei o que run. Só tu ficar do lado dos caras, na hora que eles correrem, corre junto pra dentro do elevador e você tá jogando com o pessoal lá, entendeu? No Dendes, cara, não tem como você jogar sozinho. Você pode jogar numa pública com gente aleatória, mas é isso. Sério que tu mandou ele jogar padrão? Ué, que tem? Vocês não querem jogar com ele, pô? E o cara quer jogar, pelo menos deixa o cara jogar. Cadê? 17 de janeiro eu jogo com o Satoru. Lindras, amanhã tem live? Você vai tirar um dia de folga? Não, amanhã tem live, amanhã é Doors. Jogaremos Doors amanhã.
From this here as Giuseppe taking full advantage of these tailwind turns.
Yeah, and Ursaluna outspeeding Mousehold is exactly what Giuseppe needed to see here. going for the double target, understanding that Mousehold protected the turn before, therefore will be vulnerable to this combination of moves, and we know now for a fact that there was no real Pokemon. There was nothing that Armin could have switched into this combination, so already on the back foot. And this Dragonite and Ursaluna combination, quite unique there in the way that Giuseppe is using it with Yawn on Ursaluna, but it's been working out pretty well in this third game.
Yeah, and that Yawn is now a huge threat. Not only that, but under the the tailwind here that we've got, the Ursaluna is going to be able to just start picking things off like that Goldingo, prevent it becoming from such a big threat. And you don't need to really target into the Annihilate, because when you do, you boost the Rage Fist, so you can just deal with that last when all of the other partnering Pokemon to it have went down.
Yeah, and now Scale Shot into Goldingo should be enough for the knockout, and then you can go, as you said, for Yawn on Annihilate, lock it on the field. But Armin does not want to go down without a fight, switching in Ninetales, absorbing this Scale Shot, meaning that there is a way for him to swap out Annihilate to get out of this drowsy state.
Yeah, which is a nice play there, just to waste the turn of this Tailwind and the bulk up coming out from the Annihilate. But after that Yawn, it's going to go to sleep after this next turn. Does it really stay on the field? I don't think so. Probably switches out, but the problem is switching out. It's so obvious. It's an easy target for Giuseppe to go for that Earth Power into that slot and pick up an easy knockout onto that Goldingo that makes its way onto the field. And can this Ninetales stick around to get maybe an all-important Aurora Veil up at the same time as well?
Yeah, if Ursaluna should outspeed Ninetales under Tailwind, so Blood Moon would get the knockout there. This kind of forces Eamon to make a swap if he wants to keep that Pokemon around, but then, yeah, you said it, Annihilate will go to sleep at the end of this turn, and with this Goldingo likely to go down against Ursaluna Blood Moon, it seems like Giuseppe, just with the first two Pokemon, has created, a winning spot.
Yeah, and that is the Blood Moon into the Goldingo, and it will be falling to a big attack. The Dragonite just protecting here to get around any potential Rage Fist attacks that are coming out, which is a really nice catch there from Giuseppe. Really clinical in their play here as they're fully utilizing this Ursaluna that does finally get full recovery from the leftovers as that Annihilate goes to sleep, and it is just down to the Alolan Ninetales that comes onto the field. As that Tailwind does pin her out, so it does have the opportunity now to go for a Blizzard or an Aurora Veil to further support and Annihilate.
Yeah, but Dragonite has increased its speed before, now can set up Tailwind once more, and there is no way for Armin to get through Ursaluna at this point. He really would have needed maybe the Dragonite to attack into Annihilate to boost up Rage Fist, but Giuseppe is too good of a player to go for that. Instead, just going for the protect, letting Annihilate go to sleep, now knows, okay, Ninetales does not have protect, I can set up Tailwind again, go for Earth Power, take the knockout there, and now it's a 4v1 situation, similarly to how the first game ended.
Yeah, very difficult from this spot on as the active Scale Shot and the Blood Moon are going to be fired into this Annihilate. Next turn in it is asleep. Can it wake up? Can it draw back some opportunity for Armin? Feels like a long way to go, but you never want to give up at this stage. Com o meu público com quem me assiste, o máximo que eu posso fazer é dar o máximo de exemplo que eu posso, entendeu? Dar o máximo de exemplo que eu posso e evitar o máximo que eu puder do pessoal não cair e nem fazer coisas que podem prejudicar, entendeu? Então, se o que eu puder ajudar, o que eu puder evitar as pessoas se ferrarem, entendeu? É isso. As pessoas têm que entender que quem elas seguem, elas não seguem só por seguir, entendeu? Segue porque gosta, entendeu? Mas assim, quem tá fazendo, né, quem tá do outro lado, tem que ter total noção de que tem uma responsabilidade. A partir do momento que você cria um público, você cria uma comunidade, você cria um senso de responsabilidade e você tem que ter noção de que você tem influência sobre aquelas pessoas, direto e indiretamente, entendeu? Então assim, ainda mais com vocês, por exemplo, eu tenho público de muito, eu tenho basicamente público de todas as idades, mas a maioria do pessoal que aparece aqui é menor de idade. Então, imagina o problema que seria para a quantidade de menores de idade que tem na minha live, eu fazer parceria com casas de aposta, cara. Entendeu? Imagina, os pais de vocês iam ficar loucos, simplesmente. Iam ficar loucos. Os pais de verdade iriam estar assim, abismados com isso, entendeu? Quem faz e acha que é uma boa tá fazendo, cara, todo mundo um dia vai prestar conta, entendeu? Eu tô aqui pra fazer vocês sorrirem, pra fazer o que eu gosto, pra trazer jogos aqui pra todos nós nos divertirmos, entendeu? Eu tento todo dia aqui fazer o meu melhor, entendeu? Não sou perfeito, tô longe disso e também não quero ser, mas eu busco ser a minha melhor versão um dia de cada vez, entendeu? E se vocês gostam de mim, cara, eu tento trazer um conteúdo legal, um conteúdo que vocês assistam, vocês se divirtam, entendeu? E é uma coisa que eu gosto também de fazer. Então assim, eu não me sentiria bem, sinceramente. Entendeu? É uma coisa que foi me ensinada e eu levo isso pra vida toda, entendeu? Esse tipo de coisa, eu não consigo, cara. Não é uma coisa que eu faria assim, muita gente pode falar, mas você fala isso agora, mas no momento você faria que não sei o que não. Eu repito as mesmas palavras porque eu já passei, eu passei por um deserto, né, digamos assim, de que eu preferia morar debaixo de uma ponte do que aceitar uma bet, entendeu? Muitos podem falar, você fala isso agora, mas quando chegar pra porta você aceitar. Não, eu falo isso agora e falo isso sempre. Não, entendeu? É muito dinheiro, daria uma mudança drástica na minha vida, sim, mas não vale, entendeu? O dinheiro que eu ganharia não vale o sofrimento e o desespero de milhões de famílias, sinceramente, entendeu? Não vale.
How are you feeling for your top 4 match? Have you even looked at your opponent that you're going to be playing so far?
Yeah, so I know I will be playing against Eduardo Cunha, I think, yeah. And fun fact, 2 years ago we faced each other in top 4 at the Barcelona special event, and he destroyed me.
Okay.
And another fun fact, it was the second time we played the same matchup because last time it was a World. And I beat him at Worlds, then he prepared the matchup and beaten me in Barcelona. Now I face him today in Swiss and I beaten him, so I expect him to be very, prepared for this matchup and really wanted to win, so it will be a tough match.
Close match that you had between you two earlier today?
It was very close. Yep. I won 2-0, but they were really close games where I can do the real last turn the win, and I think I bit of luck, but just number of hit scale shot and making some good predictions. Not much, but yeah, they were really close. So not an easy matchup. Yeah.
This is definitely something that we can be excited for seeing, and hopefully you can make it all the way to the finals.
Hopefully.
Again. What would it mean to you to get all the way to the finals and win in this?
Winning. I mean, not only winning is the objective for every player in every tournament, really meaning much, but thinking that it will get me the qualification towards directly, so I can go to other tournaments without pressure of making points to qualify towards. They'll mean a lot for myself, because for last year I've been going to a lot of events, and preparing every event is
takes a lot of time, and it's hard to find the time. And qualifying towards directly now would be such a good thing because I wouldn't have to worry for the qualification at all after this.
Makes a big difference to your season, doesn't it?
Sorry?
It makes a big difference to your season.
Yeah, exactly. I would feel with no pressure at all.
So, Giuseppe, who back home has been helping you along the way with your preparations?
My preparation, I mean, all my friends from Serbia, like, we're a very big group of very strong players, and sometimes, I don't know, I test with one player, sometimes with the other. Before this Top Gun match, I was asking, for example, suggestion from Luca Ceribelli. He was helping me a bit, and the good thing about it is that when we need each other, we're there for each other. That's a good thing, yeah.
Pokemon is a game that's all about community trainers. Well, Giuseppe, we're going to let you get rested up and ready for your top 4 match. Congratulations again. Best of luck for your next round. We're going to let you rest a little bit, but we'll be right back, trainers, very soon for your top 4 here at the Lille Regional Championships.
This could be the day he cements himself in Pokemon history!
This is his moment.
I'm Giovanni Siskian from Dallas, Texas.
Imagine if you have stuck to your guns and you're going to win the World Championships as your first major title.
There's so much pressure on the line here.
It's absolutely surreal. I mean, I feel like everything and nothing at the same time. It's just amazing. My Pokemon title
top 4A.
It was very instrumental to my victory.
Another one-hit knockout for Gio.
Alfa Lumbres. Lumbres, compensa pegar skip roll? Sim, compensa. Mas assim, Leno, só usa se você estiver extremamente cansado de ter que caminhar, entendeu?
National Championships, the finals between Alex Ogloza and Adi Balam. That best of 3 really motivated me to get into competing, and in 2018 I went to my first regional win from there. I mean, you know the rest.
As coming in as a trainer that hasn't had a major win yet, imagine if this is the one.
I've never really considered quitting. I've been through some disappointing tournaments, but with the support of my friends, they've always encouraged me to keep on pushing.
Skate. Eu tô numa cidade que eu acabei de sair da floresta de Viridia. É, Pilter. Você deve estar em Pilter. Quando chegar na cidade não compensa não. É melhor você jogar sem usar, por enquanto, beleza? Ok?
I would say my most difficult match was the grand finals, actually. It was a very stressful team to prepare against because there were so many options that both myself and my opponent had, and so many different ways it could play out. It's an extremely stressful, high-stakes match. All eyes are on you, so you have to go out there and do your best. At the World Championships, I plan to use Koraidon and Lunala together to utilize both a very offensive, threatening strategy with fighting type attacks and ghost type attacks, combined with Choice Scarf Shiyu that can both abuse the sunlight with set by Koraidon, and provide Beats of Ruin to combine with Lunala for devastating attacks. The MVP was certainly Koraidon. It was incredible in all my matches. I believe that I brought it to every single match at the World Championships, and it was consistently my best Pokemon throughout the tournament. The deciding moment was when my Terrastellar Shadow Ball and Beads of Ruin, combined with Sun-Boosted Heat Wave, was able to claim the knockout on the Koraidon, and my opponent was not able to come back from that because the Incineroar had also been knocked out on the same turn, and it was just a Caloric Shadow against my Fluttermane Shiyu and my Koraidon, and my opponent had no way back into the match from there.
Just like that, Giovanni Siski is your 2025 Pokemon World Champion!
My favorite moment was lifting the trophy, of course. I mean, there's no other feeling like it. Words can't really describe that kind of moment, and I'm glad to be part of the game's history forever.
Je m'appelle Ismaël, je viens de France.
Ismaël, a
que eu não entendi. Então, né?
Le feu, parce que c'est mon type préféré, c'est le type de mon Pokémon préféré, c'est le Carton Fire. Je serais sûrement Salamèche, parce qu'il évolue en Dracofeu et c'est un de mes Pokémon préférés aussi. Un des amis à mon père son fils faisait de la compétition Pokémon. Et mon père allait à Yokohama et a vu comment ça se passait et on a commencé le Pokémon comme ça. C'est que souvent, nous on en junior, moi et mon frère, on fait souvent des bons scores et parfois même ma sœur, ma petite sœur. Je ne vais vraiment pas décrire qu'est-ce que ça représente. Non, ça représente beaucoup d'entraînement. Aujourd'hui, avant la finale, j'ai pas lâché l'entraînement. Les fois d'avant, j'étais plus courageux et j'étais un peu plus stressé.
Ban no Dragas de 50 dias. Calma, lindas, calma, essa piadas, humor. Eu sei, Dragas, eu sei. Aí, Dragas, o Satoru tava querendo jogar Dendes. Vê se ele não quer jogar. O Lego tava pra querer jogar com ele também.
Dans ma tête, de la joie. Je pense que c'était celui-ci, mais je visais un peu plus haut, je visais le top 4 des Worlds. Si je m'entraîne dur, je peux. Si je m'entraîne vraiment tous les jours, longtemps. Sinon, je pense que j'y arriverai pas si je m'entraîne pas beaucoup. Cette année, ça sera pas possible, mais l'année prochaine, oui, ça serait Kevin Hahn. Parce que j'ai perdu contre lui à l'UAC, j'ai toujours pas pris ma revanche. Qu'il faut pas être déçu de perdre, de ne pas rager quand l'adversaire a un coup de chance. J'ai pas assez encore de bon niveau pour me donner des vrais conseils.
Ok. Tô passando um round shine. Lindas, tu recomenda eu já enfrentar o Brock? Ô Lego, se você já tiver upado teus Pokémon direitinho e se sentir bem em fazer, cara, vai, porque o que acontece? A parte ruim dos jogos de Pokémon é que para você avançar na história, você precisa enfrentar os ginásios de certa forma. Você precisa, principalmente os primeiros jogos. Então, quanto mais rápido você enfrentar o Brock, mais rápido você vai poder avançar para outra cidade e ir atrás de outros Pokémons, entendeu? Além do dinheiro que você ganha em insígnia, você poder upar seus Pokémon por um nível maior, entendeu? Então assim, tudo meio que é bloqueado pra você, até você enfrentar um ginásio, entendeu? Você pode explorar ao redor, mas nunca passar dele, entendeu? Eu já acabei de descobrir que você sola o Brock. Não, sim, ele sola.
Used to the trophies, and then we had the breaks, but now we got these medals. I think they're great, but
yeah, I mean, I think whether it's a medal or a trophy, whatever, like it's a token that reminds you of your achievement, and that is something that you can carry with yourself, yeah, throughout the rest of your life. Basically, we'll always remind our players about this special weekend.
What a perfect answer, and yes, definitely do that. But getting back to the tournament, we can look at the top 8 bracket, see how our players have been progressing, who made it into that top 8 cut, and who they've got yet to come. As you can see, Marco Silva is in that top 4, will be going up against Jay Ballister, and they have had to overcome some big opponents, and Brian there going toe-to-toe with Marco in that top 8 match. Jay taking it right down to the wire against Javier, and those two will be facing off in our first top 4 match.
All right, so in this top 4, we have a world champion, we have multiple international champions, and we have regional champions, and then there's Jay. This breakout performance, it's incredible. Really incredible. Coming in there with a unique team, bringing the Weavile and Dondozo, making it all the way into top 4, and now has the opportunity to take on Marco Silva.
I think has a really good matchup into Marco. When you look at the teams, we'll get into those details in a moment when we are getting closer to the match starting, but I do think Jay has a good chance, and he's been incredible. Whenever we've been featuring him on the broadcast, it's been brilliant to see, and that Weavile has surprised, I think, not only us, but probably Jay as well, saying in the interview earlier that it was their MVP of this event, you know, and I think when they were saying, they looked at it originally, that it was just a choice that was kind of a funny choice, because it fit the bill for what they were looking for, but then it actually in practice turned out to be a great pick and was getting the results that they were looking for, and that has translated exactly like we're seeing here at this event here in Lille.
Yeah, I think Weavile is definitely something that we can take away from this tournament, regardless of how this top 4 match goes. And then also, Marco, I was in the kitchen a little bit, cooking something up with Ribombi and Komo'o. 2 Pokemon I think that our trainers after this event will have to look into a little bit more. But now it is time for our players to get ready on stage. Top 4 about to start.
Yeah, it is about to start, and yeah, both trainers, it's really great as well, you know, both trainers have those odd picks. You know, you've got Jay there with the Weavile, and then you've got Marco with the Ribombi. These are Pokemon, I think, if I'd said to you at the start of this weekend, Marcus, before we got into the matches, that these would be in top 4. I don't know if you would have believed me or if you thought I would have been joking around, you know.
Yeah, that would have made quite some funny caster predictions.
Maybe you're used to that sort of dribble from me, and you would have just been like, yeah, all right, yeah, whatever.
But well, here we are. Of course, they are not the only Pokemon that have done well for both of our trainers. I think Jay definitely also had the Dondozo pull a lot of weight. Something that's what we had on our caster predictions.
Yes.
And then over on Marco's side, I think the combination of, or the defensive core
ganhou, ele vai jogar
Dragonite,
agora.
Ursaluna, and Golden
Barrio
Gold,
Knight.
that is something that
Eu ainda tenho que fazer live, Dragas.
Oh, definitely no doubt about that, and I'm sure that'll help them out in this game going forward as well. As always, though, we can start off by taking a look at our players' accomplishments. Jay is going to be able to add a top 4 to their accolade, at the very least. Maybe something a little more after this match, but of course they've got to go up against one of the best players in Europe, if not in the world, in Marco Silva, so it's not going to be easy. But when you're in this sort of form, who knows what can happen? You just got to believe in yourself and believe in the team that you've brought. On the opposite side of the field, we have
Silva
Marco,
versus
not familiar,
o de
no stranger
É
to this sort
agora.
of
Se o Marco não ganhar agora, acabou.
3-time international champion, once in Oceania IC 2020. 2 times in LAIC, 1-time regional champion we talked about earlier, and 2 world's top 16 finishes. Just absolutely remarkable, and yeah, can't speak highly enough of Marco. But like we say with Jay, he's going to be able to add at the bare minimum a top 4 at the Lille Regional Championships to this accolade.
Will Jay's Cinderella story continue in this top 4? Will he be able to take
Time do
down
nosso
another
mano
one?
Jay. Pelipper de Choice Scarf, Annihilate de Citrus Berry, Weavile de Focus Sash, Archaludon de Southwest, Choice Scarf, Archaludon de Southwest, Tatsugiri de Safety Goggles e Dondozo de Leftovers.
Well, I think the thing is, when you look at this team, I really do look at Marco's side, and I think you do struggle with Dondozo. I think you do have lines to get around it, but you're going to have to really lean into the Ribombi and protect it.
Yes.
Because the Fake Tears is a way to really get around that Dondozo's boosts and allow some of those special attackers that you got access to, you know, dispatch of it as quick as possible. But it's whether or not Marco can utilize that Ribombi to its full effect when there's threats like Weavile on the other side that are going to really threaten at the
traz
same
trauma de
time.
guerra no Lindres. Qual? Ó, o time do nosso querido Marco aí, ó. Rainbow Bee de Fox Sash, Incineroar de Public Cloak, Goldengo de Life Orb, Dragonite de Loaded Dice, Komo'o de Throat Spray e o Saluna de Assault Dash.
Taking on Dondozo with Fake Tears. Also, setting up Tailwind will be really helpful in just having Moonblast available against Weavile, against Annihilate. Tatsugiri also has really, really good coverage against Jay's team. So I think Ribombi could be the star of the show in this top 4 match, but it will not be able to do it on its own. It will definitely need some support, and this is where I think Komo'o
Primeira partida da semifinal.
Water Ursaluna, that's another Pokemon to look out for.
Yeah.
But you really need to also be prepared to deal with Archaludon and that Choice Scarf Pelipper, because Jay's team just has a couple of different options to go for.
Well, we're going to get into it. This is top 4 here at the Lille Regional Championships. We're going to see Jay lead out with the Weavile and the Annihilate, and Marco lead out with that Dragonite and the Ursaluna.
And already there is a lot of mind games in there. Will Ursaluna
Marvel,
terrestrialize this turn?
Estranho.
Or
are you free to go for a triple axel into it? Because if you predict the Terra, maybe you can even go for something like a beat up and a Rage Fist into Ursaluna right away, since Dragonite is also heavily threatened
Tipo assim, nada contra quem gosta, mas não é o tipo de pergunta que você faça pra mim, não é esse tipo de coisa que eu gosto.
It's a huge turn already on turn 1.
Yeah, here we go. We're going to see how things play out, what decisions our players have made, everything on the line to move into the finals here. And it will be the Terastallization
agora, se você gosta, é contigo, mano, mas não é pergunta que eu responderia e nem tipo de coisa que eu gosto, não é?
But it's not into the Ursaluna, it's into the Dragonite. Only needing those 2 hits after the multi-scale broken, and an easy quick knockout here from Jay's side.
Dragonite down.
Ué, não o quê? Olha a pergunta que tu fez, pô. Drip dos caras? Não, ué. Aí então faz a pergunta. Então faça a pergunta sobre drip, né? Porque chegou para perguntar qual dos 2 homens é bonito, eu falei eu, hein?
What a fast-paced turn, and the
Dragonite,
no value there getting from Marco.
Great prediction by Jay, and there it is. Ribombi makes an appearance at the perfect time, because while Dragonite is out of the picture, Ribombi could set up Tailwind right away, and then Ursaluna could fire back with Hyper Voice. However, you would probably boost Annihilate's Rage Fist power
de visual,
be a little bit annoying, but seeing how well Ursaluna was able to take close combat the previous turn, I think that is what you could try and do. Now, the speed interaction between Ribombi and Weavile is of course not something that we
cara, pior que eu vou ser sincero, nenhum dos dois. Cara, um tá de camisa de time e o outro tá nem lembro do que.
I think the threat is coming from the vacuum wave from the Ursaluna to pick that Weavile off. So that's something you need to really be concerned about here. Not really getting much in whether you switch it out or not, but no switches happening going into this next turn. The Terastallization being determined on this Annihilate now as Jay goes for it onto it. And now that vacuum wave comes out, it is going to be enough to pick up the Weavile. It's not going to get any more value after getting the Dragonite, but that might be more than all that Jay needs going into this turn. The Ribombi is going to go for just a Moonblast, trying to get that super effective damage, doing huge damage, but there's a special attack drop. You're just going to activate the Define ability, give it a +2 in attack, make it even stronger. Activate alongside it that Citrus Berry, giving it a bit of that all-important health back before it fires off another close combat +2 into the Ursaluna. This time it is going to be enough, getting rid of that big target on Marco's side.
Yeah, that's a really important knockout there. But Marco also gets a KO with Vacuum Wave, of course. Weavile actually the one. It's quite tricky with those speed stats around that mark, but Weavile actually, if it is trained to be as fast as possible, should be able to outspeed Ribombi by just a single point. So Vacuum Wave coming in very, very handy here. And now Marco already down to his last Pokemon, but it is Golden Go. And Annihilate just terrestrialized into Fairy type. So yeah, that seems like a good opportunity to go ahead, maybe set up a Tailwind now, and then go for Make It Rain to get the knockout. But with Dondozo and Tatsugiri as a threat, that might be enough for Jay to power through here.
And it looks as that is what we're going to see from Jay as the Tatsugiri makes its way onto the field. It will be going together with the Dondozo, that commander ability activating, and then it looked like Jay chose that Earthquake option, which will be hitting this Goldingo for super effective damage. Maybe not enough to get that Ribombi here, but if the Goldingo goes down, then things are looking pretty bleak for Marco in this game 1. It is not going to take any damage, though. Precautions are going to be made to protect there.
Is this a fake tear?
Fake tears coming out from the Ribombi now. No Tailwind needed. Just getting that special defense dropped. It is going to be back down to neutral. The Earthquake coming out. See how much damage this does into the Ribombi. It is a pod bug type, so we'll be resisting this hit for the most part, but it is boosted, remember, and doing not a bad amount of damage to the Ribombi, but taking it pretty comfortably.
Is this another instance where Marco will want to try and go for a double protect? Yes, it is, but this time it fails.
No, double protect this time. Is the punish going to be there? The Moonblast coming out, doing nice damage there from the Ribombi. Wave crash, though. Not the Earthquake this time, and it will be into the Goldingo, and it will be one more time. A big knockout, taking it down, leaving the Ribombi against this big Dondozo. Can it do enough to take it down? Probably not at this stage.
Well, it was the
errou
wave
o
crash
Quick.
and not the
Ou
earthquake,
errou o
but
Quick.
because
Errou
Rubombi's
o
focus sash is
Protection, na
broken,
verdade.
I don't think that there is any way, since after Dondozo goes down, of course, Tatsugiri pops back out onto the
Ó, quer
field,
ver
and
que
then with
o
Tatsugiri
Marco não vai trazer o Imbubi, vai trazer o Komou no próximo.
surely to take on Ribombi, right?
Yeah, I mean more than enough now. The Moonblast's going to be hitting pretty hard though, so we'll see how it plays out. But I mean, even if you do take it down, you still got to deal with two Pokemon. Here's the moment of truth. It just survives there as the Wave Crash going to be chosen now, and going to be enough for Jay to take game one in this top 4 here at the Lille Regional Championships.
And Jay, just one game away from doing the unthinkable, powering through the bracket. Now, his toughest challenge yet, Marco Silva. If he can win one more game, he would be in the finals.
Absolutely incredible from Jay. Just so much pressure from the start there with the Weavile and picking up the Dragonite so easily as
$3 é
well.
muita coisa, hein,
We saw what Marco was trying to do, maybe guessed the Terastallization wrong in that situation, going for the Ursaluna when then the Dragonite becomes vulnerable, and Jay getting that call right and really punishing Marco and limiting the options, limiting the Tailwind, and then by the time the Ribombi comes onto the field, it does get the big tears off, but it's a little bit too late into that Dondozo. There is just an extra layer of support after the Weavile, after the Annihilate kind of did that initial damage.
Yeah, Ribombi definitely showed why we were hyping it up before the game, doing so much damage to Dondozo after Fake Tears and having the option to control the speed with Tailwind. But as you said, it was just a little too late. So maybe, yeah, I'm wondering, just the triple axle is just so threatening into Marco's team. I mean, do you need to maybe bring Incineroar just so you can shut down Weavile a little bit more? It's really, really hard to come up with a plan here.
And it's risky bringing that Intimidate when there's a Defiant user on the other side. But we are going to see an adjustment here from Jay, leading out with the Pelipper now. That Scarf Pokemon going to hit the field, bring the rain with it, and the Dondozo out alongside it. For Marco, we're seeing the same lead, the Blood Moon Ursaluna and that Dragonite here. So what's changed coming into this game too, Marcus?
Yeah, so even though Jay won the first game, he is the one to change things up a little bit. Maybe thinking that, okay, you know what? If you're not leading with Ribombi because you're scared of my Weavile, maybe I can capitalize on this by going into a Dondozo right away. I mean, Pelipper is threatening quite a lot of damage onto Ursaluna here, so that could force out Ursaluna's Terastallization again, but I struggle a little bit to see what the downside would be for Marco to just go for a Terra Water on the Ursaluna and then set up Tailwind with Dragonite. There is a lot of damage potential here for Jay, but it just really feel like Weavile was the star of the show in game 1.
Yeah, and it seems a bit strange to not bring it here, but we are seeing a quick U-turn after that Terastallization on the Blood Moon from Marco's side. The Pelipper going to make its way off the field, reserved for later. It's done its job in setting that rain up, and now we are going to see its partner in crime hit the field. The Tatsugiri, the command ability, going to be activated, helping set up that Dondozo, giving that Omni boost across the board to all of those stats, taking them to +2, making it a big powerhouse going into this turn. And where will that attack land? Will it be into the Dragonite, or will it be into that Blood Moon Ursaluna? The order up is threatening. Big damage onto the Dragonite. Maybe not the Wave Crash, though, that has been chosen, and it is into the Ursaluna. So this time
Cara,
around,
esse negócio do Tatsugiri é muito quebrado, né, cara? O Tatsugiri Dondozo é uma coisa, é time da hora, cara. Mano, agora eu vou chamar os caras pra jogar, pra ver se vai acordar, não sei.
Not what Jay decided to do. Now has to take a lot of damage on Dondozo with that Blood Moon. And now with Tailwind up over for Marco's side, well, Dragonite does not carry haste, so Dondozo doesn't have to worry about that. But there's still so much damage potentially coming out. There's Hyper Voice or Earth Power that Ursaluna can go for. And then Dragonite still sitting there healthily. Multi-Scale is still in effect. Can maybe just go for a Scale Shot.
Yeah, the Ursaluna just wants to withdraw, be kept for later on in this match when it won't be more handy again and bringing more firepower onto the field. Marco bringing that Gold Ingot out with it, followed up by a Scale Shot now from this Dragonite, supported by that Tailwind, getting the speed advantage over this Dondozo for the next few turns. Going to be doing some respectable damage each and every hit here, just whittling away 4 times, not the 5 that Marco would have been looking for, but all damage is good in this matchup as the Wave Crash going to be scouting out maybe a switch, and it will be into the Gold Ingot, dispatching it but so easily.
Yeah, that is a clean one-hit knockout with Wave Crash. Jay there, doesn't really mind the translation on Ursaluna too much. And Dondozo not going down after this wave crash. Now this actually might favor Marco a little bit, because had Dondozo gone down now, then that would have given Jay the option to reposition a little bit. Now though, it seems like a double target from Marco, knocking out Dondozo with one hit and then hitting the Tatsugiri on the same turn could be devastating.
Yeah, that could be a big problem. And why we're saying maybe a Protect here to help stall out these Tailwind turns while they're in effect. One more turn after this of the Tailwind before it does expire. But firstly, you're going to have to deal with the combination, the scale shot from that Dragonite, and then that Moonblast from the Rabombi. I think, like you say, Marcus, it is a big threat to both of these Pokemon on the field now. The Dondozo's taken so much damage, and then the recoil from the Wave Crash KO onto the Goldingo. Here's that scale shot. Will it be enough to get rid of it and bring that Tatsugiri back onto the field?
Yeah, it should be enough, even with just 4 hits, and then Moonblast follow-up into Tatsugiri. That could be a two knockout turn for Marco.
Yeah, and with the safety goggles as the item here, it hasn't got that security of the Focus Sash, which is actually lying on that Weavile. And an all-important speed boost to that Dragonite from the scale shot there, as the Moonblast comes in, and more than enough to pick up a knockout onto this Tatsugiri. Dispatched off pretty well in this match from Marco, quite convincing, even though they've lost that Goldingo in the process.
Yeah, this is the position that Marco wanted to set up, knocking out Dondozo and then knocking out Tatsugiri on the very same turn, while still keeping Tailwind up. So now the fast Pokemon in the field for Jay with Pelipper that is carrying the Choice Scarf.
Se for Pelipper e Archaludon, esse cara ganhou, interessante.
But against Rabombi and Dragonite that also now got those speed boosts, it will be quite tough to make a comeback happen here.
Yeah, and what do you do in this situation? I think the Rabombi is really threatening that Weavile along with that Dragonite that does have that scale shot. And the Pelipper just feels like it's just not going to be able to do enough. It's got to lock into an option. You want the Tailwind, but you don't want to lock into it, because then you're not going to get any utility from it. So it's very difficult in this situation. But in a response from that, we are going to see Terastallization.
Se ele não tirar o Dragonite de campo e colocar o Saluna,
Terra type to get rid of that fairy weakness that's imminently in front of it.
Yeah, but I'm afraid even without that weakness, Moonblast should still be enough for a 2-hit knockout. So I think the idea here from Jay to go for the fake out by 1 turn, and then also, interestingly enough, and we will see that in a second, with the Choice Scarf, Pelipper go for the Tailwind.
And it does lock into that speed control, so it is going to put that Weavile in a position where it is going to be able to utilize that triple axle as the rain does stop, but it is going to be locked into that option going forward in this match.
Yeah, not something we see too often, but now that was the only thing available that would allow Jay to have Weavile outpace Dragonite. Since, with all those scale shots, Dragonite is boosted in its speed. I think what you need to do now is to go after Rabombi, get the knockout there, and then hope that Dragonite maybe misses a couple of scale shots. But it seems like instead of that, it is triple axle that will be missing.
There's a Tailwind coming out again, but it will fail. Consecutive uses, scale shot. This should be enough to get rid of the Weavile. There's the 2 hits, the 3 and the 4 should guarantee, if not maybe 5, but I think 1 HP, and it hits 4 times. It's the double up there from the Rabombi. You would say Marco being safe will target into that slot, but we'll yet to see where it goes, but it is into the Weavile now, and that is the game, because that Pelipper has no offensive presence locked into that Tailwind with that Choice Scarf. Jay going to be forced to maybe clicking a forfeit, but has got the opportunity to take some time here to reevaluate. Not taking it, just wants to get on with Game 3. We are going to that Game 3 though, Marcus, and so exciting.
Triple X,
even if Triple X connected there and got the knockout, there was still Ursaluna Blood Moon waiting in the back with the priority vacuum wave that can hit ghost types thanks to Mind's Eye. So this game was locked up for Marco, no matter what. And Jay tried something, I would say, in the second game. Tried to mix things up, and it looked to be working out at some point when he got the KO on Goldingo with Wave Crash from Dondozo. Such a powerful attacker. But Marco was able to position himself really, really nicely. Took the KO on Dondozo with Scale Shot, and then
Rebombi took the knockout on Tatsugiri on the very same turn, and this just put Jay too far behind to come back into this game. So, yeah, the question I guess would be now, do you want to trust Dondozo again,
Já é a segunda vez que o jogo favorece ao Marco, cara.
At least to me, the answer would be
Então foi
clear.
uma vitória justa. Não foi, não.
You gotta go with Weavile.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think what worked in game one was the pressure from the Weavile early on. You were able to force the trustalization into
Tá aí, o Marco já é a segunda vez que
Dragonite
o
as
Marco é
well, which was a
favorecido,
key
cara.
thing to be able to do. We are
Dragonite
seeing,
falou,
as
né?
we get into this game 3 here between Marco Silva and Jay Ballester, we are going to be able to see the leads of Ursaluna Blood Moon on Marco's side with the Dragonite, and then the Weavile, which has been brought back by Jay from game 1, and that Annihilate again.
So, we have the spot again from game 1. Which Pokemon, if any, does Marco decide to terrestrialize? Because there is KO pressure. Triple Axel, we saw it, just 2 hits are enough to knock out Dragonite through multiscale. But then you could also go after Ursaluna. You could do that either with Triple Axel and say close combat, or potentially even with a sneaky beat up and Rage Fist play where I don't know the calcs too much, but it seems like Jay is deciding and has made a decision. Let's see what Marco decided to do.
Ele tem que levar esse Dragonite o mais cedo possível, cara.
Doubled into that Dragonite, but it is a target into the Blood Moon Ursaluna once again, and it is that Water Terror type. But the Triple Axel is going to be going into the Dragonite here.
Did he protect the Dragonite?
If that is, oh, it's no protect there. It is the extreme speed going to be useful for breaking that speed. The vacuum wave, will it be enough? It is enough. That's a huge knockout there with those priority attacks. Leaving the Annihilate to go for a close combat into the Dragonite. That's not going to be effective in the least.
Oh, yeah, this is where Jay maybe should have considered the Terra Ghost on Weavile like he did in the previous game, as that would have allowed Weavile to take no damage from Experience Stream whatsoever. Vacuum Wave still would have hit, but that would not have been, too bad, I guess. And then Triple Axel could have gotten the knockout on Dragonite. So Marco going for a risky play there, but it pays off. And with Weavile out of the game, this will be so difficult for Jay.
Yeah, really difficult here. The one advantage that you do have going into this next turn, if you're trying to take a glimmer of hope, is the fact that that multi-skill on the Dragonite has been broken. You've got the ability now to get the Dondozo set up with the Tatsugiri and then threaten that Dragonite with the water up into that slot. You have to forget about the Ursaluna, but with those boosts that you get from Tatsugiri, maybe you've got room to do that. And by switching that Annihilate off the field as well, it does give you a way to get rid of those defense drops that you've just taken. But a Protect coming out from that Dondozo this turn. No switch into Tatsugiri as a taunt coming out from the Annihilate. Going to prevent potentially a Tailwind being set up from that Dragonite this next turn, as it is just a scale shot though, opted for not any of those attacking options. And we are going to see the Blood Moon go for that Blood Moon into the Dondozo, doubling up into that. Really nice taunt to prevent that Tailwind in future turns.
Yeah, it's always a little bit kind of telegraphed. If Dondozo is already on the field, oh yeah, they're going to switch to Tatsugiri, activate Commander, and so on. But no, Jay's saying, hey, you know what, I have still a couple of tricks that I can go for, and I don't need to commit to combining as early as possible. Instead, going for the taunt, nice play, but now the question is, how much damage can this Rage Fist do?
Not enough damage, nowhere near enough damage. Is the skill shot going to be targeted into that Dondozo once again? There's 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hit, and 4. It will get a 5th hit, because that will probably be enough to put it into range for an Earth Power at least this next turn.
Ele quer levar esse Dragonite de todo jeito, cara. Ele precisa, né, levar esse Dragonite.
Consecutive turns is not allowed here. The Wave Crash though first going to be into the Dragonite, maybe expecting a switch into that slot, but a really good testing stay there with the Dragonite from Marco. The Earth Power coming into the Dondozo, doing some big damage without those boosts, and down to just 8 hit points.
Yeah, Dondozo, that is already down to just 22 HP at this point. I mean, there's still the combination waiting in the back, but even without Tailwind, I mean, you won't be able to knock out Ursaluna right away, right? So,
ele dá Protect aqui.
yeah, I feel like Dondozo might just go down, and
in the next couple of
Então,
turns,
agora
and
que ele vai
then it
colocar
will
o
be so
Tatsugiri.
difficult for Jay.
Yeah, and if you're just able to pick up the Dragonite and you're not really able to make any kind of advantage against that Blood Moon Ursaluna that is free to just fire off an attack of any sort into that Dondozo this turn, it does make it very difficult because as soon as that Tatsugiri goes in, as soon as that Dondozo is taken care of with such low health, that Tatsugiri is going to pop out again. So you've got to make sure you deal with one of these. But are you going to have enough to survive this? It doesn't look like it. The scale shot with those speed boosts going to keep it ahead of that Dondozo.
Ele demorou muito pra colocar o Tatsugiri, cara.
And if this is Blood Moon, then it is going to be maybe too much too far for Jay to make it any further in this tournament. And Marco Silva looking like they're going to wrap things up, but that Tatsugiri just about hangs on.
Yeah, just barely makes it through the turn, but of course cannot move this turn, and so it is just sitting duck. And on the plates, kind of for Marco to go through in this next turn. It's all eyes on Annihilate, but against a full
o cara acabou demorando muito pra colocar esse Tatsugiri em campo, cara.
I mean, there's Terra Fairy as an option, so you can get around the scale shot damage.
There is, yes.
Rage Fist not boosted. With close combat, you would lower your defenses. That's not really what you would want to do here. But yeah, Jay's just forced to do it, fighting till the very end.
And that's exactly what it looks like they're going to have to do. But like you said, that Terra Fairy is an option, but there's a Gold Ingo lurking in the back from Marco. It's going to have a really easy time as that tailwind is now set from the Dragonite, boosting the speed on their side of the field for the next few turns. Hyper Voice opted for from the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It is going to be enough to get the remaining HP on that Tatsugiri, taking that Pokemon down. Respectable damage to the Annihilate. It has just been boosted, but will it be boosted enough? Nowhere near enough, not even 50% on that Ursaluna, as now the Dragonite in a prime position to go for that skill shot, followed up by an attack from the Ursaluna, and potentially pick up the win and take them into the finals of this regional championship.
Ganhar de quase todo mundo, pra perder pra final aí é
and
complicado.
Dragonite lead, coming up with a plan into the Weavile turn 1, doubling up with 2 priority moves, not something that Jay saw coming in now with a last-ditch effort. Annihilate, terrestrialize into Fairy, but extreme speed. Yeah, Marco predicts even that.
Yeah, and there we go. No one even risk the terrestrialization. It is going to activate that Citrus Berry, but is it going to be enough? We'll find out in this next turn. Is it going to be the Blood Moon to seal the deal for Marco here? And it will be. Marco Silva will be making their way into the finals here at the Lille Regional Championships.
Cara, isso foi,
one of the most consistent players in the Scarlet and Violet era has done it again. I believe this might be the 5th final appearance in a major tournament, whether it's LAIC, Gdansk last year, or over in Toronto. Now here in Lille, Marco is looking to do what his brother almost did in the seniors division.
Yes.
Got second place there, but Marco will be in the finals as well and has the chance to claim the title.
Wow, incredible. Especially after that game 1 where it just seemed so one-sided. And I think that's just testament to Marco as a player as well. How they were able to recover, come back and adjust their game plan and see a line that got them to that victory that they needed to, and just caught Jay out with a lot of different options there that, you know, Jay might not have seen coming. The Ursaluna, the Dragonite was so pivotal in this, and that Rabombi did play its role in this game as well, with those fake tears, those moonblasts, the pressure that it was able to put on when it did come to this matchup. But Jay doing everything right with that Weavile in game 1, made an adjustment to game 2, didn't quite work out there in game 2, and then just not getting the targeting right.
Foi sorte, foi, ué.
Getting the targeting
Nada
right,
que o Marco
and it
possa
all
fazer.
going
Ué,
one-sided.
mas que foi sorte, foi.
This turn 1 in game 3 really
Ganhou.
so
Mas que foi sorte, foi, ué. Isso é fato, não tem o que negar.
There were so many mind games going on there, but this
Dizer que o cara não teve sorte 2 vezes, pô, aí desculpe, mas esse hipócrita é ignorante, entendeu? Isso é fato, não tem do que discordar, o cara teve sorte, entendeu? Ah, Pokémon não tem essa de sorte? Tem. Foi mais do que comprovado aqui. Foi mais do que comprovado e registrado que foi sorte, entendeu? Já volto rapidinho.
The Terra there in the end just yeah, flawless execution and deservingly moving on into the finals.
Yeah, and just one more step away from taking the championship title here, and it'll be a really great one to do for whoever ends up taking that first place, because they guarantee themselves a ticket, an invite to the World Championships this season in San Francisco, which is going to be just incredible. And it takes so much pressure off, right? It takes so much pressure off you if you do pick that up now early in the season, where you can kind of relax into the rest of the season and be a bit more casual with how you approach things.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm still thinking about maybe is there something from these teams that I can use at my next tournament, as of course Rebombi. Yeah, that just seems so much fun to maybe try out. And if you at home are thinking the same and want to maybe go to some of our local tournaments, then make sure to have a quick look at this and identify where you can play Pokemon with maybe some new friends.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
You'll have to let me know how you do get on at your next locals. If you do take Rebombi, or if it's everyone else at your locals bringing Rebombi and you have to deal with it. If you want to get involved in your locals, wherever you are located, use this QR code on the screen right now. It'll help you find out where you can go for your next pit stop to get involved in your own competitive journey. And maybe you'll end up here at one of these regional championships, and maybe even we can get you on the broadcast, streaming you to the world.
Yeah, no matter whether it's the Pokemon video game, the trading card game, or Pokemon Go, at your nearest league, you might be able to find someone to play those games with and just enjoy Pokemon in general. So scan that QR code and use our event locator to find spaces around you where you can play Pokemon.
Yeah, because it's definitely always a lot of fun. Even if you're just going along as a casual kind of perspective, not really wanting to get heavily involved in the competition, just to go along and take place and meet new people that have similar interests to you, that love for Pokemon, you're going to have an absolutely incredible time. And you never know, you might think you don't want to get into competitive, but you might get the bug, you might get the itch, and you want to keep going and see how far you can test your own skills. So yes, like Marcus said, get involved, find out, and head along and get involved.
Yeah, I think the bug that I might catch next might be just that Rebombi with
Calma que ainda tem outra semifinal.
Yeah, just with how well it has been doing there. Of course, gotta remember that Weavile, of course, could outspeed it. Now I don't know the damage calculations with the triple axle.
I think it probably gets it. If it gets all three hits.
All three, yeah. But you gotta factor in the accuracy as well.
Yeah, it's not guaranteed, so yeah, it's the, I think Weavile and the Kilowattrel are on the same kind of...
É como eu tô vendo aqui
just a little bit slower, which is
como eu tô vendo aqui uma live aqui a live do School. O Saúl é campeão.
Yeah.
Really vulnerable.
And maybe the idea isn't to actually use Rebombi as the only supporter, but use Dragonite to support Rebombi, which is kind of what Marco
was doing there in those games, and go with the Tailwind first and then bring in Rebombi when it's already faster.
That's the way to do it, I think, especially in those awkward situations, because then I mean, the Dragonite not going to have the best of time in front of a Weavile, but Kilowattrel doesn't mind too much, does it? And it's always with the multi-scale going to be probably able to set something up to support the Rebombi going forward. Maybe a special Dragonite to take advantage of the fake tears.
I'll keep it in mind for my next locals, but
probably not.
Besides that, of course, not only can you play at locals, but also you can check out when the next major tournaments are happening in our event calendar, as there are so many great tournaments coming up this season. And of course, you can still register to some of them, whether it's as a player or as a spectator. So you can head to the link down below and yeah, maybe we'll see you at some of our tournaments in the future.
Yeah, and Marcus makes a good point. If you don't want to come along and compete to begin with, just come along and spectate, check the venue out, check what goes on at these events. I think if you've watched the broadcast this weekend, there's been a lot of videos that we've done out and about around the different sections at the venue. You've got vendors, you've got the fun zone, you've got a prize wall. There's lots that you can take part in, not only the competition, and then you can enjoy the championships as they unwind as well on the big screen. But we are going to take a quick break now before we get into our next top 4, determine our last finalist. So it gives you an opportunity to get a break, have a break.
Have a break. Gives us the opportunity to get out there and watch the finals.
That's right. Get a beverage.
That's
we'll
it
be
from
right
us
back.
behind the desk.
It
then
is.
We'll
Thank
leave
you so much, Marcus.
Ben and Charlie. It was a pleasure.
Always a pleasure.
And I'll see you at the trophy ceremony.
Yes,
later.
we will. Yeah. Who will it be? Stay tuned and find out.
Aí, voltei. Deixa eu dar um negócio aqui, gente. Vou espirrar.
Silva stamps their ticket all the way through to our grand finals here at the Lille Regional Championships. And very shortly, we're going to be able to see who will be joining them. It's Charlie Merriman here on the desk with Ben Kiriakou. Ben, this weekend is quite a flash, really.
Wow.
There's been so many fond memories. But it's all going to come down to the next, hour or so.
Where we decide who will be our Lille Regional Champion. And it's been such a fantastic tournament. We're going to be seeing two fabulous trainers that we've been able to feature this weekend playing up against each other in a little bit of a rivalry that's been forming over the years. Giuseppe Musico versus Eduardo Cunha.
Absolutely. Two trainers is such incredible standing. Eduardo Cunha, of course, our London Worlds 2022 champion. Let's see if they're able to bring that experience to bear in the grand finals against Marco Silva, or will it be Giuseppe Musico, a fellow Italian player, meeting Marco in that hallowed spot?
I mean, it's an absolute clash of titans here in Lille, and seeing these two trainers battle it out over the years, we've seen that leveling up of Giuseppe. But these two trainers have played over the years before as well. Giuseppe was telling me about how originally at the World Championships, either in 2022, 2023, 2024, they were battling it out with a particular team matchup. Then they played again in a top 4 of Barcelona in the same format. The first time round, Giuseppe won the match. The second time round, in top 4, it was Eduardo. Now, they have played earlier today in the Swiss as well, and it was Giuseppe that won with a 2-0 record, so they are familiar with each other's teams. But Giuseppe here on the right-hand side of your screen was saying how close those matches were. A couple of little decisions here or there could have been different, and it could have been Eduardo coming out with the win.
O Eduardo tem a Saúl na Blood Moon.
Just relaxed and smiling up there on stage with their
E o Giuseppe tem a Blood Moon também. Só que os dois têm o Saúl na Blood Moon.
Regulation set H. If that was such a close game, Ben, that these two trainers had when they faced each other earlier on in the tournament, I am brimming over with excitement to see how it will unfold here on stage. Just 2 more matches remain of the Lille Regional Championships. This is the penultimate one. This one will decide who will face Marco Silva in our grand finals.
And I think this is one of those battles where both trainers seem to approach the game in pretty similar ways. They are so solid. I would describe them in the way that they play Pokemon. We saw in Eduardo's previous stream match how he was able to preserve that Ursaluna Blood Moon, use the leftovers and grassy terrain recovery to keep it healthy. Giuseppe using some pretty similar strategies along the way with a few little differences, but both of these trainers, they're trainers that don't really make any big mistakes. They can make a call when they need to, but they don't often open the door for their opponents to take advantage of them.
Certainly also having a smile up there on the stage. What you can't see is the adoring crowds looking at these trainers. There are masses of people forming out there. The atmosphere here is incredible to cheer on these two decorated champions. Champion is certainly the name of the game when we cast our eye over Eduardo's achievements there. From the right of the screen, you can see that in 2018, Giuseppe was the Stuttgart regional champion there. Now going for the next big win, and could it happen here in Lille just one season after they achieved the top 4 position right here?
This is it. This is the third time round that Giuseppe is able to make top 4.
Mas quem ganhar daqui, Marlon, vai enfrentar o Mar. Ou seja, você só vai torcer pro Eduardo agora, né?
Special championships that Eduardo did win previously was in 2017 in Madrid and 2024 in Barcelona. So there's plenty of other accolades that Eduardo has to their name over the years.
Oh yeah, far more than can ever fit on this screen. But as you say, man, Giuseppe is a trainer who seems to have really found their footing recently in the game. After being the 2018 Stuttgart regional champion, has now just got those more recent results to their name as well.
O time do Mario, quer dizer, do Eduardo, Relabum de Assault Vest, Incineroar de Safety Goggles, Goldengo de Life Orb, Smiggler de Grass Seed, Smirgle de Fox Sash e o Salona Blood Moon de Leftovers.
Very well with that Terra Ghost to allow it to set up the Tailwind more easily, or support with Fake Out. Depends on what exactly Eduardo needs out of it. It's carrying that Moody ability that can get a cheeky speed boost as well. Calm Mind on the Ursaluna with the Terra Electric, so taking these Yawn variants and flipping the script a little bit, going for Calm Mind instead to boost up, to bolster that special defense, but also, more importantly, the special attack. Everything else is looking relatively commonplace here with that more popular
acrobatics eu quero cinema. O Eduardo vai fumar? Vamos ver, né? O Eduardo precisa fazer a parte dele, né? Um campeão mundial versus campeão regional. Ó, o time do Giuseppe, Relabum de Assault Vest, Incineroar de Safety Goggles, Goldengo de Life Orb, Smiggler de Grass Seed, Dragonite de Loaded Dice e o Salona Blood Moon de Leftovers.
But with the Dragonite there instead of an Alolan Ninetales.
Well, both players taking a leaf out of that book, and Smeargle and Dragonite being the only two Pokemon that are different between each other. Other than a couple of little differences on the set, you have got that Yawn on the Ursaluna Blood Moon. You've got the Terra Water on the Golden Go in both cases. You've got a Terra Fire Rillaboom in both cases. Terra Ghost Incineroar in both cases. You can see how similarly the choices that these trainers have made coming in are as they come up onto the screen, and you can see, I mean, all of the items are the same as well, barring the Focus Sash and barring the Loading Dice.
even though this is going to be our first game in Masters Top 4B, in a certain way, it's more than that. They faced each other before. We want to hear you in the venue, everybody. Make some noise for Eduardo Cunha and Giuseppe Musico here in our second Top 4 at the Royal Regional Championships. Golden Go Incineroar,
Confio no Mário de Eduardo, então, né? Tá. Golden Go Incineroar, Incineroar
exactly what speed tierings either of their Incineroar are. Although the Pokemon look very similar, they can be trained to be slightly different. And how those things add up during a match like this, especially when both players like to play fairly defensively overall, can really stack up. Where does the fake out go here? Does Eduardo commit a fake out into a Incineroar, or do either of these players just go straight for the knockoffs and straight for the damage into each other, especially since the Ursaluna versus Blood Moon is a matchup that Blood Moon Ursaluna tends to be favored in overall.
Giuseppe and Eduardo taking their time, but now it's time to get smartly trainers. It's time to shine for this Incineroar for one of our fantastic trainers on stage. Terragosa, of course, being in the fake out is not going to be affecting
pelo amor de Deus, né? O Marlon se passou 3 anos, né? O cara ganhou uns pesos aí, né?
Get that damage down on the Ursaluna, get the damage down onto the Incineroar. You're suffering a special attack drop now, and now a little bit of life orb recoil too. The knockoff though, following up into Giuseppe's Golden Go. Not enough to secure the KO, but it is certainly enough to remove that life orb from contention. The responding knockoff, now Ursaluna has lost its passive recovery as well.
Yeah, big knockoffs there on both sides of the field. Ursaluna would love to make advantage of the leftovers with getting this Calm Mind special attack and special defense boost. Eduardo didn't want to commit the fake out. This is something we've seen him do time and time again. Respect the option that his opponent has and therefore not fall foul of it later. Without the life orb now, the Golden Go and the special attack drop and no life orb, it's unlikely that Ursaluna is going down, but equally, it's not recovering any HP. I think Giuseppe's on the right footing here by putting some damage onto that Ursaluna, but then also cutting off its recovery source and making sure that it can't just heal back to full and provide itself to be much more of a problem.
It's a little bit more longevity on the field thanks to its special defense boost from Calm Mind, and it's hitting a little bit harder, but let's see if it's able to get that off. It takes the Make It Rain thanks to that recoil of the special attack drop, and Golden Go now suffers another one. Incineroar for Eduardo now, reducing the Incineroar's attack stat as well, really wanting this Blood Moon Ursaluna to be able to hang on at the end of this turn and provide some damage on the field on this very one. Incineroar switching to the back. Eduardo now can switch in a different one, deciding it's going to be this Golden Go. If it were to suffer a knockoff, then at least the damage will be mitigated. Flare Blitz though into Eduardo's Ursaluna. That is going to be enough here to secure the KO.
So it looked like Eduardo was on the front foot there, but Giuseppe is biting back in this matchup and just using the offensive potential that he has to the most of its use. Now, one Pokemon down for Eduardo, that's going to limit the options that Eduardo has for switching and repositioning, and especially important since now that the Golden Go is on the field for Eduardo, it does have the opportunity to start dishing out damage. Now that the Incineroar is a Terra Ghost, it doesn't resist those Make It Rains. Golden Go on Giuseppe's side has had its special attack dropped a couple of times, and so it's in a perfect spot to be able to start thinking about boosting up that Golden Go and then spreading out all of that damage with Make It Rain later on.
Cair sem fazer nada. Famoso entrou e não fez nada, né? Famoso entrou, caiu.
Golden Go gets off another Make It Rain. That's going to be Giuseppe's own Golden Go down now. Dragonite has its multi-scale broken and receives a good deal of damage thanks to the Make It Rain. Now, of this life orb recoil damage, which can all stack up. The Woodhammer double resisted from the Dragonite, but it's enough to bring it down to the orange.
Pretty respectable damage on that Dragonite. That's going to add up as well, especially since the Dragonite doesn't get any HP recovery since it's floating above the grassy terrain, and certainly with the Intimidate in the back. Now that gives Eduardo a good opportunity to protect that Golden Go just that little bit more. You can even switch it out and make sure that it's not going to be falling foul of the knockoff. Get the special attack drops reset. But equally, there's so much repositioning that you can do. Rillaboom and Incineroar love these kind of positions where they can just keep on switching around. Giuseppe needs to find a way to break through some of that defensive core that Eduardo has set up to be of real significant use.
Now, of course, the Incineroar not going to be taking
Não, que
resistant
Vila
damage from the Wood Hammer, and that is what
dando
Eduardo
todo
looked to,
agora
but
não dá
can the
mais,
Shadow
não, por
Ball
causa
take care of
do
it first? No.
Incineroar.
It's going to be the Incineroar brought down very, very low. Scale shot now into Eduardo's Rillaboom. Rillaboom's going to be able to hang on whether it's 4 hits or 5, but Dragonite will receive a speed boost at the end of this move, as well as a defense drop.
Os 30%, né,
in Eduardo's favor. Ultimately, it's going to be a 5-hit scale shot,
no ataque,
and every
né?
bit of chip damage means that Rillaboom is all the closer to being KO'd next turn.
Nossa, esse Incineroar tomou muito dano.
Here's this Wood Hammer. Is this going to be enough to secure the KO? Yes, it is. Giuseppe down to their final 2 Pokemon.
Okay, and now Eduardo has the Pokemon advantage. He's found a way to carve out that advantage. Now the Dragonite is locked on the field with its defense drops. It's got its speed boost. That's going to be really useful for Giuseppe, definitely, and can haze away any sort of special attack rises that the Golden Go tries to go for. Not to mention an Intimidate that could be coming out on this turn for Eduardo. Switching in the Incineroar in this spot seems very, very tempting, and it would put a lot of pressure onto the Rillaboom and the Dragonite, just reducing their damage output. But if Giuseppe is able to mitigate that with a haze, maybe this Rillaboom with its ground and grass type coverage, and mostly the ground type coverage, might be able to pull things back.
It's going to be fine margins indeed, just as it has been between these 2 fantastic trainers earlier on in our Lille Regional Championships. Eduardo hovering over that Incineroar. Don't want to squander this opportunity now. The winner of this match will progress through to our grand finals versus Marco Silva. Incineroar is indeed going to hit the fray. 2 physical attackers over on Giuseppe's side. They're not going to appreciate this Intimidate attack drop one bit, and it could be just what Eduardo needs. The Dragonite launches those scales into the Incineroar. That's going to be the second hit here. It's going to be at least 4 thanks to the loaded dice. Number 3. Here comes number 4. Do we have a 5th hit putting it in range of a Rillaboom hit? Yes, quite possibly. That's going to be number 5. That's going to be Incineroar brought down to the red. Another speed boost for this Dragonite now. Eduardo need to deal with that at some point. Another Make It Rain might just be what's needed, but the Dragonite is going to be hanging on here. That could be the sliver of opportunity that Giuseppe can capitalize on now. Now Rillaboom, the high horsepower, is connecting, and it's going to be super effective. Eduardo now also brought down to their final 2 Pokemon. The critical hit likely not mattering there. Now the Rillaboom joining the fray once more.
Now there's a decision to make for Giuseppe as to whether or not you go for a haze in this situation. There's likely to be a little bit of protecting going on from the Golden Go, but what you don't want to do if you're Giuseppe is to give Golden Go all of its special attacks
back. Esse Dragonite leva o Golden Go, não?
Even though you've got the
Ou ele vai
attack
virando Rillaboom? Porque o Dragonite fica mais rápido que qualquer agora.
Having the 2 minor special attack on the Golden Go
Se não
works
der
out pretty
se
well
não for
in
mais
your
rápido,
favor.
Protect
Now,
não...
fake out does
Tá,
land into Dragonite, so there was a call.
Nossa, deu crítico ainda.
Protect from that Dragonite, and it's down. Is this Rillaboom going to be enough to secure the game for Giuseppe, especially with Golden Go going for its nasty block? Yes, the Rillaboom has access to high horsepower, but not the most powerful move, and it's not coming off a ground type, but actually targeting down the Rillaboom with Wood Hammer. Is now Golden Go versus Rillaboom, but we know that Eduardo's Golden Go is moving first. We know it's got a +2 to its special attack. The Rillaboom is holding the Assault Vest, but a Make It Rain should be enough to secure the game here, and even if the Rillaboom hangs on,
Agora
high
vamos ver.
horsepower shouldn't
Make to Rain mais ou o de Hammer aqui, o que vem? Nossa, mais 2? Pode focar o Golden Go então, né? Aí nossa, pau. Eita. Então Make to Rain mais 2 aqui leva esse...
Almost certain to get the knockout here onto this Rillaboom and timed it absolutely perfectly. Not that it would have picked up the KO here, but these fine margins do really matter to make sure that this Golden Go can Terra water away from its ground type resistance and maybe get 2 Make It Rains just in case Golden Go needs it.
And of course you're putting yourself in range of a grass move, but of course Grassy Glide is no longer an option. The Grassy Terrain has expired. No terrain available for the Rillaboom to take advantage of. Eduardo deciding to go for it, deciding to go for that Terra Water here. But surely this +4 Make It Rain is enough to secure the KO onto the Rillaboom. It's gonna be the time in this game. Here comes the Make It Rain. That's gonna be Rillaboom down. That's going to be Eduardo claiming our first game in our Masters Top 4B.
And what a game it was to win there.
Como o Golden não perdeu o speed, né?
So well. And Maybe there's shenanigans going on with the water there, but you won the game,
Como o Goldengo não perdeu o speed, ele tava de boa. Só não levaria se ele não tivesse dado esse último esse nest plot, né? Por isso. Ela tá rachando o bico. Então, né? Não, mas o Marlon tem que lembrar, se ele não dá esse nest plot, ele não levava o Rillaboom. O Rillaboom levava no próximo High Horsepower. Então, assim, tem que tomar cuidado com isso.
I think the overall plan, I think, for Giuseppe early to really target down into the Ursaluna, I thought was a really good plan overall. But unfortunately, there was a couple of little calls that Giuseppe or Eduardo just made slightly better. And I think this is one of those matchups where both of the trainers kind of have a good idea of what they need to achieve, especially after playing this matchup before. So it's more about the calls in the moment, I think, and how you choose to maybe lead off the game, what sort of strategy you want to go for. I don't expect to see too much switching up between these two players because, as I said, they played this matchup before, but if there was a switch up for Giuseppe, I'm wondering if the switch up is to maybe think about bringing that Sneasler into the match and trying to take advantage of the Incineroar Rillaboom combination a little bit and use it to support the Ursaluna in the back.
Esse segundo Nest Plot deixou o Goldengo mais 2, pô, por isso que o Rillaboom não tancou.
There's one thing that we've seen from Eduardo Cunha in that previous game is that
o Goldengo estava intimidado, pô.
every single one of their outs with that nasty plot we saw in the late game. It's now time to get into game 2. If Eduardo wins this, they will be our second finalist. The Blood Moon Ursaluna face-off with Smeagol and Incineroar.
Smeagol putting on a lot of pressure immediately, not
Por isso
just
que levou, entendeu? Porque já tinha. O Goldengo estava intimidado. Esse primeiro Nest Plot deixou.
Will be able to protect itself this turn, but if it does, then it opens itself up to be spawned on the next turn, and so this combination is really scary, and yeah, that's even before you start thinking about the tailwind speed control that the Smeagol is going to be able to afford Eduardo.
Giuseppe's own Ursaluna is going to hibernate for a turn at least, as Rillaboom, the chosen one, has been the chosen one to join the fray here on the field and providing that passive recovery. And actually, Eduardo's Ursaluna can benefit from so much, given its stack with the leftovers. Eduardo with a little fist bump, clearly making a call. Earth Power, super effective into Giuseppe's Incineroar. It's not going to be enough to secure the KO. Of course, Incineroar's such a bulky Pokemon and a special attack boost to the Smeagol. That one doesn't matter at all, but at least the speed wasn't dropped.
Yeah, this is a great turn one for Eduardo, calling that the Ursaluna did not want to stick on in there and targeting down one Pokemon that's really actually quite problematic for a Smeagol to be there because Incineroar is carrying the safety goggles. So now Eduardo gets to put Ursaluna a little bit on the front foot. The Smeagol can follow me away those super effective attacks. Ed can think about maybe trying to get a calm mind up with the Ursaluna or even just put the damage down into the Incineroar slot. It's either a Blood Moon into that slot is either going to pick up the KO on the Incineroar or do significant damage to anything that Giuseppe wants to switch in.
Então, não sei. Não fez diferença ali, sinceramente, né? Mas como o Goldengo ele bate pelo lado especial, então o Intimidate de Incineroar não adiantou de bosta nenhuma. Como você falou.
It's just going to be stalling out. It's just going to be protecting. It's not taking any damage this turn. Now, Rillaboom going to be faking out the slot that was once the Smeagol there. Crucially, would have been breaking the focus out and the follow-up knockoff hopefully would have secured the KO. But no, it's going to be the Incineroar taking that in its place. The safety goggles, though, knocked off from Eduardo's Incineroar.
Not really too valuable, the safety goggles in this matchup for Eduardo. Not like it is for Giuseppe, where Eduardo has the pressure of Spore from the Smeagol, but again, masterclass from Eduardo, just bringing out their Smeagol and saving it for later, both the fake out and the Spore pressure. Once you put that pressure into the two Pokemon that are out on the field right now, Giuseppe has under threat of being knocked out, and then the Spores can start doing exactly what Eduardo wants to do with them. Now, the Ursaluna coming away from being hit with a super effective grass type
Olha o
attack.
espelho aí agora.
And here comes Rillaboom in its place. A total mirror right now on the field. Incineroar versus Incineroar, Rillaboom versus Rillaboom, but Giuseppe's Incineroar won't be moving. High horsepower, super effective now into Edu's own Incineroar here. And it's brought down a little bit lower. Of course, this is a sign that the top trainers will be trying to do. It's not so much about those big one-hit knockouts, it's about putting Pokemon in range for the knockouts later in the game.
Ser passado pro jogos atuais se der pra fazer.
When you are not able to just switch in without thinking about it too much, these players are thinking about it very hard, but certainly the higher HP they've got, the easier it is to switch those Pokemon
o da
in. Once
20 tá no
that
Emerald.
stops being the case,
Esse aí é alguém da família do da 20.
slow, being steady, being calculated into how do you get those key KOs.
Incineroar is going to be switching. This could be one way to get one of those key KOs because, of course, Golden Go joined the fray here instead. Another heavy attacker. The Woodhammer resisted by the Incineroar, but it will be enough to secure the KO with a critical hit. And that could be the opening now Giuseppe can capitalize on in order to try and secure this game and take us through to a Game 3.
With the Golden Go coming onto the field, the Incineroar is definitely a key KO to get, but the Golden Go can shrug off that Woodhammer. Now Giuseppe in the driving seat to start putting some pressure back on Eduardo's side.
O Satoru, pelo contrário, ele é o primeiro que você adquire, entendeu? Todo jogador novato usa ele. Aí conforme você vai jogando, vai fazendo as máquinas, você vai conseguindo o Stur, né, que é o dinheiro do jogo. E aí você vai comprando outros personagens, entendeu? Alguns têm restrições, tipo, você precisa fazer tal pesquisa de tal personagem para liberar outro personagem. Entendeu? Ele é bom? Cara, para começo, para quem não tem nada, ele é bom, mas se você quiser pegar outro, você precisa jogar um pouquinho, entendeu? Então assim, ele não tem habilidade, entendeu? Ou seja, você para fazer máquina é bom até, mas tem alguns, por exemplo, o Astro que eu uso, por exemplo, é um main, né, que são tools, né, que a gente chama, que os personagens daí a gente chama de tools. Tem habilidades que, por exemplo, você tem a estamina, né, tem a resistência, conforme você vai andando, você perde resistência. Eu tenho uma habilidade de regenerar um pouco da sua estamina, entendeu? Tem alguns mains que fazem isso. Ó, tem um que é a Gigi. A Gigi, ele é boa. A Gigi tem a habilidade de dar itens aleatórios pra você, entendeu? A Yata, toda vez que você termina de fazer uma máquina, ela dropa doce. Os doces geralmente são bons, entendeu? A Yata é um pouquinho chata de pegar, porque você precisa ter... Você precisa de 13... Você precisa de 15 tunes pra desbloquear ela, entendeu? Mas tem alguns que... Gigi? Ah não, eu tô traumatizada com ela no UCM. Gigi? É Gigi com G, mas ok.
Paying dividends. Now, where else are we targeting? As Golden Go takes that drop to his special attack. The recoil from that move, albeit boosted by a boosted by the life knockoff now into the Smeagol, so a double target into that slot.
O Marlon não, Satoru, qualquer coisa, pergunta pro King e pro Calux, entendeu? Normalmente eles vão te recomendar. Deve te recomendar. Pop eu não sei se recomenda, mas Gigi e Yata são dois. São dois interessantes pra jogar, entendeu? Mas aí vai de acordo com a gameplay que você quer jogar. Por exemplo, Satoru, tá tendo um evento de Halloween. Se você jogar, você ganha o dobro de... Conforme você vai jogando, você ganha o dobro de abóbora. E aí você pode desbloquear as skins e os personagens. Tem a Eclipse, que é uma loba. Tem a Rebecca, que é um esqueleto. Tem o Sylvester, que é um cavaleiro fantasma. E tem o Gold, né? Que é a abóbora que eu tô com a foto de perfil no Discord, entendeu? E aí, conforme você vai pegando as abóboras, você desbloqueia tanto skin pra eles e pra outros personagens, quanto pros stuns, né, de Halloween, entendeu? Tirando o Gold, né, a abóbora, os outros stuns, né, o Sylvester, que é o Cavaleiro Fantasma, a Rebecca, que é o Esqueleto, a Eclipse, e a Eclipse, que é a Eclipse, que é a Loba, tirando o Gold, né, o abóbora, o resto dá pra pegar só com as abóboras que você pega no evento. Como que pega esses personagens? Ó, quando você tá lá no lobby, vai ter uma lojinha. Você anda um pouquinho e vira à esquerda. Vai ter uma loja literalmente com a abóbora lá. Você entra e clica, aperta o E, né? E clica nele lá, entendeu? Clica nele lá que você vai ver. Tem lá os tools, né? E aí você vai ver a quantidade que cada um custa, tem as skins, entendeu? Será que o Edu ganha? Vamos ver como é que vai ser. Eu tenho 200 e poucas abóboras. Cara, você precisa jogar mais um pouquinho. Eu acho que no mínimo é 1500, eu acho, um personagem. Você tem que ver lá. Assim, vai jogando um pouquinho que você vai precisar de um pouco mais de abóbora.
Last opportunity to survive a high horsepower. No longer super effective. The knockoff getting rid of the leftovers, but you still have recovery from the grassy terrain. Now it's going to be the Earthbow super effective from Giuseppe into the Ursaluna for Eduardo. It's not going to be enough. There's no critical hit. The Ursaluna hanging on, and that low HP bar is infinitely more than zero. You can secure the KO onto the Incineroar. Giuseppe down to just their Blood Moon Ursaluna, where once they had 4 Pokemon and Eduardo had 2. Now the shoe is on the other foot. Eduardo had the Pokemon advantage against Giuseppe's load of Blood Moon. It was a great call on that calm mind to save the Ursaluna from being knocked out this turn. That's going to be the forfeit. Eduardo Cunha is your second finalist here in Lille.
Marco Silva na final. Aí joga mais um pouquinho, ô Satoru. Joga mais um pouquinho que você vai pegar os dobro, cara, de abóbora. Entendeu? 1500 abóboras? É.
As well. Commiserations to Giuseppe. A fantastic run through to this point in the tournament, but you just wonder how many Calm Mind Blood Moon Ursaluna Giuseppe had practiced for against on their way to top 4 here at the Lille Regional Championships. And oh my goodness gracious me, what a grand finals we have on our hand. Our 2022 world champion Eduardo Cunha going up against Marco Silva, defending Latin America international champion for the previous 2 years.
Calma, já vai vir final. 7 horas e 39 de live,
greatest trainers of the modern age, and it's all happening right here, right now in Lille.
É muita abóbora. Minha barriga não tanca tudo isso. Ô, Satoru, olha só. Você tem que aproveitar que tá com abóbora duplicada em tudo, ó. Cada andar. Você tem 3 formas de ganhar abóbora. Cada andar que você passa tem pelo menos 2 abóboras, fazendo máquina e os bichos te vendo. Como é duplo, cada abóbora que você pega no chão te dá 10, ou seja, só de pegar as 2 no mapa você já tem 20. Entendeu? Aí, se eu não me engano, cada máquina que você faz, se eu não me engano, tá dando 10, eu acho. 10 ou 5. E cada bicho que te vê, cada bicho no andar que te vê, te dá 2 abóboras. Entendeu? Ou seja, são 4 máquinas no primeiro andar, vamos lá. São 10 bichos. Isso é 10, 10, 20, 30, 40, 40, mais 60, 60, 64, pelo menos até, ó, 64 até o andar 5 no mínimo. 64. Chegar em 64 na abóbora escura até o andar 5 no mínimo. Depois aumenta a máquina, né? De 4 máquinas vai para 5, aí vai aumentando. Entendeu?
Prepared for, and that's one of the most exciting things to see. Two trainers that have made it to the finals already, both of them OCIC champions, in fact, as well as international champions, and just fantastic competitors in their own right, now battling up against each other for the title of Lille Regional Champion.
Incredible names, incredible scenes, and it only gets more incredible. And to cast our mind back to Giuseppe and Eduardo for a little bit, Ben, remind us how it went when they played earlier on today. Who won that one?
The other way round.
The other way round. Giuseppe won, but this time Eduardo came out on top. And that's another mark of these incredibly skilled trainers. You take the loss, you go away, you work out what went wrong, and you come back roaring. And that's exactly what Eduardo did in a 2-0 set against Giuseppe. Wow, but still top 4 of the Lille Regional Championships. Just like Jay Ballester reaching that halo position, their first ever day 2 at a tournament.
Getting the top 4.
Incredible. And that could be you trainers if you're thinking, oh, I just want to give it a go, I want to test my skills.
Dragas, eu tô com 94% do gordo. A gente jogou hoje mais cedo. Eu tô com 94% dele. Sumiu. É esse Dragas safado aí. Ô Satoru, o Lego jogou contigo?
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG live all the time, and spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying.
Vamos querer ver logo o Marco? Cara, 3 minutos para o final ainda.
Porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até
já volto, gente, rapidinho.
Meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos. Aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out from out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
NAIC was home to the final Pokemon Unite tournament of the season, the final stretch. Up for grabs, prize money, a championship title, and the final Western spot at the World Championships. The field was full of terrifying Worlds qualified teams in Day 1's group stage. Teams like Peru, Luminosity Gaming, Stamina Esports, and Nouns Esports. For 2 international teams, the stakes were even higher though. Both DreamMax Esports from Brazil and Daybreak from OC. Both of these teams were hunting for that last Worlds invitation. Day 1 went according to plan, but the Day 2 single elimination bracket proved too tough, as DreamMax lost a nail-biter set to rivals Nouns Esports, and Daybreak fell to eventual finalists Revelation. And with that match, Revelation qualified for the World Championships. This set up the final stretch finals on Championship Sunday. Newly Worlds qualified Revelation would battle against LAIC and EUIC champions Luminosity Gaming. A reunion of NAIC champs on either side of the battlefield was set to take place. Revelation's Celeste and Luminosity's Otter won in 2023. The Grand Finals was an action-packed best-of-5 series, packed full of interesting strategies as the finalists tried to outsmart and outplay one another. Decidueye, Duraludon, and Charizard made special appearances in the match as well. In the end, Luminosity Gaming closed it out in a 3-1 fashion and became the first players in Pokemon history to win all 3 international championships in the same season.
One of the best to ever do it, Luminosity Gaming!
History was made in New Orleans, and Captain Curio said it best after the match. Only one more to win. See you at Worlds. Make sure you never miss a moment of exciting Pokemon competition. Head over to Pokemon.com/compete.
It's enough to send shivers down your spine here in the spooky season. It's the grand finals of the Lille Regional Championships, and oh my goodness, what names we have meeting there. It's going to be Marco Silva going up against Eduardo Cunha. I myself am Charlie Merriman. I'm so merry to be joined by Ben Kiriakou. Ben, it's been an incredible tournament, and we're about to reach the summit.
Unbelievable, absolutely crazy the amount of different teams that we've seen, the players and the skill that they've taken, coming all the way up to the finals here, and 2 trainers that couldn't deserve it more, 2 trainers that you could look at the roster of players that are competing this weekend and say, yeah, they could be the one to take it all. Well, now one of them will be winning. Marco Silva versus Eduardo Cunha, a rematch from the 2020 Oceania International Championships.
Which is where Marco Silva came out on top. But will it be Eduardo Cunha this time beating Marco Silva in the grand finals of the Lille Regional Championships? We've had trainers hopping across the pond, coming over from the NA region here to France to compete. They don't remain, unfortunately, in our grand finals. It will be 2 European stalwarts meeting here on that stage, and they're just getting set up. We'll be into the action oh so shortly.
And of course, Marco being a multiple-time international champion, but he's never conquered the World Championship stage, just like Eduardo has. Eduardo is an international champion, but he hasn't been able to take multiple titles, so each of them sort of batting up against each other with the accolades that they have against each other. Let's just have a reminder of how their top 8 has gone.
Volta lá, vai jogar, entendeu? Porque provavelmente depois daqui, cara, a gente vai fazer uma gameplay, cara, que eu tô atrás do Gold e a gente tá, como é que eu posso dizer? Como é que eu posso dizer? A gente quer tá sempre subindo bastante nos elevadores, né, nos andares, e tudo que a gente perde é só pro pessoal seguir a nossa parte, entendeu? Igual, por exemplo, hoje, a gente, assim, sem jogar tryhard, jogar normal, a gente jogando normal aqui, conversando de boas, a gente chegou no 26, entendeu? Chegamos no andar 26, tranquilaço. O King bateu o recorde dele, chegou no 34. Eu no solo eu tô chegando no 16, entendeu? Então assim, se tu não ficar trolando, jogar na moralzinha, o pessoal fica lá de boa, cara, entendeu?
By this tried and tested composition.
Absolutely tried and tested, but then of course you also turn your eye over to Eduardo's side of the field, where you've got some of those tried and tested Pokemon, but you've got some brand new strategies as well. Calm Mind, Blood Moon, Ursaluna, as well as a Smeargle that has access to Tailwind. Not only do we not often see Smeargle and Regulator Set H, or we haven't up to this point, but with Tailwind all the less so. And there they are, ready on stage.
It's that thing with Smeargle. That is the Pokemon that is the epitome of move slot syndrome, because you can run any move that you like, and usually there's a little bit of a toss-up whether or not you go for moves like wide guard in a format, or whether you go for those follow me redirections. And you know, if that wasn't enough, it's also backed up by that Moody ability, sharply raising one stat every turn and lowering another, but you don't know which one that's going to be. It's been quite infamous over the years for raising speed in lots of situations, and it usually comes packing a move that puts Pokemon to sleep.
And this one certainly does as well. Of course, the problem with that, the problem with wanting to run so many of those supportive moves is that you're not running any offense beyond the fake out move that can make Pokemon flex, but it's certainly not the strongest of those moves. Not that you want to run much
terminando a live? Sim, esse é o último jogo, basicamente. Acontecer é o último jogo.
Breathing in, being in the finals yet again. Marco as well. Marco always looks so cool and calm and collected.
É o último jogo, melhor de 3, quem ganhar aqui consagra campeão.
Phase them. They're just taking a few deep breaths. We'll be able to remind ourselves of their teams and their achievements very shortly. But wow, imagine being sat in that position, having battled long and hard all weekend, and knowing that in about half an hour's time, the conclusion will be reached.
Well, the last time that it was Eduardo winning a special championships or a regional championships was back in 2024 in Barcelona. Marco Silva won his last regional championships in Jönköping back in 2019. It's been a while, but it could be this time that he's adding a 2 times, as well as being a 2-time LAIC champion, 2 times top 16 world competitor.
And there you saw it. You saw OCIC champion in 2020 for Marco and 2019 for Edu. These trainers are well versed on that stage, well versed on big stages, well versed against each other. Give each other. Let's see what teams they will be bringing to counter each other. Eduardo,
o Eduardo deve estar assim, cara, eu tô enfrentando o Marco Silva, ó. Time do nosso querido Eduardo aí, ó. Hillabun de Assault Vest, Cineró de Safety Goggles, Goldengo de Life Orb, Sneasler de Grass Seed, Smeargle de Fox Sash e o Saluna Blade Moon de Leftovers. Beleza?
Dire times are over for us. The Sneasler is carrying acrobatics instead. Now that Smeargle is carrying the Terra Ghost, Focus Sash, Spore, Follow Me, Fake Out, and the ability to go for a Tailwind to get speed control. Now in Eduardo's last match that we saw just a moment ago, where they punched their ticket to the finals, that Calm Mind on the Ursaluna with its Terra Electric came in absolutely clutch in an Ursaluna mirror. And we do have 2 Ursalunas that are going to be facing each other down, so that Calm Mind could be coming into play yet again.
Eu acho que termina antes disso, um pouco no máximo. É, no máximo 2 horas, tá? Aí, mas vai, entra lá na cal, vai falando com o pessoal, entendeu? Ó, o time do Marco Silva. Rainbow Bee de Fox Sash, Cineró de Covid Cloak, Goldengo de Life Orb, Dragonite de Loader de Dice, Komo de Throat Spray e o Salona de Assault Dash.
Komo is another Pokemon we don't see too regularly in regular stage, or we certainly haven't this time around. This is our second time playing the format, but I do love that Throat Spray there. Going for a sound-based move like Clanging Scales is going to mean that Komo gets that boost to its special attack. It's going to hit so much harder.
Many Komo really try to play into the Clangorous Soul with the Throat Spray, try to get that Omni boost into all of their stats before going on the offensive. But I really like the way that Marco's approaching the Komodo, using it as just a straightforward offensive piece, not trying to protect that piece of the puzzle, instead using it to protect other pieces of his puzzle, like the Ursaluna, like the Golden Go, that like to sit on the field and be the target of lots and lots of attacks.
Eduardo channeling the power of that Smeargle with that beret, and now we're ready to get into our grand finals. Everybody in the venue, we want to hear, make some noise for your trainers. Marco Silva with Rabombi and Golden Go, and Eduardo Cunha with Smeargle and Golden Go.
Tailwind apiece for both of these trainers, and they're maybe going to have to think about whether or not they commit to that, especially with these Golden Goes potentially speed tying. Both of them are carrying the life orb. Many Golden Go are trained to be as fast as physically possible. On that scenario where Golden Go mirrors are ensuing. So the Rebombi will be able to get the tailwind first, but if the Rebombi goes for a tailwind, that does open up the door for this Focus Sash Smeargle to be able to get a tailwind of his own.
Marco's Golden Go, he told me in an interview I had with him earlier, has been trained to be especially offensive. Is that going to be damage there? It's going to catch Edu off guard. The immediate terror steal for that Golden Go looks like offensive is exactly the name of the game that Marco
tem mais quantos jogos ainda? Uma melhor de 3. Esse é o último jogo, melhor de 3. Eu vou entrar aqui na cal, já vou ficar aqui na cal com Calu. Vamos ver se eu consigo, ficar aqui, né? Porque tá pedindo arrego aqui.
That Terra Steel was both offensive and defensive in nature. Now,
cara, o Smeargle aprende que tem origem, né, cara? O Smeargle é um bicho engraçado.
But as you were saying before, Charlie, the downside of having a Smeargle on your side of the field is it's not providing any offensive potential. Now, if these Golden Go are speed tying, we don't know that yet, then it will be a case of a coin flip between these Golden Go as to who's going first. But if Eduardo's Golden Go is able to go first, then maybe it could pick up a cheeky knockout while the Smeargles Follow Me redirects any Moonblast away from the Golden Go from Rebombi.
This turn is going to be so crucial, not just for the game at hand, but also for the future ones, knowing who has the speed advantage, but we're not going to have the luxury of finding out. Marco's Golden Go is going for the protect. Smeargle is redirecting attention from the Rebombi away from Golden Go. Moonblast easily enough to secure, of course, this one HP remaining on the Smeargle. It goes down. Eduardo down to their final 3 Pokemon now. And now responding with a Make It Rain. The Rebombi, of course, holding the Focus Sash. It's super effective. It's going to be brought down to
o Satoru ficou com vergonha que ele não sabe jogar. Ele ficou com medo de jogar com vocês.
That could pave the way for Marco all the way through to the trophy.
Marco playing this really cleverly as well.
Eu falei só o Denji. Eu falei, é só não ficar trolando que é de boa. Então, não é difícil. Oh, esse Gold tem que vir agora, hein? Pô, tá lotado. Tá nada, pô, para de graça. Ah, ele não, se bem que ele não tem aqui, né? A gente não tem. O que eu posso fazer? Vocês entram numa cal geral, eu puxo vocês pra privada.
But what is in the back for Marco that he could easily reposition into?
Eduardo, are they going to get the advantage here? Are we finally going to see which is the faster of these Golden Go? As Rebombi is going to be felled to a grassy glide. 3 Pokemon apiece as of yet, but that Life Orb chip is going to be securing the knockout. Surely onto Eduardo's Golden Go. It's going to be Eduardo that moves first back down. Shadow Ball securing the KO. And now all of a sudden, Eduardo about to lose their Golden Go to that Life Orb chip.
É sério, verdade. Tem 8 pessoas naquela cal. Querido, eu tô literalmente com o disco aberto, Satoru. Desculpa, mais esfarrapada essa, tá?
Now, if the 2 Pokemon that are in the back, one of them say an Ursaluna, for example, it's not gonna like being in front of this Rillaboom nor the Sneasler.
Se tu quiser jogar com a gente, a hora é agora, ô Satoru. Senão vai conseguir jogar com a gente, tão cedo.
This is why Marco didn't want to pivot in this situation.
Se quiser pegar algum personagem, essa hora é agora.
Nice and healthy. You know if the Golden Go on Eduardo's side was going to attack, then it was going to knock itself out
no Denji. Ele quer pegar algum no
Sneasler's defense boost is really nice here in the face of these 2 physical attackers, but the Intimidate is putting in so much work. The close combat, not enough to secure the KO onto Marco's Incineroar there. Now, of course, it's softened up. There's no Focus Sash to speak of. It's lost its Grassy Seed. It's faster thanks to its unburdened ability. Dragonite attempts to go for the tail when it looks like Marco may have misclicked there. Head in hand, and that is so he cannot afford to do in front of a player as skillful as Eduardo, and the same, of course, goes for the vice versa. Dragonite is now left alone, and now the Tailwind peters out. Marco maybe miscalculating there. Now, can Marco turn this around after that misplay? I think Marco does have the opportunity to do so, but what he's got to be really careful of is the defense drops that Scale Shot will afford onto the Dragonite. Now, Sneasler did get a defense boost from the Grassy Seed, but it's lost that now after the close combat. So multiple
attacks from this scale shot will potentially pick up the KO on the Sneasler, but it's not going to be this turn. Sneasler going for the protect.
Just goes to show it happens to the best of us trainers, and Marco Silva is very much the definition of the best of us. Has the Woodhammer enough to break now the multi-scale on Marco's Dragonite?
Eu gosto pra caramba de jogar, mas eu prefiro jogar coisas que todo mundo joga do que ficar numa coisa específica. A não ser que, por exemplo, se todo mundo aqui gostasse muito de Dandy e só quisesse ficar Dandy, aí é de boa, mas tipo assim, tu quer jogar Demonologia e aí o King quer jogar Dandy, eu prefiro a gente jogar um pouco Dandy e um pouco Demonologia, entendeu? Dá pra jogar tudo, entendeu?
With the Intimidate drop, it takes that pretty nicely. Now the responding scale shot here. That's going to be one. Here's going to be the second hit. Of course, minimum 4 hits. The scale shot with the loaded dice item. That's going to be number 4. Is number 5 going to be able to secure it? The sneeze is down and out. It's just this Rillaboom now. Could Marco do the unthinkable? Could they come back after clicking Tailwind when it wasn't intended and now claim the victory against Eduardo? Rillaboom can't threaten this Dragonite with much damage at all.
But with those defense drops, they're going to add up. You're going to need more than one scale shot in order to pick up the KO here. And now, okay, the Woodhammer is 4 times resisted. You can't go for high horsepower, of course, because Dragonite is a flying type Pokemon. But now there's only 1 turn of grassy terrain left. So if Marco is able to protect this turn, to wait out the grassy terrain, that's going to reduce the damage that Eduardo is able to dish out on this Dragonite. And maybe, just maybe, a few scale shots if they land their mark will be enough.
Depois de jogar tanto Dandy, né, como tem pouca coisa, como você disse, né, já tem quase tudo, e aí você acaba meio que enjoando do jogo, né, porque não tem muito o que fazer. E o jogo também é muito, se limita muito a certas coisas, né, esse é o problema do jogo.
This is the dice we like to roll in regulations at H. Is it going to be 4? Is it going to be 5 hits? This is number 4 right now. Do we have a cheeky 5th? No, just going to be the 4. Rillaboom brought down to orange. Another defense drop, and that means Rillaboom's Woodhammer is going to be hitting harder too. Woodhammer connecting onto the dragon. Oh my goodness gracious me! It's going to be enough. It was the critical hit. Eduardo absolutely seeds here in the Lille Regional Championships final. That critical hit was the difference between potentially Eduardo winning this game and losing it. He
Por causa da limitação de pessoas que jogam, né? É sempre eu, tu, a Akira, mas certo sempre ser nós 4, né? Com o King. A Bunny joga com a gente, mas não é tanto. Então, ele pensa, na cabeça dele tem aquele negócio, né? Uma formação certa pra gente sobreviver uma quantidade alta de andares, entendeu?
Attack after attack into the Dragonite. It did so much heavy lifting, and after all those hits,
mas realmente, pô, a run que a gente fez dos Pibu hoje foi legal, pô, foi engraçado jogar. Mas tem que jogar mais assim.
For clicking that tailwind before the tailwind had ended, because that's just resources that you're not getting maximum value out of. That was a real seesaw of a match there, Ben. The advantage swinging from one trainer to the other. The critical hit that ultimately secured the game for Eduardo here. But now we're heading into our second game. If Eduardo wins this, then they become our Lille Regional champions. We go to a decisive game 3. And Ben, what are your thoughts heading into this next match?
So I think the question I've got, and the question in this matchup as a whole, for me, is whether or not that Komodo comes to the game or not, because it's such a great defensive Pokemon, even against a Terra-flying Acrobatics. It's known for its physical defense. In that endgame, it could have been the key to victory. I think Marco played this extremely well in the early game. He did take advantage of a critical hit against the Golden Go to put it into a position where it was struggling. But let's see if there's any switch-ups. Game 2, Rabombi and Golden Go and Sneasler.
This could be it, trainers. Eduardo versus Marco in the grand finals of the Lille Regional Championships. Eduardo is going to want a surer win condition than what happened in that previous game. The lucky critical hit. Let's see if Rabombi and Golden Go can pave the way for Marco into a game 3.
Okay, so the question is whether or not Marco does commit the Terra Steel in the first turn like he did previously, and if so, can Eduardo take advantage of that, maybe go for a fake out into that slot Well, it's going to be Eduardo playing defensively here with their Golden Go going for the Terra Water.
And of course, Rabombi with that shield dust ability, the fake out from Smeargle, means that it wouldn't flinch on that turn. It would still be able to act. The responding terrestrialization, though. Now it's going to be Marco going all in on their Golden Go too. Checks cashed in. Now it's going to be Terra Steel, going to be hitting even harder with the Make It Rain. But as you said, Ben, it's defensive as well as offensive, removing that ghost type weakness from Shadow Ball. Rabombi able to set up that tail, and Marco has the speed advantage here. But as we saw in the previous game, Smeargle can respond with that too. Now the Make It Rain coming out from Marco's. Smeargle down to its focus sash, Golden Go resisting it this time around. We didn't see that Terra Water for the Golden Go in the previous game. The focus sash, the special attack from that Golden Go, as well as the Life Orb recoil damage. Golden Go's Shadow Ball is going to be neutral into Marco's Golden Go here. It's going to be a great chunk of damage there, but of course not quite enough.
Metal
Now the Tailwind goes up yet again for that Smeargle. Both of these trainers making sure they're matching each other's Tailwinds. Now that special defense.
Cara, eu vivi pra ver uma Rainbow P sendo jogada no campeonato, cara. E é um bicho que você não dá nada por ele, né? Mas quando você vê, pô, bicho destrói, cara.
Faster of these two Pokemon, and committing the Shadow Ball I think is really clever for Eduardo to be locking in, but there's no protect on the Golden Go on Marco's side this time.
There's no protect. Is the Golden Go going down immediately? Smeargle certainly is, thanks to this Moonblast from the Rabombi. It may be cute, but don't let those cute looks belie its offensive capabilities. It's claiming the knockout there with the Moonblast. Another Make It Rain. That's going to be enough to secure the KO onto the Golden Go.
Mas engraçado, o Marlon falando, nível Tailwind. Cara, desde a rodada, das últimas 2 rodadas, os níveis usam Tailwind, e agora que ele tá surpreso com isso.
A little bit of a call in this spot, trying to go for the damage, maybe thinking that this is still a speed tie. Maybe it still could be, but it looking like Eduardo is in a much better position this time round. Now, there is a complete switch up from Eduardo's side, seeing what Marco did in game 1, seeing that the Ursaluna may be now a path to victory against this Dragonite that caused him so many problems in that end game of game 1.
And deciding that, I don't want to risk having Rillaboom against the Dragonite again. It's a little bit too difficult to try and get that victory without a critical hit. Ursaluna, I love this adaptation. It's providing more offense on the field. It means that Dragonite is much less safe than it was before.
O mais engraçado que tu falou isso aí é que eu não vejo quase nenhum Terra Gelo. Se eu vi um nesse campeonato foi muito. Tu falou do Terra Ground. O pessoal não usa, acho, porque basicamente o pessoal pensa no Goldengo, automaticamente é Make It Rain. Só. O pessoal não vê outra coisa a não ser isso. Então por isso que o pessoal não usa.
Do we have another one? And even if there had been one, that could be crucial, putting Incineroar in range of a knockout from another Pokemon on a later turn. But the all-important defense drop now. Ursaluna just going to secure the KO onto that Rabombi with Earth Power.
So now Eduardo has the Pokemon advantage 3-2. Marco has one more Pokemon in the back.
O problema é isso que eu me fico com a dúvida. O quanto vale você dar Scale Shot, cara? Só porque aumenta a speed, entendeu? Se um sopro esse Dragonite cai, entendeu? Então, um sopro esse Dragonite cai. Tudo bem que aumenta speed, dependendo do quanto que ele tiver contra, ele leva, mas é aquilo. Do que adianta?
And now we'll head into a turn where that option cannot be selected.
Especially with the Tailwind petering out, there's an opportunity now for Marco to reset that with the Dragonite, but on the same turn, if you're doing that, then you're allowing this Ursaluna to just be able to get off an attack without doing too much damage into it.
Normalmente o pessoal não carrega Sorridence no Dragonite, mas seria muito interessante.
Has the Golden Go switched in safely, or is it going to be vulnerable? Well, certainly one more Scale Shot looks like it's going to be enough to secure the KO here. Eduardo deciding that another round of Intimidate, another round of Fake Out is the better play here. Makes total sense because Marco can no longer switch out these two physical attackers, that Intimidate drop is going to stick around on the field. The 3-hit scale shot, and Dragonite once more going to have its defense mitigated, going to have its speed boosted.
Não, Marlon, eu tô com o Calux aqui na cal. Não tô falando sozinho não, porque tu não tá ouvindo, mas eu não tô falando sozinho não. Relaxa, não cheguei nesse ponto ainda não, calma.
Fabulous for him all tournament long, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to haze away any of those attack drops into this particular endgame. This is what Eduardo was working towards. Intimidates out down onto Marco's side of the field. Now we can get that fake out the defense drops, making sure that Dragonite is taking loads of damage there.
Okay, at least the knockoff, you're removing the leftovers, you're removing the passive recovery on this Ursaluna, especially because it's now sending out that Carmine, clearing its thoughts and maybe clearing the way to Eduardo becoming your Lille regional champion. A boost too crucially at special attack here. Special defense not mattering in the face of these physical attackers. Cashing it all in on this Ursaluna, and it could certainly be the one that eclipses Marco's Pokemon.
This is one of those times where getting that special attack boost is really, really valuable, because you know that it's not going to knock out the Incineroar here. Passing shot as well, you can see Eduardo really slowing things down, and only critical hits are standing between him now and being able to take back ground. Look at the Flare Blitz not doing really any damage at all, but Marco's done something great here in being able to knock off the leftovers from Ursaluna as it goes for a Blood Moon into that Dragonite.
Yeah, Dragonite certainly the stronger threat here. Even a residual burn from the Incineroar or Marco side of the field thanks to Flare Blitz wouldn't matter, because of course Ursaluna, a special attacker. Protect on the Incineroar for Marco, not a move that we often see there. Another scale shot here, it's a good measure. I think it's going to be enough, Ben. This is going to be number 3, and then 4 should be enough to secure the KO. It is just about enough. Now Blood Moon Ursaluna, this is the toll you pay for going for that Carmine. It's leaving that Incineroar a little bit more vulnerable alongside it, but of course the payoff is that now the Ursaluna is all set up, ready to deal all of that damage. Now, as Marco knows to their detriment all too well, a critical hit that's misplaced can spell the end for you, and now Eduardo is hoping that that's not going to happen in reverse.
Marco's played this endgame so well to get into a situation where both the Ursaluna doesn't have any recovery, but also your 2 Pokemon are still intact and still have the opportunity to attack into this Ursaluna. Scale Shot is going to need to hit multiple times, and maybe if there's a critical hit along the way, each individual Scale Shot can get a critical hit. There's one. There's one.
And that's the 5 hit as well. That's exactly what Marco needed here. Now, where did Eduardo decide to target? Of course, that could be the difference here as Flare Blitz now. 5 HP on the Ursaluna. However,
nossa, pegou burn ainda. Caraca.
This is it. Heading through to a game 3 in our Masters Finals.
Eu tô falando. O Marlon falou. Cara, já é a terceira vez que acontece, Calux, que o Marco tem sorte. O Marlon falou, não é sorte que não sei o que. É a terceira vez que isso acontece. Eu tô falando que esse cara tem sorte. O jogo já é a terceira vez que o jogo favorece esse. Então, né? Nem o Figlik tem essa sorte toda.
It's exactly what you want to see, and it's nothing less than we'd expect from 2 incredible trainers like Eduardo and Marco. They know how to match each other toe for toe. There was no lucky critical hit that Eduardo scored against Marco there, quite the reverse. The 5-hit scale shot, the critical hit as well, and the burn from the Incineroar coming out from the Flare Blitz on Marco's side of the field that just sealed things up. The Dragonite looked so difficult for Eduardo to be able to take care of in that endgame. How do you think he's going to go about it, Ben?
I mean, this is so difficult. You see a completely different game plan for Eduardo, and it's definitely better.
Aí você tem um Incineroar que tem Protect, dá um Flare Blitz e dá Burn. Dizer que o cara não tem sorte, pô.
And this is where this in game 2 came down to, because the Incineroar was able to protect itself on the right turns, as was the Dragonite.
Já teve jogo no regional que o cara conseguiu 4 seguidos. 4. Eu não vou lembrar qual regional que foi, mas
but then to be able to get at least 1 critical hit on the scale shots through those
Incinerador Burn, Flare Blitz foi na Ursaluna, o Marlon. Ela ainda pegou ban.
Fantastic plan. Marco also still having a fantastic plan, and it's coming down to those such small margins between.
Cara, se o Eduardo não trouxer o Snizzler, se pá, não vai dar bom não. Um desses Snizzler que ele deixa Poison, ele deixa paralisado, deixa dormindo, então qualquer coisa agora é ótimo pra ele.
It all comes down to this, trainers, and yet again our leads are going to be Golden Go apiece, and then Rabombi versus Smeargle.
So, if the Rabombi just goes straight on the defensive, on the offensive, with Golden Go and Rabombi being naturally faster than a Smeargle, then maybe there could be an opportunity to get a quick KO. The question is do both of these trainers commit their terrestrialization turn one yet again?
Terra Steel, here we go.
Não, Pera, você tá falando pessoal lá do grupo? Do meu?
There's no Terra to speak of over on Eduardo's side of the field as Rabombi goes for that protect. It's not going to be taking any damage. There's no tailwind this time around. That's Shadowball into Marco's Golden Go. A great amount of damage there as well.
O Alexandre tem uma série no canal dele, Jiu-Jitsu Himalaia.
An attempted spore this time around, so both trainers taking a leap out of each other's books.
Você não viu não, né? Aquela música do Jiu-Jitsu Himalaia lá é deles lá, da série.
Both trainers did not commit to going for a tailwind this time. It changes the dynamic between these two players. Now, Rabombi is the fastest Pokemon on the field, and it can go for a tailwind before the Smeargle can do so. Now, Golden Go on Marco's side maybe has enough gas in the tank with the Terra Steel Make It Rain to be able to knock out the Golden Go, but with the special attack drop, that is looking a little bit dicey.
Smeargle going to be retreating this time around. Eduardo decided that maybe that is the key piece I need in the very end of this game. Incineroar now hitting the field instead, dropping the Intimidate. That's not going to matter in the face of these special attackers, but what could on the next turn is that fake out into the Golden Go for Marco. Now, Rabombi gets that tailwind.
Eu queria que o Eduardo ganhasse, né? Mas a sorte do Marco, meu Deus do céu. O cara pode apostar na loteria que o cara vai ganhar ainda.
Down, well, lost about a fifth of its HP there as well.
But after this, Golden Go goes for the Make It Rain, the Life Orb Recoil.
There it is, the Life Orb Recoil, and Marco's Golden Go is down. Of course, Rabombi's once more brought down to that Focus Sash. And as you say, Ben, the Life Orb Recoil damage there could just be enough to secure the KO onto Eduardo's Golden Go. And that is a key offensive piece down and out for Eduardo. Here it is, that Life Orb Recoil, and yes, Golden Go for Eduardo is down. We have lost the Golden Goes here, trainers. We're no longer taking a trip to the bank.
But we have not lost the Smeargle this time round. This changes the dynamic of the end games that both of these trainers are going to be working towards. Now, that Rabombi does have access to protect, so even though it's immune to the flinching effect of Fake Out because of its shield and stability, it's still going to take the damage. The damage is what's key here. This Dragonite coming in, there's no risk of a tailwind, but there is risk of a Calm Mind being set up by Eduardo on this Ursaluna, and maybe that's something that Marco could be thinking about, whether or not, maybe not this turn, but maybe next turn, launching out a Fake Tears to just diminish the special defense that Ursaluna is racking up.
Smeargle is going to join the fray once more. It's only on 1 HP. Is it going to be able to...
Oh, the call!
But no, the Moonblast going to be enough to secure the KO onto the Smeargle there. Eduardo already brought down to their final 2 Pokemon. And now the attention goes to the Dragonite. Scale shot here. That's going to be the first hit. Are we going to have another 5? Are we going to have a critical hit somewhere along the way? The resources are being dwindled over on Eduardo's side of the field. It's just going to be the 4 hits. No critical hits to speak of. Dragonite once more softens itself up in its defense. It gets that speed boost now to boot. Earth Power just securing the KO onto Marco's Rabombi. 2 Pokemon versus 2 Pokemon.
In the face of Fake Out, not going for the Protect that turn. Eduardo trying to switch in the second Fake Out Pokemon on a double Protect, so the Fake Out is much more valuable, but Marco seeing
o top 8 que foi o Ivar. Olha o time dele. Kilovet.
Lille Regional Championships after taking that first game loss. We've seen it multiple times this weekend where Marco takes the first game loss and then comes back and wins the second 2 games.
Marco's and Incineroar looking like the faster there, the Intimidate dropping over on Eduardo's side of the field rather than the other way round. Now 2 full HP bars over on Marco's side and no calm mind set up on this Ursaluna. You need to get some damage off. You need to break that multi-scale on the Dragonite first and foremost.
Tá Explosion de Risui, todos Cruel, Incineroar e o Easy de Galar. Foi o time mais diferente que teve.
Again, the dynamic of this end game interaction where Marco again committed to the Golden Go, going for the Terra Steel turn 1.
Não, porque o certo seria 5. Ele tem que dar 5. O Loaded Dice garante, né? Os 4. E o quinto hit seria o... Eu acho que tem porcentagem, então ele tá... Tecnicamente, os 5 seria melhor pra ele acertar. Então, o Dragonite tá... Só que ele não tá acertando o quinto hit, eu acho. Cara, Incineroar só mudou ali o outro pouco só. É Incineroar e Dragonite, Incineroar e Saluna.
Now Incineroar has gone for the Terra Ghost. That does make it susceptible to a combination of Scale Shot and Knockoff. Maybe that's what Marco's going for here.
Scale Shot, that's going to be the second hit. Here comes 3. We've seen this damage rack up time and time again. The Incineroar is being brought down oh so low, but it's still around crucially on the field.
Dessa vez o Dragonite acertou os 5.
Another defense drop on the Dragonite, and indeed another speed boost here. The knockoff this time.
O Loaded Dice. GG pro Marco. Levou o Incineroar aqui. Vamos ver.
Covered by the clouds once again. Now, going to be the safety goggles, of course, knocked off, and Ursaluna responds with the Blood Moon into Marco's Dragonite. So much damage. It will be that critical hit.
Deu crítico, talvez tenha jogo aqui. Vamos ver.
Well, now the Ursaluna gets to recover that little bit of HP. You can see how well Marco has used that tailwind that he got up in turn 1 to its fullest advantage. But Eduardo is not out of this yet. He's able to just protect every other turn and just make sure that Ursaluna is keeping its HP ticking up. Now, the Scale Shot does have the downside of lowering the defense, but Marco has done so well in being able to knock out every single physical attacker on
ele pode tentar dar double protect aqui, recuperar pouco mais de vida e tentar levar esse Dragonite.
But the Earth Power does need a calm mind boost to be able to knock out the Incineroar.
Wow, this is the end game, trainers. Whatever else you're doing, make sure you get your eyes on this stream because it's going to come down to such fine margins. Another Scale Shot coming out from Marco's Dragonite here. Eduardo head in hands. Are we going to have any cheeky critical hits? Any cheeky fifth hits? Marco
o Saluna só não pode tomar banho do Fairblitz agora. Senão já era.
Another defense drop not mattering here, as you say, Ben. And another speed boost. The knockoff into the Ursaluna. It's brought down to the Rebel. It's not enough for the KO. Leftover's gone. No more passive recovery. Going to be the Earth Power and the Zero. That's also not enough.
Incineroar sobreviveu um Earth Power. GG. 2-1 pro Marco. Extreme Speed. Sobreviveu a Extreme Speed, mas não a um Flare Blitz. 2-1 GG. Desafiante, como assim? Defiant?
Thinking that Marco is down and out after game 1 loss. Pinch me because I was wrong yet again. Eduardo was looking so strong, but Marco found every last resource he needed to clinch that victory. congratulations to Marco. Congratulations to Eduardo for being our worthy finalist here in Lille, and what a way to close out this tournament.
Marco Silva claims that golden ticket to the World Championships in San Francisco. Incredible runs from both of these trainers.
Então, o que acontece, Carlos? O meta, ele tá muito consolidado, né? E aí, uma coisa ou outra fica forte quando é usado, mas aí o pessoal rapidamente altera. Para você ter noção, no regional passado, o que se tornou absurdo de forte era Archalodon de estamina, que é basicamente quando o Archalodon toma dano, ele aumenta a defesa dele, né? Em um estágio. Então, o pessoal começou a cauterar, entendeu? Aí ficou nisso aí. O Defiant também. O pessoal vai fazendo. Vai descobrindo uma coisa forte e cauterando. Descobrindo uma coisa forte e cauterando. Pode ter certeza que no próximo regional esse meta não vai estar mais tão forte assim.
Yeah, it absolutely was. It was so fascinating to see both of the trainers go for essentially the same play, certainly in the first two games, you know, setting up the tailwind, going for in one case terraformation, but often just the raw damage to make it rain from Marco, and of course the shadow ball coming out from Eduardo's side of the field, but it was changed a little bit up in game 3.
This is what happens when you lead a Pokemon
focus sash with a Pokemon that can do lots and lots of damage. Let's have a reminder of Marco's run through this tournament and losing to Eduardo Cunha in round 2. Yes. Now they meet again in the finals, and often we often see players in this position. I've been known to do this as well, as like you lose to someone who's like, oh well, I better see you in the finals then. And it happened. It came to pass where Marco was able to reset themselves versus Jordan Milton, and said in an interview how he had a little bit of a tricky time doing so after taking that loss to Eduardo, but was able to keep that momentum flowing all the way through phase 1.
See a whole lot of green lights there, Ben, just giving Marco the signal to go all the way. Lifting at the medal here at the Lille Regional Championships. I mean, this is Marco Silva we're talking about, even playing so well that they secured the bye in order to progress through to the top 8 there. It was only a matter of time before Marco secured their spot at the World Championships. Are they going to take the next season off? Well, if last season was anything to go by, where Marco accumulated approximately $1 billion championship points, no, we will see Marco compete again, and of course it's nearly the Latin America International Championships, where he could do the unthinkable and become our 3-time defending Latin America International Champion.
It would be absolutely unbelievable, as is.
O pior que um Mazhold do lado do Archalodon é bom, tá? Com Stamina, porque ele dá Population Bomb ali. Ele buffa um Archalodon que, pô, invocarona.
Long days of competition, but yeah, 13 win streak after losing to Eduardo Cunha.
Olha, teve... eu ia falar que teve um dondoso sem Tatsugiri, mas não. Acabei de ver.
Again, it was Marco losing the first game. So sure, you just see a sea of green lights there, but that's not to speak of the record that Marco had in each of those games. It's not to do a disservice to how fine those margins could have been, because the field out there absolutely stacked. And as I said, trainers hopping over the pond to join us here in the EU region just to get that little taste of competition. But in the end, it was Marco, not quite on a home turf, but certainly on EU turf, going all the way. But Eduardo, fantastic to see another incredible showing from them, and it's only a matter of time before we see them again.
Probably only a matter of time before we see Marco facing off against Eduardo.
I'm sure it's going to happen again. These two. Every time I sort of think of them at the prime of their career, they just keep leveling it up and keep going, and it's so hard to stay relevant. Format after format after format, and just keep improving at the game overall. And also to keep those fundamental skills completely sharp no matter what format you're running. Every single time the rule sets change, those priorities change. We have new toys to play with, and they work slightly differently to the old toys that we were.
Não, ontem foi pior, ontem foi 10 horas e pouco.
I don't think there's a season that I remember where Eduardo or Marco weren't trainers
ainda
to be
vão
feared.
entregar o prêmio, os dois ainda vão conversar.
Not just that, of course, but it's also the fact that this is the second time around that we've had regulations at H.
Ó, o top 8 mais diferente. Ah, teve um Evil também.
Trainers and their teams. There's a whole lot of content going there, but we've also got a couple of
ainda.
there as well, and then some Pokemon we're expecting less.
Foco 7 e
looking down this top 8, I don't believe we have any team that's exactly the same as that team that's been oh so dominant so far in regulations at H, the one that Emanuele Briganti piloted to win the Frankfurt Regional Championships in mid-September.
Cara, o time mais diferente que teve aqui foi do Ivar, cara, do Totscruel, Kilowattro, o Typhlosion de Risui e o Izum de Galar. Acho que foi tudo basicamente padrão. Faltam quantas partidas? Já acabou, Satoru. Já acabou basicamente. Alex está jogando um Pokémon e uma.
That Weavile was piloted by Jay into Dragonite with his triple axle, bypassing the multi-scale and being able to absolutely demolish them, as well as Blood Moon Ursaluna as well. It's a really clever way of bringing that team together, and I really hope to see Jay showing their creativity time after time after time.
Well, I think it's time we hear from our champion. Let's go over and hear from our finalists as well. Let's crown our Lille Regional Champion 2026.
Then,
and we have the privilege position to be here on the stage to talk to both of our finalists and our champion. After such an incredible showing in that finals match here at the Lille Regional Championship. So first off, let's bring to the stage our finalist, Eduardo Cunha. Everyone give it up for them.
O Brasil nem foi bem nesse campeonato. Teve alguns brasileiros, mas muitos deles droparam e acabou que ficou um só. E o brasileiro que ficou só dropou num sim.
Absolutely incredible run
Pior que
this
o cara
weekend
jogou
at the event. You've entertained us, you've given us
jogou
inspiration as well with how you've played and the team choices as well. So huge congratulations. And for that final as well, how are you feeling though after what was probably such a tough match and the outcome there?
Oh yeah, I mean, I've faced Marco before, as you've probably said countless times on stream already. And I faced him in Swiss, but to be fair, I mean, actually, I won 2-0 in Swiss, but the games went completely different. I didn't even bring Smeargle, but then I realized I found in Swiss that he had modest Golden Go, so I figured, you know what, actually, they can't outspeed my Smeargle prevent Tailwind. So I tried a different plan, and it worked out really well game 1, even with a critical hit. And honestly, I thought I had in game 2, but he kept calling where I was targeting with the protects, and then game 3, it was also very close. He came down to a couple calls, and he got me most of the time. I feel like I had an advantage, and I feel like Marco had to make more calls than I did. And he made them, he got them right, and he's a rightful winner.
Very humble words from a great finalist. And Eduardo, it's interesting that you had that match early on in the Swiss and you came out on top, and then changing the game plan going into the finals as well. So really well adapted and just so close margins as well. It couldn't have been any closer. What I want to talk about is the hat, the Smeargle, and the choice of the Smeargle coming into this event, because it's not really something we've seen before. And has it performed as you expected better, or is it something that you'll be maybe not playing with going into future events?
Well, yeah, the Smeargle, obviously the hat is, alluding to the Smeargle, yeah. And it was an idea I had. Actually, I was watching Phantom of the Opera with my mom, my aunt, and my wife. And they talked about the plot, right? And I was thinking, Nasty Plot is actually really good in the format, but I feel like we're not supporting Golingo well enough, right? And I've been working with Francesco Pardini on this idea, actually, the same six that Giuseppe used. And I brought that to a local, I really liked it, but it was some spice missing, you know? And when I thought about plot, Nasty Plot with Calyrex and Smeargle, I was like, now we have Golingo, maybe it works, you know? And I realized a lot of the main threats of the format are actually slower than Smeargle. And for Golingo, even though it's immune to Spore and faster than Smeargle usually, it's forced to click Make It Rain and drop its special attack to even touch me, and not Nasty Plot, which gives me an opening to maybe set up a Tailwind, or I could run Wide Guard to completely stop the Make It Rain. I had multiple options. I thought it was, you know, actually a cool call for a team that has very solid 5 Pokemon.
Esse ataque pega independente se você usasse algum Terra, né?
A lot of people are replacing the Golingo, but I'm a big Golingo fan, so I didn't do that.
I thought Ninetales was more replaceable.
I feel like the rain matchup is fine with what you have. You don't need the Ninetales. It's kind of overkill. You do need it kind of for the Dragonites. And one of the weaknesses of having Smeargle is that although you outspeed and sleep the Dragonites, if they get some sort of sleep advantage, they KO us through the sash, and it's not helping with the goal of damaging Dragonite. And it kind of caught up to me because I've been using the combination of Dragonite, Ursaluna, Goldengo, known as Dog, for the longest time, and I stopped using the Dragonite for this tournament, so instead I ran the Smeargle, and I ended up losing to Dog in the finals. And that's kind of like the drawback. If you position well the Dragonite, it's kind of tough for me to break through it, and that's one of the drawbacks. It's not perfect, but besides that, it was fantastic. I mean, it's still outspeeding Dragonite allowed me to, you know, get a few games maybe that I shouldn't have by sleeping the Dragonite.
Então, fazer aqui meu montar uma Milotic física.
It was so clutch having redirection in a team that usually doesn't have room for it, while still having a lot of the other roles. So it was fantastic. Just, you know, I hope I don't ruin the format too much by the further
ele é dragão? Ele é dragão puro, né? O Gudra, né?
I think if we see a lot of Smeargle in Gdansk next weekend and for the rest of the regulation age, we got you to thank for it.
No caso, tu usaria
the conception of that
o normal, né?
Before we let you go down and celebrate with your friends, any shout outs for anyone here, anyone at home?
Of course, first my wife, she's right there. Watching and supporting me. She's been helping me so much, and I wouldn't be here without her. I say this every time. But also my mom. I keep thanking my mom, and I will do it forever because she also helps not only me but us and everything that I do. Obviously, Francesco Pardini and Seba Trinchio helped me with the team. He gave me the motivation to run the Calm Mind Ursaluna, which is a great call. I've said this before. It was a fantastic group. It really helped me with some ideas, some lines. So huge shout out. Also to the Portuguese community who's been supporting me always. I think we're doing a good job developing it a little more, and it's all thanks to you as well. So thank you. Obviously to my friends at home, the whole community that's been supporting me, and yeah, to everyone that's hosting this tournament. It was a lot of fun to be back, and thank you for that.
Já pode competir nas Olimpíadas, Alexandre.
Congratulations, great to see you. Hopefully see more of you in the future very soon. Thank you very much, everyone. Give it up for Eduardo Cunha.
Como é que é essa habilidade exatamente?
What great insights there we got from our finalists, but now it is time to bring our Lille regional champion up to the stage. Here, a few words from them. So everyone, give the biggest round of applause. Congratulations for Marco Silva. Marco, congratulations. Another regional championship to your name, another title. How are you feeling after that incredible match and that display that you put on for the audience at home?
Yeah, it feels great because I feel like in the first game I almost had it locked, but I made a terrible mistake. I miscounted the tailwind turns. I was almost still able to win. I figured out that if I didn't have tailwind, that was my best play because the Dragonite wouldn't get a defense drop if I don't go for scare shot. So I can go for tailwind, attack, and then try to sweep from there. In game 2, I was really back against the wall. I had to call every turn right. And I know you do play a lot of times against him. I know that a lot of times he tries to basically go for the move that it's more, that gives you the more chances to win. And I feel like the path that he shows was the one that was basically, even if I hold all the turns right, I have to either get lucky with the hit that I have to get with scare shot, or it's going to be like extremely close. So I decided I completely backed on the fact that he was going to go for these moves and it paid off.
Yeah, well, that's a good, you know, I just am amazed every time, and I'm sure people watching at home are amazed by your skill level every time we see you, and just look forward to seeing more of you each and every time. The one question that I have for you, how do you feel about bringing a Bombi to a regional and not only playing well with it throughout the event, but stamping its authority on the map and winning a regional championship with it?
Ele falou pra tu colocar o Gudra Special
deal for suggesting to try this team, and then we, of course, like we worked together on it. So big shout out to them for that. I was really scared because I usually played extremely like Venom stuff and stuff that's pretty solid. I have to say that every time that I try something a little bit new, it usually goes well. So maybe like in the next couple of tournaments, I will try something new again.
Amazing. Well, hopefully we see more of you and then that innovation in future. Have you got any future plans? Will you be at Latin American International Championships or Gdansk in the next couple of weeks?
Yes, I'll be all the way to both, and hopefully I'll be able to get results there as well.
No caso é o do lado e o adversário, né?
Before we let you go down and
podem fazer
celebrate this
isso,
absolutely
já vai
incredible victory. Any shout-outs for anyone here at the venue or at home?
Em vez dele tomar o dano, ele ativa a habilidade.
My team, Novo Esports, and I want to shout out the friend group of the server and all the people that helped me prepare for this tournament, helped me test matchups, and especially the suggested the team, and we worked together on this build of revamped upper offense for the last 2 months.
Amazing. Thank you once again, Marco. Congratulations on an incredible run this weekend. Everyone, please give it up for our Lille regional champion, Marco Silva.
O Grass Surge do Villabon não ativa, né? Nesse caso.
What an incredible run this weekend has been. We've had ups, we've had downs, we've had innovation, we've had skill, we've had it all. But we aren't quite finished yet. We are going to wrap up on the couch, so don't go anywhere. So we'll be right back. So join us all as we close the show up.
Participar não. É tu joga singles, né, Otávio? Ah, porque você falou de fada, era só colocar uma Grimora ali do lado e resolver esse problema.
Just like that, Marco Silva has gone all the way to claim gold. It's been the Lille deal this weekend, and oh my goodness gracious me, what a weekend of thrills and spills and chills it's been in Lille.
Porque se tu coloca a Glimora ali do lado, podia até de repente dar um Terra Dragão pra ficar ainda melhor pra tu, se tu quisesse. Ou um próprio, sei lá, inovar aleatoriamente um Terra Planta do contra. Mas imagina, tu não se beneficia do terreno do Villabon com o terreno de grama, mas se tu der um Terra Grama, tu se beneficia do terreno. Aí surpreenderia ainda mais. Loucura, provavelmente, mas...
That's exactly what kind of played out. There was a little bit of fortune here and there, but I think you need that. But overall, Marco, just one of the best players in the world, and the accolades show that. And I think that was a great example of two of the best players that we've ever had in this format. So it was just absolutely incredible way to end the show.
Totally agree, and that's only our second EU stop on our road to Worlds 2026. But Marco Silva's just one of our winners this weekend. We can now see who won in our seniors and juniors divisions as well here at the Lille Regional Championships. Let's see, and keep your eyes on these names, trainers, because they will be ones to look out for in the future. Of course, Marco Silva was once one of these younger trainers, as is his younger brother Pietro, but it was Michael Collier who went ahead and became your senior champion, and Eric Allegre your junior champion. And Marcus, I know you're someone who's played the game for a very long time, so these wins for the juniors and seniors, it's going to pave the way for greatness.
Oh, absolutely. I think like every season we see some seniors or junior player graduating into the higher division and then repeating their success there. And yeah, Marco's brother actually was in the finals of the seniors division, coming close there, but then Marco was able to get the win for the family, kind of. So yeah, I think there's yeah, definitely potential in the senior and the juniors division.
That's fascinating. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. My goodness, what a talented family. Let's take a look, shall we? Let's see how our EU regional champions are shaping up. So early on in our 2026 season, Emanuele Briganti, of course, in Frankfurt, and now Marco Silva in Lille. We're talking a big game about this team that Emanuele did so well with in Frankfurt, but Marco's kind of flipped the script on that somewhat better.
Yeah, a little bit. Just, I think this is the tournament where after a couple of North American regional championships, where it was time to innovate, it was time to go away from the team that had been dominating every level of competition that it had been included within, and try something a little bit different. That's exactly what Marco Silva did, bringing out Rabombi Komodo, as well as more tried and tested Pokemon as a little bit of a backbone to those newer, untested Pokemon.
There's so many silhouettes yet to fill in on our road to the World Championships 2026 in San Francisco, and of course our next event will be just next weekend in Gdansk. So the Pokemon thrills and spills are coming thick and fast for you trainers. Let's remind ourselves on that note as to the dates of these stops we have coming up on our road to Worlds 2026. There it is, Lille, all blacked out.
I
can't believe it's the end of the weekend already and we've crowned our champion. It only felt like a minute ago that we were starting off the proceedings, but look what we've got to look forward to. Gdansk next weekend, and then after that, Sao Paulo, our first international of the season, and then so much left for us in Europe here with Stuttgart, Birmingham, before London, IC, and then we move into the second part of our regional calendar before going to Worlds.
Crazy, isn't it? The time just flies by, flitting by like a little Republic, but it's not just the competitive action that we have to look forward to, because of course we have our Pokemon Twitch channel as well. What else will we have our beady eyes on this week? Marcus, what are you going to be watching?
Maybe the Gdansk Regional Championships? No, I'll be in attendance there, but there's a couple of great shows coming up, of course. Pokemon Master Quest on Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, you can watch Marco Silva potentially do well at a tournament if you really want to, if you didn't get enough of that. Because there's going to be a rerun of the Latin America International Championships. And then, of course, the Pokeween Thrills and Chills on Thursday. Not something you would want to miss.
Ben, you don't have your blanket to cower behind for that one, unfortunately.
I need to grab Lee. Oh yeah,
he's got it there instead.
Ou
I've got to catch more game shows as well. Such a cool new format that we had, and of course took place live at the World Championships this year in Anaheim. Yes, there's Gdansk. Make sure you are cozy and warm at home, surrounded by pumpkins, tuning into that one, trainers. Poland, Gdansk, such a beautiful city, and such beautiful dumplings, Marcus.
Oh, absolutely. That's
engraçado eu perguntando o bot. Sim, agora temos disco.
100%. Oh my goodness gracious me. Incredible they are too. If you haven't visited Gdansk yet, trainers, whether it's a Pokemon or not, make sure you go along, because now we're going to be able to have an aerial view as to what this incredible city looks like. Look at that, with the channel running all the way down the middle of it as well. That architecture, a little bit reminiscent of the houses we see in Lumio City, in fact. Pokemon Legends ZA, and it's just next weekend. So mark your calendars.
5 dias até o próximo regional.
That was a U. What about NA? We're going to hop over the pond very shortly after Gdansk, of course.
Vai ser de madrugada, provavelmente, né?
Las Vegas, Lee.
Oh, I know. What a great place and venue to have a regional championships. If there was ever a time I could make a trip over the pond, it would definitely be for this one. And that'll be happening from the 14th until the 16th of November, very shortly after Gdansk. And it's going to be an exciting regional for our NA players.
It certainly will. Oh my god.
And anyone else that wants to attend.
No, only the NA players will have fun at that regional. No, of course, yeah. Everyone in attendance will. And speaking of fun, listen, I've got one more joke for you all, okay? What is the Ghost type's favourite rock band? The Rolling Houndstones. And with that, trainers, we will bark all the way over to our Pokemon.com/broadcast. That, of course, is where you're going to want to be following along with all of the action in Gdansk next weekend, and of course with Las Vegas so shortly after that as well.
Só os ataques, né? Habilidade não, né?
Home for all of the live streams that we have in our competitive
então, no caso,
Pokemon
isso funciona.
where you're going to be watching them as well on those channels over on YouTube and indeed on Twitch. Make sure you don't miss a beat of the action, because as you saw there, it's going to come thick and fast, bring us right up to the end of the calendar year 2025.
Depois de quase 9 horas de live, gente, Só esperar o pessoal finalizar aqui, mas eu vou me despedindo de vocês aí da live. Valeu, Marlon. Valeu, Santoro. Valeu, moço aí. Uma boa tarde aí desde já. Basicamente, só o Marlon comentou aqui. O Levo também, Alexandre, todo mundo, gente. Uma ótima tarde aí de domingo pra vocês. Nos vemos amanhã, né? Amanhã já tem live de novo. Amanhã tem Doors. Vamos ver se a gente vai... O que vai acontecer amanhã? Não sei, mas não, vai jogar Doors. É isso, gente. Ó, teve um quilowatro aí. O pior que teve quilowatro tem um competitive, né? Que aumenta os status dele, eu acho. É isso. Mas enfim, gente. Uma boa noite, ó. Eu já tô viajando aqui. Costume de fazer live de noite. Uma boa tarde aí, gente. Um bom domingo pra vocês. Nos vemos amanhã, beleza? Amanhã é Doors aí, então se preparem pra jogar. Entendeu? Se você for jogar, avisa lá no chat geral. Mas eu falei que eu vou jogar, criatura. Eu vou lá, é porque eu tô na call com o Caú. Eu vou passar pra call lá, tu entra, beleza? Aí nós vai jogar. Tu me tem no Roblox, né, ô Satoru? Tu me tem no Roblox, porque eu, né? É isso. Deixa eu só anotar aqui. Tá. Anotar aqui. Beleza. Bom, gente, eu vou encerrando a live por aqui. Uma boa tarde aí pra todo mundo. Não esqueçam de beber água, se hidratem. É isso, gente. Falou. Até amanhã. Tchau.